We're just about 10 o'clock, so thank you very much for taking your preferred seats and giving this a new try. So today, I wanted to introduce Madhukar, who has been a seasoned CMO, single store, Nutanix, Oracle, DevRev, and now is running Robin AI. And he's one of those people who has 20 years of marketing experience, but is also an active developer, not just a vibe coder. And he's now building Robin AI. And he has all the experience that he's put in the last year and a half, to do like 5,000 commits on GitHub. And he's going to show you how he's thinking and how he's using Claude Code completely to build out a completely new marketing OS.
Hi, everyone. As Arjun mentioned, this is Madhukar. And I have been building for last 9 months or so. So I just spoke to Arjun about a couple of days ago. He and I had started this community called Code Growth a couple of years ago that spawned off into its own thing. And then I had fallen off the grid because a lot was going on. And eventually, when I spoke to him, he was like, yeah, you should come and talk about this. So today, I'm going to talk about agentic marketing in general. And we will talk about Claude, but candidly, I'll also talk about Robin, because that's what I've been working on for the last year or so. So a little bit about myself. I have been in the Valley for about 22 years now. Started off as an engineer and went on to become product manager, ran product strategy for Oracle, for all their customer experience products. Eventually became a CMO. I was a CMO at Single Store, SourceGraph, DevRev for last 5 years or so, so multiple tech unicorns. And because I had still my hands on the keyboard, I was still writing code, I gravitated towards much more technical audiences. So any company that had a developer as an audience, that's where I typically was. And that included, of course, Single Store, which is a database, Redis, SourceGraph, which launched this coding agent called AMP about a year and a half ago. So before I get deeper into the show and tell that I have today, what I wanted to do was just start from the basics. And of course, everybody who was here yesterday, you probably already know this, but there's a difference between when people say AI or LLM versus an agent. So the agent that I think of, and fun fact, my master's thesis 23 years ago was on multi-agent software engineering. And at that time, we were trying to make software talk to each other, and we were calling them agents. But they were not really agents. They were just different applications. So agent, the way I think of it, is in many ways a digital personification of human, or a wannabe human. And I'm a big fan of Westworld and, of course, sci-fi. So a lot of this thinking comes from what I saw in there as well. So an agent, really, if you break it down, it consists of intelligence, and that's the model. And the models are, right now, the three is, of course, Opus 4.8, which came out yesterday. Anthropic, it's very good at certain things. Gemini 3.2 came out a few days ago. That's really good at creative stuff. And then, of course, there is Codex, which has now surpassed everybody else in terms of coding, but it's very logical. It doesn't try to take a lot of leeway between what you say and what it does. So now agent can have access to either all three of this for different tasks, or it can have one agent with a certain intelligence. Then if we give it the tools that we marketers use, so fun fact again, last company that I worked with had 22 different marketing tools, and we were less than $100 million in revenue, and that's the world we live in. There's SEMrush, there's Ahref, somebody went and purchased Notion Personal, and now things are all over the place. But there are certain things that we do use, which is CRM and SEMrush and Ahref and so on. And then on top of that, there is this thing called skills. And skills, I say, just repetition of experience. So when somebody does something over and over again, they make mistakes, they learn, and then you start to do certain things in a certain way. So for example, if I were to go do a SEO research, I have a different way of doing it. And my workflow is something like, let's find out the keywords that's relevant for my website. Then I would go look at the CPC, I'll look at the search volume, and then I'll look at KD, or keyword difficulty. Then I would go look at what are the different ranking articles or pages right now. And then for anything that doesn't have a very high CPC, I would write a better article than that. And I tried to run this experiment before I founded this company and wrote an article called Comprehensive Guide to Vibe Coding Tools. And it's on Medium, and even today, I think now it has about 200,000 views in it, even though it is outdated. I've not touched it. But that was the thesis of what I wanted to test. But the last piece is what really makes it into personification of human, and that is memory. Does it remember my brand? But more importantly, not just my brand, but anything in my marketing organization that's currently happening. So I might be connected to HubSpot, I might be connected to Marketo, I might be connected to Google Drive and Notion. The PMM team has dropped a README file for a launch. Somebody else has updated a deck that they use for sales. And now if I'm talking to an AI, one, it's one-on-one. So whatever I talk to Claude stays between Claude and I. So if I leave, that leaves with me. And second is, it only knows about me. It's not in an entire organization. And it's not learning from the rest of the organization. It's learning from whatever I give it, which is access to my folder. So that was kind of my thesis. And it used to drive me nuts that somebody who's writing copy for an ad and somebody who's writing a SEO blog and somebody who is doing a launch have different things that they were talking about. And this would dilute the brand. And the most important piece of all of that was, it's not just consistency. You start to see with AI, people doing more of it. Like initially it used to be shadow IT, now I call it shadow marketer. Everybody just goes to ChatGPT and say, why do I need a marketer? Let me just go, punch out 500 emails, they send it, and guess what? It dilutes your brand. It brings down the overall value that your brand is bringing. And yesterday we talked about brand, and we talked a lot about taste and so on. And that's a whole topic by itself. But at the end of the day, if you have a differentiator, which is a different ethos or an identity for your brand, how do you preserve that? How do you continue to iterate on it and then use that for your agents? So when I started to look at this, there's nobody working on it. I thought, okay, I need to start going back to my roots. So if you're familiar with GitHub, this is a GitHub chart that shows up. And I was a developer like 15 years ago. If I showed you 3-4 years ago, there was like one green dot. That means there was maybe 15 lines of code I wrote. This is in the last 12 months. And the reason I want to bring this up is that something happened between November and December. If you see, there was a bunch of white dots. There was some code that I was writing previous to it. And then things took off over here. And why is that? Because there were two things that happened at that time. One, Claude released 3.7, Sonnet 3.7. That had a million context window, which was extremely good for short-term memory. And then they got really, really good at reading files, updating files, and then deleting, read, write, update. And so if you now think about memory, that turns into what is the long-term memory? What are some ground rules? And those can stay in files. Those could be unstructured data, and these are just markdown files that the agents can read from and write to. And you can then continue to iterate on its memory. So let's say I launched a campaign today for a launch of a new feature. 5 months from now, that is completely outdated. So how do you make the agent remember that, look, there has to be a recency bias. There has to be a bias on what more people are doing and the nuances of what they have been telling you when you're doing stuff. So that is what is a true agent and how it differentiates and becomes yours and continues to self-learn. And around that time, much more recently, of course, we now have agents like Hermes or Hermes, however you call it, OpenClaw, and they have this inbuilt into it, which is a self-learning loop. And the second thing that it has is it's proactive. So you don't have to just wait for it to say, hey, tell me, what does my SEO research look like? You can actually tell something, and it will ping you. So I have one running on my Telegram, which keeps telling me, I just found 5 more prospects. Do you want me to do something with it? So one of the things that I was absolute principle of what we did with building Robin was I never want the agent or AI to do 100% of marketing. Because what I see is everybody is doing the exact same thing, then in marketing, it actually is a negative effect on your brand. Because now everything looks exactly the same. You're in this noisy world. It doesn't have its own differentiation, its own identity, and you're ignored. So what you end up doing is only let the agents do 80% or 90%. Not because they cannot do 100%, because you don't want it to do more than 80%. So that's the core philosophy of Robin, is that it will stop at 80%, so it'll do all the grunt work for you. It has all the skills, it has all the tools that marketers use, and it has memory about your marketing. And then eventually the last 10 to 20% is what you bring in as a marketer, which is the core differentiator. And that's why you can do more of it. But let's pull back a little bit on the core, I would say, first principles of marketing. And again, I'm preaching to the choir now, but maybe somebody is not as familiar. But when I used to run my teams as a CMO, there used to be a PMM team, used to be a content team, there was a DG team and the paid, there was a field marketing, and there's marketing ops. And all of them are kind of disconnected. So 90% of my time was just trying to coordinate and figure out what's working and not working. And as a CMO, that's why your shelf life is less than 2 years, is because you're constantly in the defensive and people saying, oh, you spent $5 million, what do you do for us? I was like, well, we did blah, blah, blah. It's like, but how? It didn't affect my pipeline. I said, yeah, it did. So now you're going down into the path of attribution, which again, I feel is a fool's errand, because now you're defending something versus really bringing value to the company, which is closing the revenues or helping sales or product close revenue. So if I bring it all down, your product is at the center, and then there is inbound and outbound. And I'm actually a big fan of inbound, because inbound is creation of fame and awareness, and outbound should actually work with inbound to find similar prospects and reach out, but reach out meaningfully. Don't just blast and batch 5 million, which is, I've seen this years and years, even at Oracle when we had Eloqua. So let's talk a little bit about inbound, right? Inbound is, I'll tell you a quick story. Similar to this environment, I think a couple of years ago, I'm an introvert, so I go into this room and my CEO had said, hey, go hand out as many cards as possible. I want you to come back with at least 5 or 6 really big accounts, because these were all CIOs, and those should be your leads that we should work on. I go there, it's like 60, 70 people, very high target-rich place, but there were like 15 of the sales reps, and they were all pretty aggressive, much better than I was. They would go around and handing those cards. I tried to awkwardly cut into conversations, didn't succeed, so I just sat down. Luckily for me, I had a speaking thing on the stage, so I went up, told the story, came down, and I got about 20 people come to me, and they were the ones handing the card. So the reason I tell that story is because when you create fame and then people reach out to you in their own volition, that is 10 times more powerful than you reaching out to people and asking for a favor. So when you reach out for a favor, it has to be something of value that you can provide. And this works really, really well for developers. In fact, developers, if you go reach out to them asking for something, you can be rest assured that they'll never respond to you. But if you give them something that's educational, that's free, that is useful for their career, you've built a relationship, and then you can build on top of that relationship. So outbound is that first touch. And I was talking to Arjun, and he said something that kind of stuck with me. As marketers, when we send out emails, it's like, we send out a sequence of 5 emails or 10 emails. Most of them are automated. But how many of us actually respond to those automated sequence emails? I don't. I have a rule that goes and deletes it. But if a person is interested, they'll tell you in the first email. It's like, hey, interesting, let's chat. So why spam them with more than one? And 2, if they are at the right point, then they're more likely to engage with you. So that's what I want to talk about a little bit. So when it comes to inbound, now if I break it down into people and teams, you have the website, which is a big part, like it's almost like bread and butter of every marketing team. But my frustration was it was always something that we didn't have full control over. It is either the product team or the engineering team, or worse, an agency managing my website, and I get to touch parts of it. I can either change a blog or look at an SEO report and tell somebody to do something. It felt just wrong that this is your medium of marketing expression and you don't have control over it. So we did something around that, and I'll show you as well. And then second, of course, is content. You create content across multiple channels, but here the key difference is it's not just about building your own blog. Now I talk to engineers all the time, and they feel very proud when they say, oh, I built an automation with Claude, and we now can do 500 articles in a month. And I was like, okay, great. But what's your distribution plan? And they were like, what is distribution? Second, do people actually read blogs, or do they read listicles? Third, are people reading it or agents reading it? And it's all over the place right now. What still works, though, is that when you write content that is actually useful and connected to whatever people are searching, that works. This is like plain common sense. We all started from this, but we somehow seem to have forgotten. But now with agents, you can actually codify that. You can say this is exactly how you want them to do the research, exactly how you want to write, and then you steer it in the last 10 to 20% to make it truly your own. Second is, of course, the product. If you are not marketing the product, then it's just an exercise in abstraction, because you're just doing, sorry to say it, I did this quite a bit, is busy work. And then I'm defending that busy work by saying, oh, but there's attribution. So the product has to be at the center of it. And if the product doesn't work, or the product doesn't deliver that promise, then your brand is useless. Your brand is just hollow and empty. So whatever we do in inbound and outbound has to be tightly tied to the product. And by product, I just don't mean like something tangible or digital. A product could be a services, things that I'm providing. That's my product, and things like that. And so for outbound, there is campaigns and sequences. So now let's get very tactical. This was an Oracle. We used to work with companies like Gap and all the other big retail brands. And the formula shockingly has not changed in the last 15 years. What do? We go to a database. We build a database of 5 million quote-unquote lookalike prospects. We create an email sequence. We create campaigns. We start blasting those emails, and then we start to measure it and report it. And what do we measure? We measure what's the open rate, what is the click-through rate, and if people actually went and became a customer, that becomes a different problem that you're now trying to solve with attribution, data analytics, and you're already away from your job. So this is something I heavily disliked, and I still dislike. But what I do like is that if you find the right audience at the right time, and you offer something very valuable, you're building more than a brand, you're actually building a relationship where people can then go in and tell your story on your behalf when you're not in the room. And that's gold. To me, that's real brand building. So this, of course, a report that Claude came up with. All of this, by the way, built by Claude. So what used to take me or my team about 10 or 11 days to build just took me about 15, 20 minutes. So let me give an example. If I go to subreddits or Reddit, and people are actually saying things that's painful for them, or they're looking for something, and I respond to them genuinely without trying to pitch my product, I find those people are 10 times more responsive to me when I later on reach out to them. Or if they like it, they'll DM me. And this is what Arjun was saying the other day as well. So how do we find that people, the right watering holes, where these conversations are happening, and then reach out to them at the right moment, but meaningfully, not in an automated way? And that's where Reddit is becoming much bigger, and they're trying to really protect the human walled garden, in the sense, I know people, they're trying to build agents that goes and comments. It gets caught immediately, it gets banned immediately. And the idea is to not do that because it hurts your brand. But to find the people, you need to do a little bit more sleuthing. And now, because of the agents, it's easier than you think to go find them. What you do, though, is still remains on you. You shouldn't be using, my opinion, you shouldn't be using agents to then go and do the automatic outreach. So how do we do it in Claude? And I'll show it to you what I just did this morning. You do a schedule, right? And today you can create a schedule in Cowork, but first this is a software engineering principle. Before you tell Claude anything to do, or any agent for that matter, you ask it to plan it. So you're literally asking it to explain its thinking, and it's good for both the agent and you. So now, even for coding, I spend 2 to 3 hours planning and thinking about what to do before I jump in and make it do certain things. Then you write it down, or make it write it down. Then you iterate. Then you do self-review and so on. And then you can say, okay, I want this output. So this is what I did. I created and I'll show you the conversation that we had, we as in Claude. And it built the plan. Then I said, okay, show it to me in Excel, then add links to it. And then I said, okay, turn it into an artifact, live artifact. Now schedule it, run it every day, so I can get a notification when it's there. So you scan for signals, and then you go in, enrich the data, and here again, now the other tools come in handy. So you can do it with less than $10 a month with XR, Tavily, Firecrawl. There's a bunch of tools that can go figure those out, Rapid API. And then once you have some meaningful data, then the last mile is when you reach out, what is it that you're reaching out with? And just reach out with one email and see what happens. And so right now I have a bot that has its own computer, its own file system. It even has its phone number and a calendar. And I treat it like my EA, so it has read-only access to my calendar and my email. So it can go in and find those prospects every morning, do a review, do a check on validation, and then it creates draft emails for me in my inbox. Then I'll go take a look at it. If I like it, I hit send. If not, I just throw it away because code is cheap. So that's Claude. And then I'll show it to you in Robin on how we do it. and why is it different. So first, let me see if I can now share my Claude code, or just Claude. All right. So here, if I show you in Cowork, so let's look at where I start off with. First and foremost, you want to give it all the tools that you yourself use, right? So maybe you saw this yesterday. There's skills and there's plugins. Plugins is a collection of skills and connectors. Connectors are just MCP and APIs. So I have a bunch of these plugins. Robin is one of them because you can also use it inside of Claude. And skills, you have a bunch of these skills. I create some of my own, brand guidelines and things like that. But out of the box, it also gives you other skills as well. So I'm more connected more concerned with connectors. So I've given it EXA, I have given it Ahref, I've given it Context7, that's documentation for all the APIs that you can use. And there's a couple of others. I've not given it SEMrush because I ran out of it, ran out of credits, and SimilarWeb is also out. So think of it, all the other tools that you have, you just go authenticate, and now Claude has those skills. So then I literally said, use your tools to find property managers and investors in San Francisco area with signals that they may have a need for marketing. But first explain to me, what do you think are signals? So it goes and says, oh, these are some signals that I think we can use. It's hiring signals, digital presence. I can look at their website, and I can also see if they have posted something. So if I gave it the LinkedIn tool, which I don't want it to, because I don't want to accidentally do something on LinkedIn that the agent did. And so it did all that. Then he said, okay, I also need Apollo. I said, nope, you're not getting Apollo. Just use EXA. So it says, okay, fine, I do that. And so it did all of this, came up with maybe a sample, and I say, yeah, it looks good. Go create an Excel sheet for it. So it created this Google Drive. It has access to it. And I said, okay, that's fine. Now turn this into HTML, because HTML, I like to read it in a much more stylized way. And it's interactive, so I can do things like this. So now it built it. The last step, which I haven't done, but I could just say, is turn this into a live artifact. So when you build these live artifacts, this will start to show up over here on the left-hand side. So here's an example of a live artifact. These are all my tasks. So I let it manage, or at least keep a list of all my tasks. Here's Here's my own dashboard of looking at what's happening across Robin platform. And there is one more. Here we go. It created this SF project, or SF real estate. So I can, keep working on it, keep changing it. But notice this is still between Claude and me. I cannot share it with this team unless I have to do other shenanigans. So this is that. Any questions before I jump into showing Robin next? Yeah.
Sorry, you were able to scrape data out of LinkedIn?
Yes, but I didn't let Claude do it. I used something else. I'll show you. I use APIs that's connected to Robin. So it uses, commercial and partnership related APIs. LinkedIn is pretty strict about their APIs, so you really don't want to mess around with agents with that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so couple of different ways you can generate an HTML or connect it to Notion and drop it in Notion and share it. Or you can generate the HTML, drop it into Slack, and that Slack is a channel. But yeah, then it's not bi-directional. You'll have to, or you can use, N8N, Zapier, or whatever to, that's why I said, to do some shenanigans to get it working. It's done, but those are like rubber bands. And once you go on a vacation, it breaks and somebody is asking you and making you responsible for it. But there are ways to do it for now. Okay? All right, so now this is where I switch over to what is Robin and what does Robin can do. So not this. All right, so first and foremost, is this big enough? Do you want me to make it bigger? Yeah? Arjun, just keep me on time. So here, when I first come in, think of a marketing organization connected to all its different systems. So it's connected to HubSpot, it's connected to GA4, Google Analytics, PostHog, and things like that. And you can just use your login to get into Robin and then connect all of this. So the only three things I care about, what is my awareness? And the best signal for that is, are people finding me and coming to the website, whether it's direct or not, is immaterial. Because a lot of people, even if they find out in LinkedIn, they'll come and type the address. Doesn't matter. If more people are coming to the website every day organically, it's a good sign that people are finding you. Two, how can we improve our website? And this is where agents come in, so they can look at page by page, and I can show more of it, and say, yeah, I found 5 or 6 SEO and GEO recommendations, and you can take it to next step and say, do you want me to make the change? So that's your last step. Then, of course, the last piece is, how many leads have we generated? And this ties back to, you can give it a page which has a CTA, and say, go figure out if people filled out those forms today or not. And so those are 3 simplistic things. But for outbound, what we do is there's this thing called market signals. And I can go create a bunch of quote unquote market signals. So for example, right now I have AI agents for marketing. I have software agents, competition, and agentic marketing. Those are things I'm interested in, just for this demo. So when I do this query, it goes and does a wide and deep research on what people are talking about it, all the way from Reddit to LinkedIn. So here it has LinkedIn APIs. And so it can go look at what people are talking about these topics on LinkedIn. And you can go see more details. So I can see, oh, this person had posted this. If I click on view resource, and sure enough, here's the post related to it. And second is, based on this, then I can go to prospects and leads. And every morning, it gives me this list of prospects. So it says, oh, Amy is most likely a good prospect for you today because she liked a post about AI agents in the last 24 hours. And then here you can expand it. Again, the agent will not do anything. It's just giving you intel. So you can take this, and then later on, what you can do is you can say, yeah, this looks good. It's ICP match. So it's also mapping the prospects to my ICP, and I'll show you where that is. And then I can accept it, or I can reject it. And these are all deduplicated, so. But how does it know what's my brand, what's my brain, so to speak? So I was trying to be fancy and called it growth cortex, but this is the brain. And the brain is, we marketers know it as a brand book. So it tells me what is my executive summary, color palette, what are my differentiators, and so on. But I can put some ground rules to say, hey, never use words like digital transformation or seamless. I hate those. So that's its ground rule. It's never going to do that when it's writing an email, when it's generating content on my behalf, and so on. Always use active voice for hooks, and so on. So you can completely steer it. So based on this, it knows my ICP, and then it goes in and says, okay, this prospect matches 72 out of 100. So now that we have that, you start to build out a very simplistic list of your prospects. Now you could directly from there copy paste the recommendation and just do whatever you need to do. But here, let's say you want to keep a track. We can connect to HubSpot and you can bring in data and pull it back. That gets complicated. But for here, just to give you an idea, updated on May 26th, here's some information about that user and all that. So now what I can do is I can run targeted account-based marketing based on certain parameters. So when I go to Campaign Studio, and I did this again in the morning, I can choose, let me just start. I can say, hey, I need to run a campaign or an ABM campaign. And instead of just me describing that account list, go pull it from my collection, which is in the prospects, which is where I'd accepted all my prospects. So here's an example of what we did. Let me see if I can find a few that is useful to show. Okay, let's just look at this. So out of those 6, it said, look, 2 of them are from this company called Synthesia. Another one is from Scale. So that's the enrichment part. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about agent-to-agent marketing. Reality is, I haven't seen it yet. I do think it's coming. But this is purely, again, it's an opinionated way of doing marketing because it's based on my experience. And I believe marketing, even today, is still human to human. And so only if you write for another human, it should have that. And if you are reaching out to somebody, it should have that quote-unquote humanness. Agent to human, at least what I've seen, is just a volume analytics game. You're getting 0.8% return, 0.5%, and you're playing the same game over and over. What I'm trying to say is with agents, you can actually do one-to-one or segment of one marketing. So what does that mean? So for example, here, for this account only, if I now click on this, it's giving me something related to social. It's giving me email example, but it's specific to that account and specific to what it knows about my brand, which I can use as a starting point, right? So if I connect this to something like Humanic or something, some email, yeah, I can do that. I can send it at scale. But right now, the reason we don't do this is because everybody else is doing it. And to me, that also feels unnatural. I was reading a post where Paul Graham, he talks about it. Like if you look at all the outreach emails now, they've gotten so good that looks like somebody from New York Times wrote it, like a, journalist. But once you read it and you realize it's AI, you don't want to touch it. So it's not the quality, it's what humans can connect with another human. Here's another story. Ruth Asawa had her exhibition here in SF. My wife went to it, and she came back, and she kept talking about it for next 2 days. I said, why do you like it? She was like, well, look at her brain. Like, what she produced was just phenomenal. It's amazing. I was like, can AI do it? She said, yeah, of course AI can do it, and can do it 10 times better. But I don't want to see that because I cannot relate to it. So if you want to relate to another human, it has to be something genuine and authentic, and that's what builds your brand, not volume, in my humble opinion. But you could do that. In fact, for every single company, let me see if I can, so these are still, yeah, maybe this one. So for this, let's say Linear was an account. This used to take us like 10 to 12 days in one of the companies I worked with. I go to the agency, they give me a landing page. I go to the content person, they give me the content. I go to somebody else to do email in Marketo. I go to somebody else to do 20 other things. And I want to run the ABM today, and it's 12 days from now, BDRs are yelling, the campaign is not ready. So here for one account, not only you can create email, this one has failed, social plan, but you can also create landing pages. And those landing pages then, once it's connected, is on your website, and then you can start to measure it. So it's an entire pack based on the account and the person that you just curated through. Was there a question? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so here's the other thing I wanted to show in terms of inbound, switching over a little bit. So in inbound, we don't just, at least marketers, they don't just randomly go and start writing article. They want to plan. They have a calendar. And so what we used to do is we used to take a keyword or a campaign, run a deep SEO and GEO research, then come back with certain cluster of keywords that we want to go after. And then there has to be reason for why we are doing this. So I want to always be looking at, what's the keyword difficulty, the search volume, things like that. So it's grounded in, it's literally how I used to do it, or my team used to do it. And then based on that, it will generate the content plan. And the content plan is then saved to the calendar, where I can now go and move things around, put it inside of schedule, and then I can just click on any one of these, and I've generated the article. So then I can just go in and I can then just go in and then take over and start to write. So that's the other piece, which is for inbound. And then lastly, within website, I wanted to show, this is what we are working right now, is everybody familiar with Andrej Karpathy's loop of self-improvement? So Andrej Karpathy is one of these famous developers, now he's joined Anthropic, and he wrote a very seminal paper, I think about 2-3 months ago, where you can make agents run for a very long time, and you can take these agents, point it to certain goals, and then you can tell it, if this goal is verifiable, don't stop till you have achieved the goal. Now that only works if your goal is verifiable. So in a marketer's world, in a website, there are a couple of verifiable goals. For example, if there is a form fill, I can make a goal of having a conversion rate of 20%. Let the agent, based on what I've given it, figure out how to get to 20%. And of course, it'll ask me for review before I approve. So we've created this, which basically then runs the audit. You can set the goals, and it tells you, hey, this is what I found on this web page. Do you want me to go do it? And if you say yes, it will go do it, although I still feel very cautious before I let it do certain things. And then, of course, the brand agent. So think of it as whatever it knows about your brand, you can put it on your website. And instead of a form, it will book meetings for you. It will answer questions, and it will stick to the guardrails of what you have given it. What we are working on next is it will generate pages on the fly for you. So let's say if somebody comes in and they're only talking about, I don't know, a certain kind of a blender, then every answer that it makes becomes part of that page. And then when you save the page, that's when it asks for your name and email and save that as an intent. That's not in the product yet, but that's very close to what we are going to do in our product release. Anyways, I'll stop here. I know I've covered a whole bunch of different things and see if there are any questions.
Thank you for sharing this. I have a quick question on the goals. So how does it work? Like, for example, 100 people come on the website, and then my goal is to send 80 people to a product detail page. Let's say I set that as a goal. Like, where here, would it identify the friction points? And then essentially, are you meeting that goal? If not, like, why? Like, how does that come together?
Yeah, very much like a human. So what we do is you can give it access to GA4, which is the analytics, or PostHog, and it has events in those pages. So it looks at that data, and then based on the skills that we have provided, which is the CMO skills, it knows that there are certain knobs it can turn based on the content of the copy, based on the heat map of the entire page, and then based on general best practices of what it knows from the LLM, because it's been trained on, trillions of pages. Based on all of that, it will give you the recommendations. And sometimes the recommendations you may not agree with, so you can reject it or edit it. But I take very simplistic ones, like Nutanix, we had a test drive, and our call to action was very simple. We wanted people to sign up with a verifiable email. So if I were to do that today, it will give me suggestions to say, have the second step to be verify email. Second would be, if you want email, maybe take this step from here, add it to the next step. Or if people are coming here mostly from this blog, then go to this blog and make this change. So there are so many low-hanging fruits that we can do within the site. It starts there and starts to inch towards whatever your goal is. The goals are not free-form, by the way, so you cannot just go in and say, oh, make no mistakes, make 100% conversion. That doesn't work. There are some predefined goals that we have added in the system that we know can be verified with increments. And that's what it would do.
Thanks so much for sharing this. Really cool to see the Robin platform. Given that marketing tactics or orchestration changes over time, who do you see as the end user of the product? Like, who would be tweaking this as things change?
Yeah, so I think it is in many ways, your marketing coworker. And I didn't show this, but here's, these are the skills and tools that we have provided to our agent, and it's called Rory. Rory is a very famous marketer, Rory Sutherland. You should follow him, look him up. So anything that I do is multiplayer. So now I can say, hey, this is a prioritized list of SEO and GEO keywords. It's here. It's all in my artifacts. And when I hover over this, it'll show that this is shareable with the team. Everybody else can see it. And if I want to make it private, I just click on it and it turns into a lock. And all my artifacts are here. So if I do like a one-pager, or if I create an ad, I can just keep it here, and I can also see what the rest of my teams are doing. So to long-winded answer to your question, who is it for? I think it's for any marketing team that cares about their brand that cares about consistency and then wants to share it or collaborate within the team. Any other questions?
Anybody else?
Hey, I have a quick question about how do you reduce hallucination for AI written content in response to the Google algorithm ranking for SEO content, which is typically something marketers concern.
So I don't know if you just saw what I did. I just said cite and verify your claims. But that's one of the ground rules that's already within this system prompt. And we have other guardrails into it as well. Now, having said that, there's a history, traceability, and all of that in the background to see what agents did and what they responded with. The reality is, I was reading somewhere that 4.8 that came out is actually doing a lot more hallucinations. So, there's a lot of vibe check to it as well. So you constantly run evaluations, and those evaluations are something that we do in the background. And that's why I feel like if you go with Claude, you are stuck with Anthropic and what the model does. You go with Gemini, and it's good at something else, but you have no control over the hallucinations or the knowledge and memory. When you go with an agent, or you build your own agent, you control the identity, the guardrails, the soul.md that it's called, and knowledge.md, brand.md, design.md. And that covers for most of, I would say, 99%. The rest you have to verify for sure. We are not past that, where we blindly trust any agent. Yeah. So here's telling me what I can verify. 19 specialized agents. It's from your master brand guide, elevator pitch. So it's telling me that the reason I put this into your ad is because you have it in your brand book, and if you want to change it, you can go and change it over there. So this is like a longer-term trust that you start to build, only if it does what it's supposed to based on your instructions.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
From your current customers, what do you find their most impressive use case that they get the most excited about and use most often?
I would be lying if I said there is a pattern. There is a B2C customer, and they only use Rory for everything. They use it for SEO, GEO. They don't even touch other parts. There are much smaller customers. Then there are larger customers. They only do ABM. And then there's a big majority of smaller customers that are just sick and tired of website being on WordPress or something else that they cannot control. So they are mostly on the website. They're like, okay, take over, let me point and prompt, and show me what I need to change, and show me how I change it. And those are the customers. I was talking to one in the morning who also care about the prospects and signals so that they could do something about it. Sorry? For larger customers, yes, and the agent. You can run this, by the way, in Claude as well. So we have a MCP connector. And once you create the brand book, you can tell Claude or Codex, ask Robin about my brand, and then give me something. So you maintain your brain in Robin, and then have the other agents read from it.
Cool. Thank you very much, Madhukar. He'll be here for a bit. If you have other questions, feel free. Let's take a couple of minutes, and then we have Elaine Zelby coming up. She is the co-founder and COO of Tofu. If you haven't heard, they're They raised like $10 million a couple of years ago, and she's original thought leader in the space, a lot to do with content, and she's going to explain what they're doing.
Hello, everybody. I'm super excited to talk to everybody today. Just quick way of introduction. I'm Elaine Zelby. I'm one of the founders and CRO of a company called Tofu in the agentic demand gen space. So trying to help companies build pipeline by scaling hyper-personalized campaigns across sales and marketing in your existing systems. So I have a weird background. I started my life as a biomechanical engineer doing med device, very quickly realized that was definitely not for me, way too slow of an industry. So I joined a startup as employee number 2, got to learn the entire go-to-market space and just found a home for myself there. And through that, I ended up going to the VC world. I spent 5 years as a venture capitalist at a firm called Signalfire, specifically investing in seed stage companies at the intersection of AI and software. From there, I kind of saw the writing on the wall in 2022 that AI had taken a giant step change in terms of functionality and capabilities. So I jumped ship and started Tofu with 2 of my co-founders. Funny story, actually. In 2018, I built my first Gen AI product, so way, way, way too early, and it was called SoundSpot. And the idea was there was so much great content out there. There was blogs, there was newsletters, Substack was starting to take off. I wanted to be able to listen to it as a podcast. So it could ingest any feed of content and turn it into a custom podcast. You could pick your voice. It was using GPT-1, if you can believe that, and Google's original transformer for speech called Tacotron, and it felt like magic at the time. Fast forward 6 years, you get Notebook LM, and it's laughable what we built. But this has been a space that's always been near and dear to my heart, and I'm just having truly a ball building right now. So I'm going to show you a bunch of stuff in terms of how I actually build, what you can do as well. I find it very, very boring to watch somebody just like live use Claude Code. So I've pre-built a bunch of stuff, but I'm going to walk through exactly how I did it, real prompts, real edge case handling, all of that stuff. Now, originally, I was going to talk about building agents for data quality because we've actually done a ton of that at Tofu. But I got feedback from a lot of people that where people are much more interested right now is building more things that are pipeline generating or revenue driving. So what I'm going to show you today is actually how to build proactive sales agents that are helping to find hidden opportunities that you might not know about, and then what you can do to make them actionable. Just to quickly show you, though, what you can possibly do on the data quality side, here is one of the things that we built for ourselves. So how I came to this conclusion that this was important was the first agent I tried to build was a job change agent. We sell to marketers. Marketers change jobs every 12 to 18 months. I went through 200 people that I had talked to back in late 2023. 75% of them were not at their same job 3 years later. So I wanted to build this agent. I started going and started building, and the very first thing I ran into was the fact that we had 7,400 duplicate contact records. We are a 3-year-old company, and I think this is the case for nearly every company under the sun. So we had looked at some tools, and I was like, we can just build this ourselves. So what we did was we used Claude Code 100% to build what we call our dedupe agent. So this scans our company's HubSpot. We have our company records. We have our contact records. If I look at, let me show you one that's earlier, so it's showing you where there's more to look at, because right now it's quite clean. Here you can see we bucket things based off of what did we find. So for these people, you can see this bucket of 139 people all have the same, it's a corporate versus personal email. So we've identified it is most likely the same person, but we have those 2 emails. The fact that we can bucket this means we can handle this as a cohort. So now I can say anybody that fits this description, we can give it a decision. So we can say always merge. And then you can see we kind of assess exactly how we should merge it, and just makes it so much easier to keep this clean. Now the fun thing is this is going to run on a monthly basis, so anything where we've set a rule, it will automatically run every single month. Anything that requires human review, we're going to get a ping, and you'll be able to come in here and then either go through records manually or take a look at the new bucket. So This has been a fun one. This is something where, again, I feel like almost every company has this issue. It's never really that big of a problem until you try to build your own agents. And agents that are working on a really bad data foundation, we've just found it's truly just adding more, more mess to the entire system. So I did just want to show this, and I'm happy to answer any questions later on exactly how we built this, but this is definitely something that has been really valuable to us. What I want to talk about today, though, is these proactive sales agents. So I use Claude to build me a little presentation thing here about exactly what we're doing and why. So we know that within Tofu, we have our known environment, which is our CRM. We have our unknown environment, which is all the activity that's happening outside of there. We want to go and be able to find signal against our CRM and then against the existing world outside of that. So what are we doing here? First, we are going to go and build a foundation. The foundation starts with, who is our ICP actually? So what I did was I created a skill that on a quarterly basis analyzes all of our close won deals, all of our close lost deals, and then all of our call recordings from that period of time. And it's going to give us a true representation of what is ICP, what wins the best deals, what has the highest ACVs, what has the shortest close rates, things like that. So I'll walk you through exactly how we build that. From there, it's going to create a scoring rubric. So now we've identified the actual super nuanced version of our ICP. How can I build a scoring rubric to know when a company comes in or hits an alert, how should I score them? Should they be prioritized or not? That's the scoring rubric piece. We're going to go and tier it into different buckets, and the different buckets are treated differently. The next piece is, well, cool, I found an account that's super hot, tier 1, perfect ICP fit. I don't email an account. I don't show ads. Well, maybe you show ads, but you want to go and target people. I want to message people. I want to call people. So I then built a skill that goes and sources the buying group within that account. So we know exactly who our buying group should look like. Also, Claude analyzed this and told us exactly who it should be. But now it's going to go and source the right contacts for each of them and enrich it with the information that I need to take action on that. So this is the foundation that had to happen before we could build any agents on top of it. With that in place, here are just a few of the type of trigger events that I want to go and look for. So one is social listening, and that's the one I'm going to walk you through end to end today of how to build a social listening agent where we're going and scraping LinkedIn for specific keywords and topics with specific personas, figuring out whether those accounts are ICP, finding the buying group contacts from that, and then taking action on it. That's one. Maybe a new buyer joins a target account that's already in my CRM. They're not an open opportunity. There's somebody that somehow has gotten into my CRM, ICP fit, but now a new, for us, CMO joins. That's a perfect opportunity for us to go and do that. Compelling event happens. So that could be different for every company. It could be that they just had a merger. It could be they launched a new product. It could be that they got a funding round. Whatever those compelling events are, we're going to capture those and then create a separate proactive agent. Close loss worth revisiting. This one is a very underlooked one. If you think about it, in any buying journey, you have awareness, do they know you exist? Education, what do you do? Why should you be useful? Interest, and then actually the pipeline process. A company that's closed lost has gone through that entire funnel, yet everyone seems to be so focused on net new accounts that have never even heard about you. So making sure that we're taking those closed lost deals and squeezing as much out of them as we possibly can is really useful. Now, knowing when it's worth revisiting is the tricky part. So did they specifically tell us that a compelling event is happening in 6 months? Talk to us then. Did they mention that they were trying to hire a new person that would be the manager of this? Had they made that hire? Did they start opening old emails from 6 months ago? We can look through a lot of different signals. Champion job change, pretty obvious one. This is another agent we built ourselves. Funny story on this one, I had actually bought Clay in December for job change, specifically. We evaluated 4 other methods, that was the best at the time. By April 1st, we still had not implemented this. And I went to my ops person and I was like, what is going on, dude? And he's like, oh, it's so complicated. The go-to-market person from, or the consultant from Clay is like overcomplicating this table. So I said, hey, let me see it. So he shows me this table. It's 137 columns. It keeps breaking in a bunch of places. It can't handle the edge cases. So I told him, I was like, give me 48 hours and let me see if I can build this. So we built our own. So now we have our own job change agent. And then lastly is lookalikes for close one. This is actually one of my other favorites outside of social listening. This one in particular is really great because it's repeatable and you can automate it every time a deal hits close one in your CRM. You can spin up the agent to say, great, I see this new deal. Let me understand the context of the deal. Let me understand why did they buy, what is the shape and size, what tech stack are they on, who else were they evaluating, and then I can go and use that data to create my lookalike criteria and then go find a bunch of companies that look like that and then go and create messaging and outbound for them. So these are some of the different proactive agents that we have running. Now, what's going to happen here? So this is exactly the process that we're trying to map out. A signal hits. So we've captured a signal based off of one of these different agents. The very first thing we need to do is make sure to score it against our ICP rubric. Just because something trips the signal does not mean it's actually useful to go chase. So then it goes and ingests that account, and it scores them in the ICP rubric. If they are a tier 1 or 2 account, it then passes them, so it gives them a pass, and then they go to the next place. The next step is that sourcing the right contacts. We're using a totally different data set for this. So we have our own data sets. For us, for sourcing the contacts, we're using a combination of a tool called Crust Data, which we really like, and then Clay. From there, I need to actually make sure it's getting put back into our CRM and assigned to the right owner. So we go and create it in HubSpot. We assign it to the right people. And the way we do the assignment rules was also baked into the prompt. If the account had an owner already, assign to the existing owner. If it did not, create a new account and round robin. If it's something like a job change, which is an interesting one, this is a fun edge case. So if somebody changes jobs, if they go to an account that is owned by somebody already, and it was a previous customer, we actually want to reassign it because that original person who sold the deal should be the owner of the new account if there's no opportunity. So it's kind of fun to think through all of these different edge cases. And I'll show you as I go into Claude how I build. I really think like a PM and spend a pretty exorbitant amount of time mapping out all of the possible edge cases, all of the data sets, and then what happens if we see this. From there, we've assigned. We're now going to go and alert the right person, in our case, the right AE, in Slack. That is our tool of choice. So now we're going to go and share a proactive alert in Slack that we can then go and take action on directly in Slack because we also have an agent running there. So that is the process. Now, I'm going to go ahead and jump into Claude, and I'm going to walk through first the deal analysis. I know this is really small. I'm going to read this prompt verbatim just so you can kind of see how I prompt and how I structure this. Also, if there are questions at any time or if anybody wants me to double click on anything, please like raise your hand, shout out. Yeah, go. I will show you actually what I do in each. So I would say you can do things like the ICP scoring and the rubric and things like that in Cowork. I don't know if I would be able to accomplish the full end-to-end agent that runs on a schedule that does a bunch of complex things using data sources in Cowork. So I sometimes will use Cowork to create my skills. So if there's a skill, and the way I define, this is actually, somebody asked me this yesterday, the definition for me of like when do I use a skill versus more of like an agent versus more of just a prompt. For me, a skill is a repeatable workflow that is like horizontal. So it's not tied to a specific workflow or agent. So for example, there are numerous things that will feed into me wanting to score ICPs. There are numerous things that are going to feed into me wanting to find contacts that are buying group contacts. So that's not specifically tied to a one-off workflow, whether it's automated or not. So to me, that's a skill. Skills, great to do in Cowork. I think this probably code. Of course, yeah. It updates quarterly. So I specifically chose quarterly because I think you're not going to get enough net new signal in the span of a couple weeks or a month. I think quarterly is the right amount of time. You can also, depending on the size and scale of your organization, you can break these scoring rubrics by things like product line, industry, geography. I guarantee you it's going to look a little bit different. We're at the scale where it was fine for us to group everything together, but I have run this specifically on industry. We sell to a bunch of cybersecurity companies. That was a weird vertical that popped that we didn't realize why. So I wanted to go and really specifically score them. So I think it depends on what you're doing, but I do think my opinion is that quarterly is the right time to refresh. So the way it's refreshing, by the way, so that reinforcement learning is all coming from our CRM data and our call recordings. The humans are going to interpret what they want to interpret. The real data is sitting in actual, like, whatever happened. So who moved forward and who didn't? What were they saying on the calls? What tech stacks are we seeing convert best? What personas in the group are we seeing convert best? All of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
You can have multiple different ICP rubric based off of either industry or whatever group subset that you want.
100%. And the way I would have structured this, if let's say I was doing this by vertical to keep it simple, I would have gone and had it create, let's say, my 5 top verticals. The first step in the agent is hit the signal. The first thing I would do is triage it of where does this company fall in vertical, and then go score it based off of that rubric. So I would add one step in between somebody tripped a signal and then score it. So my exact prompt on this is use Sybil. So Sybil is our AI call recorder. That's where all of our call data lives.
Yes, ma'am.
We do pass in a lot of that data to HubSpot, but Sybil also has an MCP, and getting the raw transcripts just gives us so much more rich detail. So it actually is going through every call from the last quarter with a deal that was either closed won or closed lost. So use Sybil and HubSpot MCPs to run an in-depth analysis of our close won and close lost deals. Look at both CRM data as well as call data. Create as detailed but concise analysis as you can, identifying our true ICP and what we should look for when prioritizing accounts. This should include demographics, overall size and shape of company, new hires or role shifts, any major company inflection points like product launch, funding, acquisition, technographics, and any patterns or nuances that make companies particularly good for Tofu in terms of close rate, speed of deal, ACV. So I was giving it pretty clear bounds of what to look for, and then find anything else that we might not know about. So I'll tell you what this spit out. So I had it put together a little doc here so you can visualize it. But this is also saved now as a skill. So I had to go and save this as a skill. I also have it save the scoring rubric. So here's where we actually win according to the data. So you can see it analyzed 112 closed won deals, 590 closed lost deals. Super interesting for me. So our overall win rate is 16%, but within our target ICP, it's 67%. So to me, this is like a clear signal blaring, do not focus on anything that is not in that bucket. Our win rate will go up so substantially. That was just, again, super, super obvious. There's some of the, so there's a pass one. These are the things that I probably could have told you myself. So what type of headcount, what type of revenue or funding, what stack should they be on, what geography. I could have told you that stuff. Where it starts to get interesting is here. So what turns it not from a, yes, this could be a good deal, but a why now? Why should we chase this today? So a few of the things it flagged. Number one is having a new CMO or VP marketing in seat in the last 6 months. Super, super important for us to win a deal. PE or investor AI mandates. So if they are either owned by a PE firm or have an investor that has gone really heavy-handed in forcing the companies to adopt AI, this is also knowable which ones these are. That is a really good signal for us. A product launch or rebrand in the last certain amount of time. Marketing headcount cut, that was actually an interesting one, also knowable data. But if a team has cut marketing headcount, they're going to need to replace that with tools to help them do more. If a company is moving up market or has launched a new ABM motion, this is knowable from things like job descriptions talking about ABM, social listening talking about that, Moving up market, we look at things like their case studies, the logos on their website, so good indications of a shift in that direction. An upcoming event with a hard follow-up date. I love this one because once I saw this, I was like, oh, this is so true. Anytime we find a company that is either doing like a massive trade show, hosting a user conference, something big where they're gonna have a ton of people that they need to follow up with really quickly in a super personalized way to generate pipeline, it's a really good, compelling event for us. Last two were, this one was fun too. Champion personal deadline. So somebody is coming, like soon gonna go out on paternity leave. They have an upcoming hackathon where they need to show some cool stuff. They have a board meeting where they know they need to show AI adoption. These are actually really compelling reasons why somebody would go and buy Tofu or a tool. And then lastly, a fiscal deadline. That one's a bit more obvious to me. So these were like way more nuanced and way more specific than I would have expected. Yeah, go ahead. HubSpot and Sybil are the two sources. So HubSpot is our CRM, and call recordings are Sybil. Exactly. That's the call recording data. Yeah, for sure. Calls are amazing. Yeah.
Two questions. One, do you feel that by just looking at ones that you won and lost, you're limiting your opportunity area? Or is that total addressable market large enough that you don't have to worry about it? And then the second question was, do you look at those, like you said, 67 in your bullseye, but do you say, why didn't we win more? And then figure out, like, is that a product roadmap issue or what might it be?
Great question. And that moves on to the next one. So what are the patterns that kill deals? So it actually went and did this as well. So things that close a deal versus things that lose a deal. On your first question, so in my mind, we're looking at everything that made it into an opportunity. And we start with opportunity when we have a first call. So I think for us, that probably is the right scope to look at. I think you would start to muddy the waters a bit if you expanded it to like anyone who ever filled out a form or attended a webinar, things like that. That's more of the marketing funnel, which I would look at slightly differently. This is definitely more of a feeding back into the marketing funnel, but this is a bit more around like, where do we actually win? Therefore, who should I target and what signals should I look for when it comes to super top funnel? So I still feel good about looking at that section, but why didn't we win more? Love that question. Here is why we don't win more. So I'll give you kind of the losing shape. If we have a director-only champion with no VP or C-level visibility, we're gonna lose. If somebody is a champion that's new in role, so this is actually really fascinating. New buyer, great. New champion, not great. They do not have the clout or the internal credibility yet to make a purchase decision or pull the trigger. So that's actually a very good negative pattern for us to look out for, which is also interesting when it comes to job change because they're gonna be new in role. We have to be very careful with that and time it accordingly. So my takeaway from this is we should actually wait probably 1 quarter, if not a little bit more, to really lean into people that we've known that have changed jobs. Champion leaves mid-cycle. Unfortunately, this happens to us all of the time, but really bad negative pattern for us. And then this is another interesting one that I think I wouldn't have called out, but it makes perfect sense. If we have a CMO who's really AI forward and like, I want to buy this, but hasn't brought in the team that's going to be the users, this usually goes south pretty quickly. So those are some of the reasons we lose. Let me see if there's anything else interesting here. Oh yeah, here's a couple other ones. This is more like the no-fly zone. So here's where like you can expect to lose if you see these things. So it's some things around company size. We can't play at a company that's 20,000 employees. We shouldn't try. We get at-bats. It's just a waste of time. So we should just say no to those. Anything that's a pure developer tools or PLG motion, we don't serve well. Again, we continue to engage with them, but we really shouldn't. Super tiny companies, also not a good fit. If they're focused heavily on SMB, so really long tail, selling to restaurants or whatever, not a good fit. Highly regulated, sales cycles have just kind of gone dark and we've just not been able to succeed there. So really useful data for me. But what's cool is, great, now I have some learnings, but what I really want it to do is build some agents that are gonna use this. So this is kind of step one, and then we built our scoring rubric. So let me hop back over here. Okay, so we have this, we have our scoring rubric. Now the second thing we did was build our contact sourcing skill. So this to me is a skill. We're building the skills, then we're gonna build the agent that strings together the skills. So in this skill, we use a data source, as I mentioned before, called Crustdata. Crustdata has access to LinkedIn's API, so it's very helpful for us to get that type of data. They historically had not been the best at work email, so we had a secondary provider that just enriched with work email. They've actually gotten a lot better on that front as well. So here you can see we're using Crustdata to build the buying committee at the account. I specifically told it that I wanted champion, economic buyer, influencer personas. I already have a persona doc saved into my Claude instance, so it knows to pull from that, and it's saved to memory. So it does have access, just FYI on that front. But now I asked it specifically to create a new skill called contact sourcing, save it, and then I asked it to use one company that I know as an example. So I picked this company, Entra, just because I saw them recently. And you can kind of see what it did. So here, it gave me the immediate buying committee and then a much larger set of people that might be influential. So buying committee, it looks great to me. It's CMO, SVP of growth marketing, VP of product marketing and content, and senior director marketing strategy and ops. So if I was gonna go and like literally tell you the titles that I want, could not be more picture perfect. And then we're also gonna go and give you any additional information around what we think they might be. So funny enough, it like flagged, this person might be the gatekeeper because they're on ops. This person's gonna be the secondary buyer, but this person's gonna own the budget. So that information's really relevant. And then here you can kind of see we now have our secondary contacts that are going to be the influencers and more of the ICs. So you're gonna see a lot of very relevant titles for us, so things like ABM, demand gen, lifecycle, field marketing, but these are more at the mid-level or IC level as well. So now we have this skill, looks good to me, so we save this as a skill. So what we're gonna do from here is now we're gonna go and build our agent. So when I went to build this agent, we'd already done a lot of that setup work. I now specifically told it that I wanted it to create, this is the lookalike agent. So, or sorry, not lookalike, this is the social listening agent. So I wanted it to go and find up to 10 new accounts every day. So this is going to run daily on a schedule that we should prioritize based on social listening. I specifically told it to use Crustdata for that social listening to find key personas that are posting about, in my case, ABM, pipeline generation, demand gen agents, go-to-market data quality issues, or AI and marketing topics. I then explained that it should use first the ICP identification skill to score them. If they are tier 1 or 2, they pass the initial test. Now we run them through the contact sourcing skill to identify the relevant contacts. I asked specifically for it to use Clay to enrich any additional information that might be missing, like work email. And then I asked it to do a bunch of research on the account and the person. So specifically, and this is stuff that I wanted the AE to have at their fingertips, or if this was a larger marketing campaign to be able to do, I wanted to be able to research the pain that we can help with at the account, any compelling events that have happened in the last 6 months, their tech stack. One note on this, I forgot to include to use built with. I have a built with API key. That's what I use for tech stack and for technographics. So down in the chat, you'll see that I add in built with as well. So tech stack, new relevant personnel change, and then a hook on what we should lead with in any outreach. And then for the contacts, I wanted it to take each of the contacts and write a short description of the work history and role, relevant information about them personally. So I asked it to go and research things like any interviews, blog articles, podcasts, social profiles to come up with some interesting nuggets on them. Information about their hiring or gaps on their team that we might want to go and talk about. And then a specific hook for them as well, pulling in a relevant customer story or a point that we should lead with. Then I give it some information around exactly how I want to push this into HubSpot. So if they don't exist already, I want to push them in with a specific source field, which for us is integration. If they do exist already, we're not going to go and touch that. From there, it's going to aggregate each of the accounts that we're flagging on this daily basis and send a notification. For this example, I created a new Slack channel just so it wouldn't bother my team. But you can tell it where to send it, who to flag, and then when you want to run it. So I have it running on a cadence every morning. And then I ran a test. So whenever I'm building anything, I always run a test. And I always end with the exact same sentence in any one of these Claude Code sessions. First sentence is, or last sentence is, before you begin, ask me any clarifying questions. And I know people have heard this already, but it's useful to reiterate because it's also hard, it's easy to forget. So it asked me a ton of questions, and we went through the whole thing. I gave it a bunch of information that I was missing, and then we built our agent. So to show you this actually in practice, let's hop over to my Slack. Oops. And kill this phone call. So here is an example of this running. So here is what it provided me. So it sent me this account that it had flagged. You can see it's going to give me all of the information based off of the initial scoring skill. So you can see this is a tier 2 account, score 61 out of 100. It's going to give me an expected close rate, cycle time, ACV, and then some high-level information about the company. So 125 employees, 25 to 50 million raised, good VCs, definitely fits the persona, like definitely fits within their bucket. This is where it starts to get really interesting and really useful. So in this case, it's going to tell me why this account. So it gives me the pain points. This is kind of cool. So it says, demand gen leader is publicly questioning whether marketing source pipeline numbers are real. So now I have like a good hook to go off of. Compelling events, they just launched this new Calico for AI workloads product, and they're repositioning the company around that. So marketing has a major new product story that it has to tell. Their tech stack is likely Salesforce and Marketo or HubSpot. So this one, I think I needed to work on the built with stuff a bit. Personnel change, they've had the same CMO for almost 6 years, which is amazing. They got a new demand gen leader in May of 2025. So now, been in the seat for a year. So it says that's a champion who's open to a better system. They've gotten their feet wet. They really understand the situation. And then here is my hook. So it's kind of bringing in, this person was the one that wrote the LinkedIn post. So it says, I saw your 3-question test for marketing source pipeline. Tofu was built for that exact audit. We let demand gen leaders answer. Would this op have happened without us? So good hook. Now here's where it pulls in the buying committee. So now it's flagged Shruti, who is the person that also did the post, is the champion. She's the director of global demand generation, so perfect persona, title, everything. We've now enriched her with email and LinkedIn. We have a work history summary here. We have any information about kind of her personally, her team, so small marketing team, 5 to 6 people, no open roles right now. And then we have our hook for her. You can see she's already in HubSpot, and here's the ID, so we're not gonna recreate. Verse here is the CMO, so this is going to be the buyer. We have the work history. He is new for us, so he's getting added to our HubSpot with a lead source attached. And then we have our influencer persona. It then also gives me the exact signal, so I have something that's verifiable. I can go and actually view the LinkedIn post exactly that this person posted, so I might want to go and review or pick up on something else. Now, that's what's going to happen and get triaged to the right owners, the right people, on a daily basis. So this runs every morning. What I can do from here is use my agent in Slack to go and take action on this. So in this case, what I did was I told it to write an outbound email to Shruti and Utpal and send to HubSpot. So here you can see it has written me emails to both Utpal and Shruti. You can see again, I thought it was quite good. You can revise either of them, so I have the ability to go and provide some feedback. I can review them. And then if I wanted to go and export these, I could export them directly either out of Gmail or out of HubSpot. So this will literally go and push an email to wherever you want it to go. So this is how we kind of make them actionable. Now you can imagine having these across a bunch of different signals, and on a daily basis, let's say it's 9 a.m. every day, we're gonna aggregate any of the accounts that we've captured, scored, verified from each of these different signals, give you what signal it hit, and then push them to the right reps to action. I personally don't have comfort yet on removing the human in the loop. I think this is an area where I would love to get comfort to be able to truly put this into a place where I run it and it's just sending stuff on my behalf. Right now, we're definitely in the human in the loop place where there's a few points where we still want a bit of review. This has gotten really good though, meaning I do very minimal editing, and at this point, I'm pretty comfortable with that. The next phase that we're moving into is really around how do we stack signals to narrow the ICP as much as possible to give us the highest likelihood of getting an account in pipeline to convert. So I'll show you what we've built for our team that'll give you a bit of insight as to where this is going. So this is kind of how we're starting to stack different signals. So we can see here, these are the signals that we're watching. So today we're watching for, we are watching for a target account has a newsworthy event. And we can configure all of these. So I can say, here's what to look for, and only fire when there's more than 100 employees, it's B2B SaaS, exclude any that have raised in the last 3 months, whatever that criteria looks like. We then kind of configure where does it go and who do you mention. So I could say and mention me or whatever. So it's gonna go to that channel. And then what do we do? So in this case, what we have it doing is research decision makers at the target account, pull verified business emails, draft a short per decision maker outbound email sequence anchored on the event with citation, posted in line as drafts for the rep to review. So that's the action item. We have a separate signal for stalled deal. We have one for new decision maker at a target account. So we have a watch list in our CRM of about 17,000 accounts. If any of them get a new decision maker, that's gonna trip this signal. Close lost worth revisiting that we talked about before. Champion job change. And then new account in ICP. This one is pretty cool. So the new account in ICP is looking for companies that we've found that match your bullseye. So these are not companies in your CRM. These are companies outside of your CRM. This is gonna be a pretty low volume signal, but when we find companies that are like perfect fit based off of everything we've gleaned from your ICP analysis, we're gonna flag that. And the way this kind of works is we are constantly triggering these signals in Slack, but you can see here's also the activity feed of what we've done. So here you can see this account triggered it from a product launch or customer deployment. We have M&A. We have, let's see what's not a newsworthy event. Close loss worth revisiting. So specific thing around what did they do. We have got some more close loss worth revisiting. Champion job changes. Net new account in ICP. So these are, to me, some of the more interesting ones. So in this case, I've never even heard of this company, but given the description, it really matches perfectly. We have 3 customers that sell into GovTech, but specifically for things around like emergency response. So very close to that same shape and size. Yeah.
Do you have the metrics around like what's working, what's not working, so that you can feed that back into the content that's going into those emails that are going out? And you also have the point in time where you say now humans should manage the sales flow.
Yeah, so it depends on, so we've talked about this so much. So it kind of depends on where the emails are going out of. So if you choose to push it out of Gmail, we're losing a little bit of signal there unless you auto BC HubSpot, which we kind of force people to do. So at least we're capturing that in there, and then we can see open rates via HubSpot. It's a little bit of like a hop, skip, and a jump to get that data. If we're sending all of these out of HubSpot, we have much higher fidelity, but that's also typically not done one-off. So I would say that's one of the pieces. The other thing that I keep coming back to is when you're sending one-of-one things, it's really hard to know why did the person engage or not. It's hard to glean because these signals are all very bespoke. We're aggregating things that do not look alike. And I think that just makes it really hard for us to know if we would have tweaked this, it would have had a better response for this exact company at this exact time. So the way I'm trying to do it, to be really honest, is not overcomplicate this and just try to get better and better at capturing as many accounts and people that fit these different signals and then adding more signals to it. So what's interesting is a lot of our customers, their ICP, when they create target account lists, is like companies between 500 and 2,000 employees in the US that are in, you know, these three industries. That's a really broad and really not refined ICP. It has to it has to be and has a compelling event. I saw this LinkedIn post maybe 2 or 3 months ago that just really stuck with me, and it said the gist was people don't buy because they have pain, they buy because there's a compelling event. And I think that's so true. So our goal with all these different things is to capture the compelling events, then layer on, just because they had a compelling event, are they still a good fit? So I think both of those things are necessary and sufficient to create a good opportunity to get them in pipeline. Really good question. I think I wish I had a better answer, or wish I had a better solution, actually. But I think we're still kind of evolving on this like self-learning mechanism. The thing that I do think is going to help a lot is just rewriting the ICP frequently, and then potentially segmenting ICP by either sector or size or geo. Someone else said,
Here you go.
go, please. Much more fun if it's interactive. I don't need to talk at everyone.
Of my job with this, if I can copy it. There are a few, so I'm going to divide it into data quality, comms, and then just one bigger question. So data quality, for a very old school company, did you ever have any pushback from customers when it came to listening tools? Like recording every call?
Yeah, most of our larger companies do not record calls. And even if they do, they're recording it in a tool that's a walled garden that they can't pass through to their CRM, and definitely doesn't have any kind of MCP or area, like way to get the call data out.
Yeah.
The best case scenario is that you have insights pushed to Salesforce. So what a lot of our customers were seeing is, let's say they're using like Gong or whatever. Gong isn't going to push the whole transcript, but sometimes it'll create an AI summary or like insights. If you can push that to a custom field, that's really good. I'd say that's like probably the best you're going to get.
Okay.
And you know, it's also permission of like who has permission to access this.
Yeah.
So
some
I recognize their
people-
limitations.
Some people, you say, I'm recording this, and they're like, nope. And that's life.
We had a funny story on this. I mean, we record everything. Everyone on our team has a recorder that joins every single call.
Yeah.
And we had now an actual customer, but they refused every call. They said, turn off the recorders. And we were so used to it that when we closed the deal, we tried to hand it over to CS. We were like we couldn't even remember what to tell the CS person, is how reliant we've got on that.
Yeah.
Which is just fascinating. And there's just such rich data in the calls.
Okay. Do you then just use Granola to do it in the background?
I mean, we don't use Granola. We
Oh,
probably
okay.
should on that front. I'm a little queasy about Granola.
'Cause
I don't like to record people if they're not knowing that it's being recorded. I'm very comfortable when my note taker joins and like you can see it there.
Yeah.
It has a funny name. And I'm okay with that. I don't personally have a lot of comfort around the private recording.
Being Dutch, I understand.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to win-loss analysis, does that require any like deeper analysis from the salesperson to, like, do you require any further depth or interviewing in order to get a good win-loss analysis if this is what you're anchoring on?
I think if you have call recording data, and like, even if you could just get transcripts from like a dozen calls
Yeah.
that fit a certain description, and then your CRM data, that picture is going to be so much more real than interviewing sales reps.
Okay.
Everyone thinks they know something, and then the data is showing you something totally different. My favorite analogy here, so Netflix, when they first launched their recommendation algorithm, they had this little survey you took at the beginning. It was like, tell me what type of things you like, and like between these two, what would you choose? And then they watched what people did. Their behavior was night and day different.
Totally.
Everyone was aspirational. Like, I love documentaries, and like, I like, you know, like these, like, whatever. And people just wanted the cheesy rom-coms or whatever that was.
Yeah.
So they abandoned ship on the asking people, and they just watched behavior.
Okay, sweet. Second question, comms. You know, earlier you said this requires an email. How do you decide between email versus LinkedIn versus both? And then how many sequences do you send before you become annoying?
So the way that we do it is because we target mostly people in tech, we're actually just starting to experiment outside of tech. If your audience is on LinkedIn, you should 100% do both. There's
Yeah.
no reason not to. If your audience is not in tech or not on LinkedIn, then obviously email or phone or other channels are going to be better. So it's channel fit for the audience. We send a minimum of 5 emails.
Okay.
I think that you have to be somewhat annoying.
Yeah.
We don't ever send more than 9, but somewhere between 5
Wow.
and 9 is typically the number of touches.
Okay, cool. And you mentioned you used a second vendor for work emails. Who do
We
you
were
use?
using a vendor called Contacts Out. Clay, if you have Clay, ZoomInfo's not that great. I hate to say it. We looked at like People Data Labs. We looked at a few other things. Contacts Out's been quite good. I will say Crust Data, actually even the founder reached out to me being like, we just launched a new thing around work information. So they have by far the best data I've seen for things like anything that you would verify on LinkedIn. So current role, current title, current company, current location. So we actually use it. We do a lot of dinners. This is a fun
Yeah.
one. When you host a dinner, like let's say I'm hosting a dinner in Boston next month, I need to know who lives in Boston, not whose companies are based in Boston. And if you're buying data or getting data from any vendor, or even if HubSpot or Salesforce is adding based on the account, it's going to be the account headquarters.
Yeah.
So we actually overwrite that with person level location. So we're using Crust Data for that.
Okay.
Really good for that.
Brilliant. And I believe you may have answered this question. It sounds like you do not do A/B testing or use a tool for email crafting beyond the hook that you get. Is that fair?
The agent in Slack crafts the entire email. So if I come back here, you'll see here is the email for Shruti, who's the director of demand gen that wrote the post that triggered this. So the
Yeah.
subject line is your 3 email pipeline test. And then you can see like we have the whole email would be here. And then we have our separate one for
Okay.
Utpal.
And you just inscripted best practices and what works, et cetera, to give them guidelines?
Yeah, we've done that. So we've already baked into this agent in particular, we baked in best practices. This also updates quarterly of anything that we've like learned about what
Okay.
SDR emails are performing. But you also have the ability to go and give it feedback, and the feedback will help it learn too.
Okay. And then the final one is like, this is all great. I tried to take pictures. This is insufficient for me to be able to like translate this into building an agent. What video or tool do you recommend so you get more step-by-step instructions on how to do this internally?
I have a bunch of videos that I can send you. I literally yesterday posted it's like 12 minutes, but it's a 12-minute video of me building end-to-end the job change agent.
Great.
So it'll just show you like all the places I fell on my face to and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that'll help. I will tell you, there are certain things that I am not limited by being a founder of a company with access to whatever I want and ability to screw a system. So I'm in a very privileged position.
Yeah.
I know that other people don't have that exact same power, but if you do have access, you can always swap out different data sources and different things. And
Right.
there's like a whole host of ways to achieve the same thing. This will give you the infrastructure on how to do it. But
Okay.
check out my LinkedIn profile. I build a
You
lot of
do
stuff in
post.
public.
Okay. Thank you.
For sure.
Sorry about that.
Any other questions? Got a few more minutes. Yeah.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. I love what you do at Tofu. I'm wondering how you think about sample size and statistical significance when you're analyzing data points, right? Let's say you come to the conclusion that if a CMO joined 6 months ago, that is a really good point to start to look at, right? How do you find the statistical significance there? Is that something that is baked into Tofu? Is there any kind of algorithm behind that?
I love this question because this is also coming back to, oops, sorry, that's not what I meant to show. This kind of comes to the point on A/B testing. So in this case, this was crawling, like, call it 700 deals. That to me is statistically significant. That's enough. The reason that my answer to this A/B testing thing, when we're moving to a world where everything is one-to-one for a person or for a company based on their behavior plus everything we know about them, you can't A/B test when it's one-to-one. You just can't. And I think that one of the jokes I always said, when I was on the VC side, I had 3 other partners that I worked with. And one of them, you texted him, instant response, but email or Slack, nothing. The second one, you Slack messaged him, immediate response, the email or text, nothing. The third one was super responsive on email. So it's like the right channel for the right person. And similarly here, it's like, I can't predict with high fidelity what's gonna exactly work for this person. This is the best effort, best guess. And I think that that's all you can do right now, is you can do one of 2 things. You can A/B test the hell out of generic stuff for a larger audience, or you can try to get one-to-one and just know that it's never going to be truly testable. That's at least my mental model. I would love to be able to go in 5 dimensions of this person of like, if, like scenario planning, if we did this, how would that have changed everything? I just don't think that's realistic.
Thank you.
And I do think, by the way, though, for like analysis for like ICP or things like that, my model would probably be, if I was looking at deal data, I'd probably say 50 deals is kind of like the baseline that I would start with. I don't think I would do anything under 50 deals. So if I was looking at an industry for us, I would only pick industries where we've had at least 50 at-bats. Otherwise, I just think you're gonna get skewed data. Probably have time for one more question.
I'm sure there is one more question hiding somewhere. No?
We got one back there.
What was the service you mentioned for gathering customer data, the last one you were talking about?
For like work email?
Yeah.
Contacts out?
Contacts out. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
That one, we're using that for work email. Our stack is pretty simple, to be honest. It's truly just HubSpot for CRM and marketing automation, Crest data for anything social listening, job change, anything that would be LinkedIn data, contacts out for work email. I bought Clay for the job change thing, and now I'm trying to find creative ways to use 880,000 credits. If anybody has good ideas, because we're not using it at all for job change anymore. And what else am I using?
Doesn't LinkedIn Sales Navigator have that? Doesn't LinkedIn Sales Navigator have that data on the job change?
Data? Oh yeah, but good try getting, like a feed of it. We have to do it via an API, essentially programmatic. Yeah. We don't even have access to LinkedIn API, so we had to go to a data vendor to get access to that. I wish, that would be nice. But even then, it's also lacking anything related to work email, work phone, anything that's actionable. So it's like a cobble together the right pieces. And I think that's really just the way that whenever I'm building out an agent, the way I frame it is, what is the end state? And then what are all the pieces I need to get to the end state? And the pieces usually come in 3 different flavors. Flavor 1 is, what data sets do I need to fill in the gaps? Flavor 2 is, what skills are gonna need to be triggered and used within this? And then flavor 3 is edge cases. And this is actually something that I spend a lot of time on, thinking through all of the different edge cases. Like for example, I mentioned before, just assignment, like lead routing. That's actually way more complex. If somebody changes jobs and the account is owned by a different rep than the contact owner of that person, how do you handle it, right? And so we have to make really explicit decisions on that. The job change one was funny. I ran into so many edge cases. One of my favorites is, if you add to your LinkedIn profile, I started a podcast, I joined a community, I'm on a nonprofit board. LinkedIn treats that as a new role and treats you as having changed jobs. In my world, like, that is not useful information, and that's way more noise than I want. So we had to figure out all of the different edge cases and every bucket that could trigger that where they didn't actually change jobs. Sometimes people would also go and turn fractional or consultant. I still don't want to remove them from my CRM, but they are no longer in my watch list. And there were just a bunch of these different edge cases that we had to handle. Yeah. It's a good question. I have only built my own because I just find that when you have set up Claude in a way that it has, for example, it already has a bunch of information around me, my company, personas, who we sell to, it's very easy for me to build a skill. Like, it probably takes me 10 minutes at this point. So I think it's just once you get that reps under you, sometimes I get inspiration from other people, meaning I might not have a skill to do a certain thing. And I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. But I never go and try to find any prompts or anything like that that someone else has used. I always start from scratch. For sure, a brand skill. So like, truly, like how this was built is that I started with a brand skill, a messaging skill. So making sure that you have those two. And I keep them separate, by the way. A persona skill, again, third skill, so understanding our buying persona and our buying group. I think the ICP scoring is another really important one. What else is really useful? I mean, one that I love for us, so as I mentioned, we do a lot of events. And the reason we had so many duplicates in our CRM and so much mess was because my event marketer and other people just were like uploading all kinds of crap, whether it was outreach for events or lead lists from events. So I built a skill that you give it any spreadsheet in any format, it will normalize the data in the exact columns that I want with the exact headers that I want. It forces the user to input the event name, which is going to be treated as the campaign UTM, the medium, so whatever the medium was, and then it also enriches it with any information that was missing, and it uploads it into HubSpot so that nobody touches HubSpot. I'm like, do not upload another list into HubSpot. That has been a wildly, wildly successful one for us. And that was all in Cowork. That doesn't even require Cloud Code. So that was 100% built in Cowork. But that one's a good one if you do events or have, anytime you have data sources from a spreadsheet that are trying to be uploaded somewhere, if you cannot have people do that, you're going to be much happier. The visual guideline skills, yes, exactly. So like first one is, and the only thing that goes in there, by the way, the only thing, it should be super simple. Fonts, colors, like stylistic elements that matter, nothing else, like that's it. The messaging skill should truly just be, here is our editorial messaging guideline.
What?
That's it, very simple. Personas, here are our 5 personas and maybe a couple details about like how we talk to them or what matters. But I try to keep my skills as tight and small as possible because you can always string them together. It's better to not conflate like 5 things and to like keep them super narrow and say, hey, this one should incorporate 3 as opposed to trying to shove 3 in one place. At least that's what I found. I unwound a bunch of original stuff I built because I was trying to conflate 3 topics and found it was so much better if I made them super narrow slices. For sure. Well, yeah, one more question. Go. The skills are really fast. So as long as you know what you're trying to accomplish, I mean, you should be able to do a skill in under 30 minutes for sure. The agents take me a few hours. So the one I showed you, that probably took me like 3 hours to get working end to end. Like dedicated time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I might have you use the mic.
So I'm curious about, in terms of like building an agent, how does the kind of mental process look like for you to set up the work? Is it something, because I feel like sometimes we begin with an idea of what we want to accomplish and that gets shaped as you tackle different verticals of that problem. And I'm just wondering how that experience has been to you in building such a complex system that requires many things to be analyzed in order to provide, basically in this case, like a living dashboard that is able to be updated. So if you could walk me through how does that work for you in terms of setup?
Totally, and this has definitely evolved as I've just been building a lot of stuff. So the way I start now is I always start with what is the end functionality supposed to do? So in this case, the one that I showed, I had a very specific pain point. Is like, people are talking on LinkedIn about topics that I would want to know about. How do I find those people who are also a good fit for us and flag them? Like that was the job to be done. I really like the job to be done framework. I overuse it a lot. I think my team would like the second I say that roll their eyes, but it's a really important framework. So what is the job to be done? From there, I work backwards to go, okay, so when we see somebody on LinkedIn who's posting, what do I want to do with that? Well, I want to notify the right person in Slack. And I truly work backwards all the way up to the beginning point. So I'm not a PM, but I've kind of learned better PM skills in this process. And then I go through that checklist of those 3 things. So what are the data sets that I need to accomplish once I've broken it up into these baby steps? What are the, what was the second one? What are the, so data sets and tools? What are the edge cases that I'm gonna need? And then where do I want this to actually like ping people? And like where do I want the end output to live? And so I really architect all that. Funny enough, you know where I do this? I do this in Apple Notes. That is actually where I do this. So I don't have any sophisticated system. I literally just start in Notes and like take some notes. And then once I've gotten that fleshed out, I copy that as my prompt. So that's just my workflow, but truly starts with the like job to be done, where should this live, who should it alert, how are we actually gonna get that data? And then the edge cases. The edge cases, by the way, half of the time come when I see an output that looks wrong. So I always run a few tests. Like for job change, we had 17,000 people in the initial batch that I was running it against. I first tested it on 500, then 1,000. And in the first 500 batch, I found 2 new edge cases I didn't know about. And so then I add that back into the memory saying, hey, for this edge case, here's how I wanna handle it. So some of this stuff will come. There's no perfect prompt. Like you're definitely gonna get in some place where you're like, that doesn't look right, or I'm missing some information here. So that's essentially my process.
Last question for lunch.
So love seeing your, like, you can clearly tell that you wrote this as your idea and your thoughts and you're reading through the lines and everything. Fantastic. Before you ask Claude to create that agent, do you ever go to Claude or go to ChatGPT and say, hey, I have this idea for an agent. Here are the 16 bullet points I've come up with. How can it be better? And then have it take that output and put that in as building the agent.
I don't, but I probably should, or at least should try it. I've never done that. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Well, it could go one of 2 ways. It could like give me information that it thinks is good, but for my purposes actually not, or it could actually improve it. So I will try and I will test that.
Yeah.
Good call though.
Thank you very much, Elaine, for,
all.
as usual, such an amazing presentation.
And I am
And thank you very much for taking time out.
Of course. I'm also
okay.
stupidly responsive on LinkedIn. So if anybody has any questions, just ping me on LinkedIn. I will respond.
Cool. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much. So without further ado, let me introduce Ashish, who runs marketing at Glance. So tell folks a little bit about Glance. We have a bunch of, I think a couple of 100 people online. So just introduce yourself again.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. Ashish Takala. I run product marketing and a few consumer marketing initiatives as well for Glance. Glance is an e-commerce agent. So think of it as e-commerce, but in the agentic era. So how do you just give it a selfie and then it figures out what might look good on you? That's the company I work for. But we won't talk anything about Glance today. This is about figuring out how to make content. And there's a few things that I had in mind, but I would want to keep this interactive. See what you guys want to do over the next hour and a half. But the way I title it, I'm obviously like Claude helped me create this morning, but how do you shoot once and post all week? So if you're a B2B marketer looking to up your game with content, posting more on TikTok, posting more on Instagram, how do you get to that scale of content? That is something I was hoping to address over the next 30 minutes or so. But shout out if you have anything top of mind with respect to content that you want to tackle in this session. Anything on your mind that you want us to address over the next 30 minutes. Yeah, please. Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. Anything else? Yeah. Okay. How do you make the the storytelling around your brand? Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's jump in. Yeah, so this is what I had put down as the agenda for the next 90 minutes, starting with strategy and your content engine. And for this one, let's make it super interactive. If anyone's interested in giving the name of your brand, we'll do it live. We'll just take your brand, create a content strategy, create an agent that delivers content for you on a daily basis. And again, if some of this has been covered, let me know in the previous sessions. But how do you create that content strategy where you do not have to search for what do I shoot, what do I give to my VP, what do I give to my product leader when it comes to creating content? You just get a digest that can be plugged into your workflow. So we'll create that live. Avatar videos, talking head videos. I'm not personally a big fan of avatar videos, but someone brought it up yesterday in my chat. And I was like, okay, let's just show how easy it is to create these avatar videos today. And it could be one of the content pillars that you have. I wouldn't lean into that heavily. These are not there yet with respect to quality. So avatar videos are okay to have in your mix, but I wouldn't over-index on them. Talking head videos, probably the easiest type of content to make. This is where your scripts are delivered automatically, and then you're recording yourself. And from talking head videos, how do you make it polished, right? Like that's the biggest challenge with talking head videos. Adding B-rolls, adding jump cuts, adding captions. I think that part is where a video becomes a lot more polished. And this is where there's two schools of thought. People on the B2B side might think this is not polished enough if I'm talking into the video. It's not something my brand marketing team would approve. So we can talk about that as well. But then how do you, as a B2B marketer, shoot on a Saturday and then schedule enough content to be posted for the rest of the week? So how do we get there? Because today, I think the biggest challenge with TikTok and Instagram is amount of content. Instagram, I think the recommendation that is being thrown around these days is 3 to 4 pieces of content every week if you want to grow your brand. And on TikTok, it's a little flip of that. 2 to 3 times a day is what people are posting in order to grow their reach. And all of that comes down to how do you create that volume of content. So we'll talk a lot about getting to that scale of content. Now, before we jump in, what does that B2B social channel map look like? And again, I'm indexing on B2B because yesterday I think I saw a lot of hands raised for B2B versus B2C. LinkedIn obviously is your home base. YouTube, short form on TikTok and Instagram. If you have a newsletter already, and what are you doing on Reddit? Now there are slight nuances here with respect to each channel that you have to keep top of your mind. LinkedIn, for example, you post something, how do you make sure that you're responding to those comments quickly? Now, there are agents that can do this for you. They're not the best. So I would definitely not rely on agents to do the comments for you. Manus is doing a decent job for me sometimes, but I don't rely on that 100% of the time. On YouTube, obviously, the title and the thumbnail matters a lot. That's why you see dramatic thumbnails on YouTube, and those are the things that get you a wider reach. And platforms like Reddit, for example, you gotta be useful. You cannot push your brand, you cannot push your product. How can you be useful to the community, answer those questions? Even if someone's taking a diss at your product, how do you just be authentic and empathize with the user? So Reddit has a completely different tone of how you show up and how do you build your brand on that platform. So different strategies for each platform, but let's focus for this session mostly on the content creation part.
One quick thing, can you make this full screen? Because
full screen, okay.
A lot of people on the streaming channel.
Yeah, I'll be jumping back and forth between other tabs as well. I'll open Terminal quite a bit, so it might be a bit challenge for people who are online. Please bear with me. Okay, so like I said, the channels themselves are not crazy. It's not hard to crack these channels as long as you have consistency and a disciplined strategy. But then feeding all of them, that is where, at least I've found the biggest challenge is how do you give that 3 pieces of content to TikTok? Now, people say, don't think too much. If you follow Gary Vee, he keeps saying, just pick up your phone and then talk about your life, right? Like, again, B2B, it doesn't work that way, but how do you create polished content that is appropriate for B2B and post it to TikTok? I think that is the challenge that we want to address. Cool. So the first thing is, what do you post? How do you come up with those content pillars? So again, this is a high-level framework for how to think about content pillars. You can lean on teaching, like how do you educate people about your product? How do you come up with your POVs on what's going on in the industry? How do you come up with proof that your product works? So customer testimonials, reviews, results that you're able to share publicly. How do you create a content pillar around proof? And also what's trending, like what's top of mind for the industry? How do you come up with trending content? How do you create that as part of your content strategy? Okay, so to build your content engine, let's do this live now. I'm guessing everyone has their laptop up, connected to Wi-Fi. And I'm gonna do this live with you. And let's pick a brand. If there is a taker here, yes, please, what's your brand? California what? Cowboy? Cowboy, okay. Okay.
California Cowboy.
This is it? Clothing store in Fairfax, California? Okay, yeah, I was hoping for a B2B example, but this is fine, yeah, okay. All right, so I'm going to go to Cloud Code, and you can follow along or, you know, not. Like, I would follow along, just like make it fun. So this is a thread that I have going from, you know, a previous session that I was running, just to like create a content engine for a different website. So I'm just gonna say to Claude, okay, look up californiacowboy.com. I need to create a content engine for this business. I want to make sure you address competition. You look at what's trending for me to sell more of my goods. I don't even know what they what they make, but it's fine. And I need a full content strategy around 3 or 4 content pillars. So let's talk through what the different content pillars could be, and then let's build this into a content engine. And again, I'm sure like all of you talking and doing this in real time is probably painful, so feel free to like type just a few words, see what happens. Now, as it pulls up, I can give you like a preview of what it is doing in the background, and obviously it's standard, right? Like it goes to the website, looks through, you know, whatever it can, tries to come up with what are the different angles it can. Yeah, it's looking up what the sale offer is today. It's trying to, you know, read through what the design ethics are for the website in a way, like who are the target audiences, etc. Now, this is where you can add a lot more context into the prompt, right? You can talk about what the pain points are that you are facing as a B2B sales team, for example, and how you can create your content around those pain points. You can talk about what is the differentiator that you have versus competition. So what are those 3 or 4 things that you would call out in every video? So you can talk about, you know, any of those things that would, you know, really stand out when it comes to creating content. Yeah, it's looking up social presence and competitors. Now, is anyone following along, or everyone's just listening in? Just curious. Oh, Cloud Code? Yeah, this is just Cloud Code. I saw Cloud Code on the banners everywhere, so I thought everyone's on Cloud Code already. But if you're not, let me know. I mean, you can do this with any tool, but for me, Cloud Code has been my go-to. So it's the same thing. So if you go to Claude.ai, and yeah, this was a Baka that I was researching earlier today to see what that is. But yeah, you can give the same prompt here as well, and it gives you. So with Claude.ai, there's a few things that you're restricted with, right? Like browsing, for example, it's not as good. With Claude Code, it goes way beyond. So in this room today, how many of you are set up with Claude Code, like in a terminal or? Okay, so 50%. Definitely recommend you doing that. It takes about an hour for you to like get set up with it on the terminal, but once you're there, it definitely made my life way easier. Okay, so it came back with content pillars. Pillar 1, hidden features, the secret pockets, bottle openers, koozie holders, sunglass loops. This is their most viral asset already. Is that true? Oh, the hidden features part of the product, the bottle openers, koozie holders, sunglass loops. Are those Are those something that you market about, or yeah? Okay. Yeah, analog rebellion, gift and occasion, craft and quality. So there's 5 pillars that it came up with. This is where I would like, look at it with a critical eye and say, okay, these 3 make sense, these 2 do not, and then refine the prompt further to say, okay, remove a couple, add a couple, and then let's double down on competitive positioning, or let's double down on the offers that we have going on. So that's how I would tweak this part of that workflow. And once we're there, I would say, okay, let's go ahead and build this engine now. I want this to be an email digest that gets dropped to my email every morning at 7 a.m. And I want at least 3 hooks that you give me every day that are trending on social. And this is where having a few different agents really helps. Now, with Claude Code, the beauty is you don't have to like create agents, right? It's one workflow where you say, okay, I'm asking you to do a lot in this single workflow. So how about we have one agent that does competitive analysis, one agent that does hooks, like what are the trending hooks, and there's a few different APIs you can plug into for this. I won't get into all of those, but happy to chat more. And then you can bring those agents together to say, okay, all of you feed into the content engine now, so all of that can be set up within one terminal session if you're using Claude Code. Okay, the other thing that happens in the background here is, let's say you want it delivered over an email. You got to set up an API that connects to your email system. Resend is a free API. So if you go to resend for email, yeah, you just set up your email, you get an API key, you drop it into your Claude Code, and that's how it's connected to your email now, and it's able to deliver a content strategy to your inbox. Anyone else following along as this runs on my end? Yes, please. Yeah, great question. So if you don't specify a source, what's happening is Claude is just trying to like do its best job. Now, depending on the vertical, I would say do at least another level of research to figure out what the best source is for your vertical. For B2B SaaS, I don't know of a good source, but if you're thinking about like what's trending on TikTok, for example, there are like a few different APIs that are go-tos for people today. And yeah, if you're looking for one source, I would say there isn't one source. So I would look for which industry, what are the type of things you're looking for, and then plug into an API that supports you and your business. Yeah. Yeah.
And when you say connect to your email, do you mean connecting? Is that to get it into like your? Sorry, when you said connecting to email, do you mean connecting that to Klaviyo or connecting it to like your Gmail?
Oh no, I'm talking about a workflow where we are delivering emails to you as a personal user, just to your inbox. You as a content creator, every morning when you wake up, for you to have like a to-do. So this is what happened in the world. These are the top hooks that have worked. And let me show you one of the emails that I get every day. This is a thing that I wipe coded for my kids. It's a food scanning app, and what it gives me every morning is how many users. I'm the only user here, so I don't get anything there. How many weekly scans, and then yeah, there's like a scoring thing that I built. But okay, this week's scripts are ready. You got to talk about Go-Gurt tubes from General Mills. These are all the snacks that I want to like create content about because they show up as healthy products, but then when you scan it through the app, it's not really healthy. So it gives me, what those products are that I should be talking about, news and competitors, like what's happening with FDA regulation, what's happening with recalls of any products, because all of that can potentially be good content that I make. So let's see how far we got with this one. So the idea here is to once you get that content engine, send an email. You obviously look through it and see what's working, what's not for you, and you refine it from there. But yeah, the API here is basically for it to connect with your inbox and send you an email every day. But obviously, if you have a team, of 10 people on marketing, and you want to bring everyone, I think this is a quick win that you can score with your marketing team. You can give, you can get that email delivered to your inbox and then forward it to everyone on your team. That way everyone's on the same page with respect to what's trending, what's on the news, what are the piece of content that are worth making for the rest of the week. So keeping everyone on the same page. Yeah, there's a lot I'm learning about California Cowboy here. Father's Day is coming up. It's a perfect excuse to introduce the brand. And so I've been going back and forth with Claude on all of these workflows, and I ask it to give me the costs associated with everything that I run, because there's 1 month where I saw an insane bill with my Claude, and I was like, okay, can you give me, for every task that you do for me, especially agentic tasks that are on autopilot, give me the cost associated on a weekly, monthly basis. So for this one, it's telling me the daily briefing task is 1 cent a day, which doesn't bother me much at all. And then if there is like multiple agents that you're running, it's going to give you that as well. And then it's asking me to activate the 7 a.m. cron job by running this script. Anyone else following along, or you already have your content system set up? Or any other questions as we wait? Yeah, please. Sorry, can't hear you.
Yeah, quick question. We didn't see the beginning of this session with Claude. It feels like you have things hooked up in skills and maybe agents that know stuff. You just showed us a short prompt. At least in B2B land, if I tell Claude, investigate, find my competitors and investigate UVPs, it doesn't get it,
Okay.
So what are we missing? Where's the brain or the skills that are behind the scenes here that you're just activating and showing us?
So this is a new session that I'm running with Claude. Right. So yes, there is some setup you have to do with Claude Code in a terminal, and once you do that, though, it has permissions to go everywhere and pick the information that you want. So for you to get there, I think it takes, like I said, about an hour of setup. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so with... So let's do it with your brand now. I'm just trying to figure this out with you, right? So what I have done I've done this with a few brands now. So there's probably some things that I did there that are, helping me in this demo right now. But if you ask me what exactly those things are, I think it's nothing beyond giving it permissions to go search the web. So once you give it a permission to go there and do these things, you won't have to redo those permissions again in a lot of instances. And I think I also had it run on auto mode. It didn't ask me for permissions because everything was, don't ask is on that session. So it didn't ask me for any permissions. But beyond that, what did I do? Not much, to be honest with you. Yeah. Am I missing something, guys? Is anyone, were you able to set up something like this without having to go in and give a lot of permissions? You were able to? Or you were not able to?
I have found, I'm in B2C, so maybe it's different for B2B.
Yeah.
I found that it knows our brand,
Mm-hmm.
and it can pull all the competitors, and it's pretty accurate. I don't have any skills set up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Claude, but I don't know.
I'm in B2B, I have the same thing.
Okay.
So when I ask
Yep.
GPT or Claude who my competitors are, it's pretty wrong.
Yep.
I'm happy to actually do live if you want to find my brand.
Yeah, sure. So 2 things, right? One, I gave it the website. I don't know if I typed in the website or not, but the website, especially for B2C brands, has rich data on what converts, right? Because on B2B, you're all about what converts and how am I optimizing to people clicking. And that's where I think the signal is way richer. So when Claude is scraping that website, it has like enough info to figure out what the USPs are, and I think the hidden pockets, all of that part, which is probably one of the USPs, is out there on the website for anyone to see. With B2B, I think it's a bit trickier than that, but we can try it out. So if you wanna.
So it's called TabaPay, so T-A-B-A-P-A-Y, T-A-B-A-P-A-Y, yeah.
Okay.
So we're a payments processor for business.
Let's do deep research on this website. I am a B2B marketer, and I'm looking to build a content engine. I want you to explore competitors, what's trending in this space, and other marketing angles that I should be thinking about when building this content engine. Let's talk through what the pillars are before you build the engine. And meanwhile, for the other one, let's set up a test email. Can you send a test email with the briefing that you have for this brand? Yeah, so it did say deep research mode is not available in this mode. So let's see how bad it is, the output that we get from here. And that's because I'm running it in the don't ask mode. But if I switch that up, it will ask me permissions to use deep research, which is better quality. But let's see what it gives, just to see. And again, this will not be polished, obviously, because we're doing this in like 10 minutes. But the more context you give on your brand and the angles that you want to explore, hopefully it does a better job. Yeah, it is looking for, again, deep research was not available, but it's still looking for fintech B2B content trends, who your competitors are, what your products are, and what is the positioning you have available today. So it's doing that from the open web. Okay, and meanwhile, we have in our inbox 6 hooks and 5 cultural moments, along with Father's Day countdown and a Faherty competitive signal. Would you consider that a competitor of yours? Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, summer gear is booming, value is in, and I don't know how to say that, but April Life is the new status symbol, and Cal Cowboy owns all 3. Okay, let's see what the hooks are, what the angles are for today. Capitalize on Big Shorts summer trend by showcasing high water shirts, hidden bottle opener alongside a pair of shorts. Does that resonate, or is that like way off? What do you think?
Yeah, we don't sell shorts.
Okay.
So that's like a hallucination, but.
Okay.
Can you use the mic for the? Yeah, sorry. We don't sell shorts, so that's a hallucination.
Okay.
But the rest of it is pretty much on point.
Okay. How about the others? Anything else feels like way off, or?
Après is on point. Saint Laurent, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that could be interesting, I guess. Father's Day for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so now I will get that every day, 7 a.m. I'm going to forward it to you if you don't set it up. Yeah, TabaPay research is still underway. And this is the other thing with Claude on the terminal that I really like, which is you can just open multiple tabs, just give different tasks, and go about your day while it's running. But as it's running, let's also think about what the next steps are, right? Once you get that content engine, what are you going to do with that content? I'm still like thinking what the best brand to pick is. Should we go with TabaPay, or should we go with the Cal Cowboys? But yeah, before we jump into that, any other questions, any other thoughts? Yeah, please.
The strategic narrative that ChatGPT comes up with versus Claude, I have found to be better
Okay.
as a thought partner. So I'm wondering, like, in your testing, when you've been doing this, what have you found?
I found Claude to be a step up about ChatGPT
Okay.
somehow. And again, this is probably 3 months ago, and I haven't gone back to using ChatGPT much since then. They've come up with a couple of new models, which on the coding side I heard are really good, but on the content side I still feel Claude to synthesize information better than GPT, especially the volume of the amount of content it puts out versus Claude for me. That is where I feel like, okay, can you synthesize it more so I get to the point quickly? And obviously you can refine that with your prompts, but for me, the synthesis with Claude, I've found that to be better than ChatGPT so far.
Okay.
Any other reactions to that? Anyone like ChatGPT better versus Claude?
Yeah, they're different.
Yeah. But for content, anyone being using ChatGPT more than Claude? Or yeah? No? Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah, you, yeah.
So I noticed with the new Opus 4.7, 4.8, there seems to be a step down in its sensitivity. So 4.6 was really nice for consuming content. So I went back to ChatGPT, and how I can characterize it is Claude really sometimes like to make leaps, and ChatGPT is pretty logical in terms of its steps and thinking layer. So when you're trying to have it ingest content, if you want it to kind of jump to connect dots, Claude will try to do its best, but ChatGPT will just kind of be more sensitive in saying hey, I'm not sure, which I sometimes appreciate.
Yeah, that's a great point. And if you've noticed, I've been using 4.6 because I haven't found 4.7 4.8 just came out. I haven't used it much, but 4.7, I've found similar issues with that as well, especially with content. It jumps, to the next point quickly without going back and forth with you when it's not sure. And yeah, some of that I think is getting better, especially on the coding side. But for content, I still rely on 4.6 because I like the kind of step by step it does with me going back and forth instead of assuming things. Yeah, but yeah, everyone's experience could be different here. But that's been my experience so far. Okay, TaboPay is still running. So let's jump into the next part to start creating content. I think we're 30 minutes in. And I have a prompt here that Claude generated for how to build this content engine, but yeah, you know your brands better, so I think you can write a better prompt than Claude did here. Yeah, so we've built this live. And now, okay, how do you shoot content? And this is probably where a lot of B2B marketers get stuck. I was also in the same boat. It's not that I have 1 million followers on Instagram or TikTok today, but I got over that, that hurdle or that hump sometime in February, and I started doing talking head videos. So I said, okay, let me just start posting on TikTok for 2 weeks, see what happens. So it was a brand new account. I started with 0 followers, and I posted for about 2 weeks straight, sometimes 1 video, sometimes 2 videos, and I did not have time to shoot this content. I did not have time to think too much about how I look. So I wanted to automate as much of this as possible, and I'm going to hopefully show you what that process looks like. And if you want to emulate that for yourself or your brand, hopefully this is a starting point for you, and you can get there faster than what it used to take people. Okay, let's shoot a video. Or if there is a content creator here with a passion for this, please
Yes.
come on up here, if there is someone.
We have a content creator.
We do?
Camila? You want to be on stage? Content creator? You're a professional content creator.
Didn't mean to put you on the stage, but but if you're up for it. Anyone else? Anyone else want to just try this out? Yeah? Any takers? We don't have to post if you don't like it. Yeah, please come on up. Let's do it together.
I can be a ham.
Again, I did not plan this part out, so bear with us as we figure this out in real time. But thank you for coming. Eric?
Yep.
Nice to meet you. So for this part, I'm just gonna ask you maybe a couple of questions and just answer it like you would, do it in an interview style
Okay, on
video.
this,
You do
or-
that. Yep,
okay.
that's fine. So I'm gonna record you and we'll see what we do with it.
Do it.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right, hi Eric, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the Humanic AI Marketing Summit. How is it going so far?
Great, learning a lot of stuff.
Yeah, anything fun that you want to call out?
Well, actually, I really like the networking.
You like the what, sorry?
Networking.
The networking part?
Yeah,
Cool. Anything you would change about how the summit is run, or anything you would want to see added for the next session?
Well, in the cocktails, I'd kind of like some nice wine. Is that too much to ask for? Just saying, Arjun,
Cool, all right, thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, all right. So thank you for coming up. I'm gonna take that video now and let's create a video about the Humanic Summit. And again, the other thing I like about having an iPhone and Mac setup is the transfers are easy. The copy paste is also pretty easy, right? Like you dictate a note into your phone, you just copy it, you can just paste it into your Mac. So I think the phone to TV connection is something that is very seamless with a Mac and an iPhone. Not a lot of people leverage it, the way it could be. But I'm gonna drop this into my laptop now. And then we'll get into what the workflow is for getting this video to production, right? Like how do you take this video and then put it into your TikTok or your Instagram feed. Okay, now there is a bunch of tools that help you do this. So let's watch the video first. And Eric, I'm gonna play this video. That's okay. I wish it was vertical. I don't know how to make this vertical now, but but yeah, let's watch this video to see how the quality is. Hi Eric, how are you doing?
Doing great, thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the Humanic AI Marketing Summit. How is it going so far?
Great, learning a lot of stuff.
Yeah, anything fun that you want to call out?
Well, actually, I really like the networking.
You like the what, sorry?
Networking.
The networking part? Cool. Anything, okay, so quality is pretty good. I need to figure out how to rotate this video. But once you do that though, there's a couple of tools that I personally use and recommend, especially if you're doing talking head videos. Now this was an interview, so Eric didn't have to read through a script. So let me show you another demo of a tool that I use for doing talking head videos. And before that, let's see if the other one is ready, the TaboPay research. Okay, proposed content pillars, how money actually moves. Does that resonate? Regulatory and compliance intelligence, the cost of payments, agentic payments and AI in money movement, use case playbooks. And again, I mean, obviously it's probably not 100% there, but it gets you 50, 60% there. And then you adjust it, and then you set it up to come into your inbox or into your Slack, wherever you want it delivered, really. And if you say, okay, give me just one script, right? Give me one script for me to create a trending TikTok viral potential video today. And again, the way I talk to Claude is all over the place, but I love how it synthesizes. I love Whisperflow for the way it gets me. And Whisperflow, definitely a huge unlock, guys, if you're not using it. It's been 2 months since I started using it, and there was a stat that said I spoke to it, 150,000 words in about 2 months, which is insane. That's a large book. That's how much I've been talking to it. Okay, so here is the entire script. I'm gonna do this video as well. Okay, so this tool is called BigVoo. I can't show it because it's on my phone, but all I did is I took this script, I put it into BigVoo. It has a teleprompter, so I'm going to use the teleprompt function to do a talking head video. BigVoo, B-I-G-V-U. If you just search for teleprompter apps, there's a bunch of them. There's a lot of free apps as well. I like this one because it helps you like adjust the pacing. It helps you like do a better job at editing in real time, things like that. But there's free tools also available that are pretty useful. Okay, so the script loaded here. I'm just gonna say record, and I don't know what the best angle to record is, so you can see what I'm doing. But it's basically the script, and I'm reading the script, right? Like I have no idea what your brand does, but I'm gonna try and make it interesting. And again, I know a lot of us are shy putting ourselves in front of the camera. I am too, and that's why there's avatars we can rely on, but I wouldn't make that, like I said, the core part of my content strategy. And the cool part about this is it also gives you directions on what to do during the video. For example, the first line says, look directly at the camera. And the text overlay should say, this is not sci-fi, right? Okay, let me do like a small part of the video. So it's counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to go record now. Google just gave AI agents the ability to buy things for you. It's extremely slow, the script, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so what it does is it lets you adjust the words per minute. I tend to speak faster. Right now it says 140 words per minute, which is usually how people speak. But I'm gonna up it to about 170, just to like keep it fast and see what happens. All right, let's go. All right, Google just gave AI agents the ability to buy things for you. They launched a protocol called AP2 with 60 plus companies. OpenAI already has instant checkout inside ChatGPT. And the idea is simple. Your AI assistant doesn't just find the best deal, it pulls your card and pays for it. All right, I'm just gonna stop it there. There's more to the script. There's probably a whole story that comes out of it because there is a CTA, which at the end it says, if you're in fintech payments or building anything with AI, follow us, follow me. I'm going to be breaking down how this space evolves in real time. So it's, if you're a person building your company's brand, but also have your personal handle, which tends to be working really well, both on LinkedIn and on TikTok these days. It's like a, two benefits from just one video, build your personal brand, but also help out your company. Those type of videos have been doing really well. Okay, so I have this video as well, so I'm gonna drop this into my local. Okay, so you record the video, and BigVoo is the tool that I called out, but you can use any teleprompt tool for that. And then my go-to tool these days has been Submagic for quick edits. And again, my team plays with a lot of tools. A lot of people use CapCut. But if you are trying to build your own brand, if you're a solo creator trying to build a brand for your B2B startup, I think BigVoo is a good option. They have a plan for about $40 a month, which is on the slightly higher side, but it helps you push out more than 50 videos every month. And the amount of automation that can be done with this tool is phenomenal. That's why I like them. So let's let's just say I have just recorded a video. How do I generate captions and make this a TikTok-worthy video? Let's take it from my computer. Okay, so there's something called presets in here. I am going to apply a preset, and I'll tell you what that is in a second, but these are just presets that I built to make my life easier. And I'm gonna say generate captions. So what it's doing is in about a minute or so, it's not just generating captions, it's also doing a bunch of other things. It's trying to fix my eye contact, because I was reading the script, I was following the script. It's going to fix my eyes as if I was looking at the camera the whole time. It is going to add captions. It is going to add jump cuts as well. So if there was a big pause, how do you cut from one frame to the other quickly? I mean, let's look at the output and then let's see how many of my claims hold up. But as we wait for that, any questions or any thoughts? Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. A lot of tools do that. BigView also does that. Yeah, all the ums, all the gaps. So the thing is, with social media, the content needs to be snappy. It needs to be fast, and that's where we call it jump cuts, right? Like you finish a sentence, and before the next sentence, there is usually a bigger pause than what people would like, and that's where these tools just cut to the next frame quickly. And let's see what the output is as is, right? I haven't done anything. I just uploaded the video, and it has done something so far. So let's see how this video looks. All right, Google just gave AI agents the ability to buy things for you. They launched a protocol called AP2 with 60 plus companies. OpenAI already has instant checkout inside ChatGPT. And the idea is simple. Your AI assistant doesn't just find the best deal, it pulls your card and pays for it. So again, it was probably, 25 seconds, and if you cut it a bit further, it's probably under 20 seconds, but B2B videos tend to be longer than that. You want to aim for at least about a minute, because there is a story you want to tell, there is more details you want to give, and that's where the hook becomes like really important. And we are seeing people do crazy things in those first 3 seconds, even on B2B videos. D2C, I think, has been blowing up with clipping and with a lot of like interesting hooks that people are coming with. And that's where the content engine is something you want to refine for your brand to see what's trending with hooks, because these hooks change every week. And every week there is a new thing that really catches people's eyes, and you want to incorporate those type of things into your scripts in order to retain their attention. And going back to your point about, okay, what if there's an or a pause, which we had in this video and did not, and the software did not catch that, there is the option to remove silences, remove bad takes. So let's do that. There's 2 silences that it found automatically. And if there is a full bad take, it's going to remove that as well. We did not have any for this one. It did generate a bunch of B-roll. Which you can also edit, by the way. So all the videos that were added into the video with me talking, and then it cuts to like the credit card or cuts to something else, all of that can also be edited. There is a whole library of things that are available. So here, if you want to just change that or remove that completely, you can do that. Yeah, I mean, this particular video doesn't make sense at all, for example, so you got to remove that. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything for that?
For enhancing sound, there are, yeah.
Yeah, so Arjun wants me to repeat.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering about the sound quality, like Eric's sound quality wasn't that great. Is there a fix-it for that? And I always notice this on TikTok, my ear's sensitive to it because I used to podcast. So yeah, what can we do about that?
Yeah. Usually sound is bad when there's 2 mics involved, or when there is 1 mic involved and there's 2 people talking. So if it's just 1 person and if you're in a quiet place, then it's not that big a deal. But if you're walking outside and talking, then obviously there's a lot of like background disturbance that you can catch. There are options in Submagic and other tools that can remove background noise, that can enhance your voice too. So if it's a talking head video, you can enhance your own voice to be louder, to sound better. So there are options for you to do that as well in these tools. Submagic is what I'm using right now. But yeah, CapCut is another option. Yeah. Yeah. You said the content delivery?
Yeah, it was pretty good. What you got on Claude Code was, I would say, pretty good, and then this is definitely an interesting hook and topic. How much are you actually editing usually? Like, are you taking it usually verbatim from the idea to the video? Are
Yeah.
you spending hours editing? Can you talk through that?
I would say it depends on how much funding you have and how much scrutiny you have on your brand, right? If you are a small brand, and again, even if you have a lot of funding, but if your founding team is okay with you just being unhinged online, which some founders are, right? I mean, fintech is a different game altogether. There's a lot of like compliance
lot of
that you have to,
regulatory,
like, follow, but think of a brand like Duolingo, right? It's their social media manager who's not there anymore, but she just went and did whatever she wanted to do throughout the day with zero restrictions from their leadership. Though it's a public company, they did a really good job of, you know, one, staying culturally relevant, two, being authentic and not very polished. So how much would you edit depends on like your brand guideline. So for my like personal videos, this is all I do, just auto edit and then post, because I don't have more than 5 minutes to do that post. But for my like work, like my team, they spend quite a bit of time on editing. But then for Q3, we are hoping to get at least 1,000 pieces of content out from creators, from our handles as well. And in that world, I don't expect them to, you know, look through and review each piece of content. And yeah, sometimes brands are too critical of these videos and they want to have every single thing right. But if you're posting 2 videos a day on TikTok, I would say don't put too much effort into it. It's fine. Like, see what's working and then refine it from there, instead of you know, making sure that every single piece is completely buttoned up before posting.
How often would you recommend posting?
Like I said, on TikTok, I would do 2 times a day. If you're starting off, maybe once a day, and then once you hit like a few hundred followers, 2 times a day. On Instagram, maybe 3 times every week.
And LinkedIn?
Yeah, LinkedIn is, there's like 2 extremes extremes of opinion that we're seeing on LinkedIn. LinkedIn also 2 to 3 times a week is like pretty standard advice that you would hear, but I am seeing people who go way more than that, 7 times a week. And the thing with LinkedIn is, I think there is merit to trying that out, because there's a lot of posts of mine, like my personal, you know, profile posts, that I get likes after like 3 or 4 weeks. And I also see on my feed content that shows up after like 2 or 3 weeks. So I was like, why is this coming up on my feed after 3 weeks? Because there isn't that much content on LinkedIn today. And that's where, you know, a brand can find its edge. But what's been working on LinkedIn is definitely not brand forward videos, but people forward. So if you are the product lead or the marketing lead, I would definitely rely on your handle being the biggest asset for your brand versus the brand doing all the announcements, the brand doing all the product demos. So posting from your personal handle and then the brand boosting it is how I would look at LinkedIn.
Thank you.
And if you follow Elena Verna from Lovable, I think she has done a fabulous job at cracking that. How do you build a personal brand for yourself and then use that to help your company grow? Any other questions? Okay, all right, I'm gonna leave this as is for now. I know it's not the most ideal video, but you just export it. And this is where, you know, what I mentioned about presets applies. So everything that you edit in one session, you can preset it, so you can apply it to future videos as well. So let's say if you save this as a preset, so it's doing the caption theme, adding the B-rolls, adding the magic hook, fixing my eye contact, all of that, and then exporting the video. And the good thing about presets is, obviously, you can use the exact same template for any future videos that you upload. So let's say I do another video just now, and then you know, apply this preset. I don't have to do the edits that I just did anymore. It just applies all the edits automatically. Now, is it 100% there? Probably not. How much time would you have to spend on each video? Less than 5 minutes, I would say. Again, depends on how strict your brand guidelines are, but I would spend less than 5 minutes and feel comfortable about posting something online. And once it's exported, obviously posting is also built into the same tool. You can export, you can download the video, put it onto TikTok, or you can just export directly from here. So this is the video. You hit publish. Should I publish this? Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Okay, that's a great brand to work with, right? Like your content person should be happy with, you know, the way you're giving these approvals, and that's what we want to see more of. Okay, no. This is on my handle, and I have like 50 people following me, so I don't think it's. If it blows up, I mean, good for you, but I don't think it's gonna blow up. All right, so I just hit publish, and it's on my. I'm gonna delete it later, though. Don't worry. But yeah, I just published it, and it should show up on my feed soon. All right, there it is. All right, Google just gave AI agents the ability to buy things for you. They launched a All right, so again, just wanted to show how that end-to-end workflow from content generation to creating the video, editing the video, posting the video, you can crack that for your brand pretty quickly. Obviously, there is refining, there is a lot of iterations you'll have to put into this, but wanted to just show that workflow. Any questions before I go into like avatars and other stuff? Yeah, please. Oh, not a question? Okay.
Half a question? No question?
Please.
Body. So I've been using HeyGen to try and make video very dangerously. It's not doing, hasn't gone well. I think largely because the B-roll is not good and I don't know how to edit well. Have you found that some of these tools are just a lot stronger at certain aspects of that? Because that was great, better than I do without any editing, so.
Yeah, for B-rolls especially, I found Submagic to be really good. So how do you get from just you talking to having a lot more like going on in the video without a lot of effort? That's where I found, I tried at least like 6 or 7 tools and found Submagic to do the best job of them all. But these things are changing like so fast, so I don't know if that is the best answer for today, but I still like it though. I mean, it's doing a decent job.
I'll add it to
Please, yeah, please do. I mean, I'm not endorsing Submagic. They're not paying me, but I found it useful. Cool. Any other questions? Yeah.
How did you get over the hump? Because you said you were shy.
You said you were shy to be on video, and obviously you got over that. So how did you get over the hump?
Just create a new account. Like I said, I started from 0 followers. That way your family, your friends are not following you. See what, all 49 followers here, none of them know me. So these are just, I did not share with anyone that I created these videos, and yeah, my wife knows probably, and that's about it. Like no one else knows that I do these videos, and now all of you do. So yeah, the biggest reason why we shy away from these things is fear of judgment, and that judgment usually comes from people you know. So how do you like not show this to the people that you know? And yeah, that's what I did, and now I feel like better about doing this, and even on Instagram, where I have a lot of followers on my personal handle. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hi. Also, I make equally shit at TikTok. How did you? This is a obviously popular topic, but how did you anchor on your topic? And at what point, when you get shitty engagement, do you consider changing your theme? Say it's for personal because it's just not resonating.
Yeah, great question. So is this for personal brand building, or is this for like B2B marketing?
Let's pretend
It's for personal. If I had figured that out, I would have been an influencer myself. But so I'm not the expert on that topic, but what I've seen work is definitely like, this is like generic advice. Start with a niche, right? Like that's what everyone says. Like figure out that one specific thing that you want to talk about. By specific, I mean not like AI. Oh yeah. Great question. There are tools built into TikTok that help you do this. Now, if you ask me where exactly that is, I probably will stumble here, but there is something called Content Gap that is available in TikTok Analytics. Let's see if we get there. 2 people just built a 1. So there is something called Content Gap, which is basically, okay, people are searching for something, but they cannot find enough videos on that topic. And so I would look at that versus where like your expertise lies and where you have a strong POV. So it's a combination of those two. Where are people searching and not finding anything, and where do you think you excel in a topic? Like I said, LinkedIn doesn't have enough content today. Like there isn't enough being posted on LinkedIn today is my read. Yeah, you might have seen like everyone's posting on LinkedIn, everyone's it's not enough content compared to like the TikToks and the Instas of the world. There is hardly any content, I would say, on LinkedIn. And if you see your own feed, you would see that as well, which is, okay, a post from like weeks ago is being shown to you today. That shows that there isn't enough, substance there for you to like see refreshed content on a daily, weekly basis. And that's why I would say for LinkedIn, obviously there is a B2B angle that you have to like cater to. If it's a personal brand, like is it resume curation? Is it interview tips? Is it, like if you're trying to build a personal brand, it should be one of those niches that you want to target. But if you're trying to do consulting type gigs, then how do you give value to your audience? So it goes back to the content pillars that I shared about initially. I think those pillars still hold for LinkedIn as well, even if you're building a personal brand. So talking about what's hot in the industry, but also talking about what is the value that you can offer. So what is the proof that you're seeing? I think that format is usually more resonant. The proof is the results, the numbers, and the story that you tell your audiences from those numbers. I think that format I've seen to work well. Yep. Any other questions before we move to HeyGen? Yeah. Don't have a strong POV there, but I did see people, talk about that as a strategy. If something did not work back then, why don't you just repost it? So people do that. Yeah. Okay, I know we are at the 1 hour mark. We have, another 30 minutes or so. I was going to go into how to create an avatar and then what we did with me recording. How do you just automate that? Now, is this the best use of time? Do you think this is useful, or should we do something else? Any opinions or takes? Anything else top of mind that's helpful for us to talk through? No? Yeah, please. Great question. Okay. Infographic type videos. I think this is where there's other tools that need to be brought into the mix. How do you find that infographic? How do you make that infographic? Yeah, Claude can do a decent job. Canva can do a really good job. So take that infographic and then you can embed it into your Submagic workflow, right? So the B-rolls that you saw, you can either have it as a B-roll that appears as you're talking, or you can do a talking head video with the infographic as the background, and then your head is just floating over that background. You don't need a green screen for that. That is not necessary. You can just clear out the background and then have that infographic, and then your head just floating around it and talking to the facts in that infographic. So yeah, it's built into these tools to a large extent. All you have to do is import that, and the designing obviously is like your choice of poison, I guess. Claude, Canva, whatever you like to do. Okay, HeyGen, I wasn't planning on doing this, but someone yesterday said, hey, have you done avatar video? So I just tried it out last night, and I tried it because I didn't want to buy the subscription live here. But it is a pretty easy workflow if you want to try it out yourself as well. Let's see where the create avatar is. Okay, let's take the same script that we had and then drop it into an avatar video now. Okay, so I'm cloning a real person. Hey there, I'm speaking with lots of energy while staying natural and confident. This helps Heijen capture my voice, my expressions, and my motion, so my avatar can behave just like me in any video. For safety purposes, my unique code is 78. Okay, and Heijen has a free version, which I also realized yesterday. So you are also able to do this like right now if you'd like. So you just apply, you just take a video, you record your voice, and this is where, the more you give it, the more it's gonna be like you. And that's why, especially for the audio part, they came up with, a lot of like expressive things to say here. So let's do that. Oh my gosh, I can hardly sit still right now because I just discovered something that feels like a total game changer. For years, I wanted to share what I know, teaching, explaining ideas, and helping people learn faster, but creating content takes forever. Recording, editing, fixing mistakes, it's exhausting, but then I found Heijen. With Heijen, I can create AI videos that look professional without needing a studio. It almost feels like I'm promoting all these companies for no reason here, but they are actually helpful. Yeah, I think it's gonna take like a few minutes to set this up for the first time, and it's gonna give you a few options. Let's see which one sounds like me.
Hi, I'm excited you're here. This is your voice clone preview. Take a quick listen. A great...
Sounds like me, no? What do you think, no?
Hi, I'm excited you're here. This is your voice clone preview. Take a quick listen. A great voice clone should sound clear, energetic, and...
What do you think? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what the last one looks like.
Hi, I'm excited you're here. This is your voice clone preview. Take a quick listen. A great voice clone should sound...
Yeah, I don't like any of them, but so that's the thing. You can re-record and do it again, but I'm gonna go with the first one just to see how it goes. Okay, so this avatar is ready. Let's take the script from what we generated here. Yeah, this is the other thing about scripts. It's annoying if it breaks it out to say, oh, this is the hook, this is the build, this is the end. You want to strip all of that out, so it's another command that you give to Claude to say, just give me the exact text. Don't give me, the breakdowns of what each of these things are, so you can copy paste easily. Okay, they do have a few like options for you to like tweak the sound, but let's see how this goes. Okay, let's give it a second and come back to it. Was there anything else I wanted to cover? Yeah, shooting once and posting all week or clipping. So there's a bunch of tools that people are using. So I haven't done clipping myself or tried it out much, but Opus Clip is what I keep hearing about quite a lot. Someone asked about how do you take long form content and then cut it into 6 or 7 shorts. And again, you can do that in Submagic, you can do that in CapCut as well, but Opus Clip, I think for some reason has blown up because they make it really easy. So it's probably like really good at automating, so one long video. You drop your video link and see what happens. So that's like another thing you can try out and play with. Yeah, so what would you do if you were building your personal brand, or if you're a solo B2B marketer trying to like build this workflow for your company? So one weekend, one Saturday. And by the way, my TikTok videos that you saw, it was me looking through my Claude scripts on a Saturday evening, and then doing all 7 or 8 videos in about an hour, and then dropping it into Submagic and just auto edit and upload. And Submagic schedules everything, day by day. So that's how I got that part done. Now, if you're B2B, obviously you want to be more polished. So that's where you want to like edit them out a bit more, polish it a little bit more. But content shoot on one day, schedule it for the rest of the week, see how it does. Go to TikTok Analytics, see what's going on with your views. So for each video, you're able to actually see where the drop-off is, where the hook is landing, where it's not. And there's a lot of videos on, so if you go to YouTube and look for, TikTok video view drop-off, there's a lot of videos that explain how you can, analyze these videos and then feed that into your content engine. And that's the next part I'm trying to figure out. How do I build, an automated system that looks through my TikTok analytics and then feeds back into my content engine? I think that'll be like the next phase of my automation journey, at least. So looking at where the views are dropping off. If it's the first 3 seconds, it's definitely the hook. Or if it's my style of delivery that's not landing within the first 3 seconds. So looking through those type of things and then feeding that back into the content engine is what I'm looking to do next. But let's go back to HeyGen to see what it has done so far.
Google just gave AI agents the ability to buy things for you. They launched a
So that's my voice, and it's doing the same script end to end.
Hey, Ashish Takala, you're
So that was the wrong workflow. I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, they do give a few different options. So if you want to change your avatar to like look, with a different background, with a podcast type setup, they give you those options as well. I'm trying to get to the output, but can't seem to like get there for some reason.
The person talking to you.
Let's look at another video that I just created, I guess, instead of. Anyone use HeyGen here? Anyone seen this? Yeah? Yeah, thank you. We did hit generate a couple of times, no? So we use NVIDIA, add a script. This part, right? Yep, so it is starting that video generation, but I don't know where it's saving it. Oh, it's all coming here, okay. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, yeah, I don't have any other like content. I mean, green screen is the other thing I wanted to chat about. How do you get that floating head, on top of an infographic or things like that? But that's also something you can do in Submagic or CapCut. But yeah, any other questions or any other thoughts? Yeah, before we jump into questions or thoughts, anyone who's created a video in this session? Anyone who's like just made content in this session? No? I mean, we won't pull it up, don't worry. It's just trying to like figure out if this was helpful.
Cool. I think pretty dense session.
Yeah,
Lots
you think
of things
so?
covered. a lot of actionable stuff that you can use to grow your business ASAP. Cool.
Cool.
Thanks, Ashish.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we have next session. We'll get started a little bit earlier. We have Caitlin Watson, who's the CMO of Talkspace, and we have Jennifer Mullen, who is the head of marketing for the California Academy of Sciences. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you. Cool. So I'll start with Jennifer. Why don't you introduce yourself, what you're doing, what's your background been, and then, Caitlin, if you can do the same. And the first question is, like, how do you see the world today, like in terms of AI adoption in the enterprise or in companies? What's your perspective? Then I'll ask a couple of questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Thanks.
Can you guys, oh yes, you can hear me. So I'm Jennifer Mullen. I have spent most of my career in the Bay Area. Very early on, I was fortunate enough to be part of some startups. We're going back in time to a company called InfoSeek, which was a first-generation search engine bought by Disney, Evite.com, bought by Ticketmaster, and Leapfrog Educational Toys, and some of my former coworkers are here with that, which is fantastic. And then second chapter was more digital transformation, so working more with Fortune 500 companies to get them to be more digital. So places like Visa, VF Corporation, who own North Face, Vans, Timberland. And then I most recently have been in ed tech with Angelina, who's also in the audience. And now I'm at California Academy of Sciences in Golden Gate Park, and I invite all of you to come and see us. We have fabulous exhibits and do the most amazing work. And regarding the second question about where I see AI, I think in my career, there are always the early adopters, and definitely the tech companies are always the bleeding edge, leading edge in the Bay Area. Now that I'm in nonprofit, I wouldn't say we're exactly bleeding edge just yet, but we are doing super inspirational, innovative things. For example, we have AI avatars in our new exhibit that have been trained on our proprietary scientific data that I'm really excited about. So please come visit us. It's an amazing experience, and I'm so happy to be here.
Definitely will come. Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Watson. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Talkspace. If you don't know us, we are one of the pioneers in online therapy, launched in 2012, and actually invented asynchronous therapy, so you can actually do your therapy with your therapist through text messaging. We also we cover most major insurance plans. Most people don't know that, so I've spent the last 4 years there really transforming how people think about therapy and the fact that it actually is and can be affordable. Prior to that, I was in another telehealth subscription delivery company that went through Series C, went through an acquisition actually twice. Prior to that, I was at Shutterfly, who I just also saw one of my colleagues in the audience, which is awesome. Hey, and come from a background of consumer marketing as well as the agency side. Left the agency side very early in my career because I wanted to be able to kind of own the full stack and own the destiny of a brand. So that was sort of the evolution. And I truly believe this is the best time in a marketer's career. I've been in marketing for a long time, and we can now be the orchestrators, the generalists that we've sort of always wanted to be, the endless creativity and creative versions. Like creative is sort of at our fingertips now at an endless capacity. And so now it's really about like targeting is our moat. Being in front of the right person in the right place at the right time, which we've always tried to do as marketers, is getting easier and easier and easier. And I think a lot of what marketers will sort of separate at this point is the value of the human in the loop with the brand piece. And so for a brand marketer especially, I've grown up in digital, but for a brand marketer especially, also an amazing time because all of, I would say after AI, what's really left, it's the brand.
Cool, thank you. So going back to Caitlin, if even, what aspects of AI are you most focused on in your org?
Yeah, so really 3 key areas for us. One, first and foremost, LLM, visibility, citations. How are we showing up? How are we now building for, of course, for humans, but also for agents and all the places that we need to be. Number two, given the innovation that has always been a part of Talkspace, we have been launching new AI products. So we launch a support product that helps our therapists do their best work and make the most of their time. We launched a direct-to-consumer product that is an AI-generated personalized podcast that you can listen to in between your therapy sessions. And we've also announced that in the next quarter, we're launching an AI product that is a mental health guide that you can use standalone or also in between sessions. So I'm spending a lot of time thinking about how do we position these new AI products to consumers who have been very used to, especially with Talkspace as a human-centric brand, they've been used to the human therapist aspect of our brand, and how do we kind of make that transition? And then the other is I came into Talkspace as part of a pretty big public company turnaround. So we've been pretty efficient for quite a while. So a lot of people think, oh, it's all about marketing efficiency and like squeezing more out of the team. We're pretty darn efficient. So instead of saying sort of doing more with less, we're actually doing more with more. We're doing things that we never could have imagined with the team that we have today, especially in the SEO arena. And I think there's a question, we can get to that a little bit more later. So it's those three areas.
Thank you. Jennifer, what about you?
Sure, I'd say similarly, we're definitely looking for LLM discoverability. That's very important. We're very fortunate in that we have so much science and we are an authority in this space, so that bodes well for us. As I mentioned earlier, we are having the avatars on the public floor, which is really exciting to watch and see how people interact with these avatars of species that they may not ever see in real life. And then I should say I've only been there a month. I am hoping that we will finally be able to deliver on the promise of personalization. As we all know, we've talked about personalization for many, many years, and it just never has quite delivered. But to really understand our consumers and our visitors of like what species they like and what exhibits are they interested in and what science is most relevant to them, I'm hoping we can really deliver that.
Cool. Next question. What have you seen work and what outcomes are really working for you?
So when I say it's a great time to be a marketer, there are a lot of reasons that I say that, but one of them specifically is around how we're thinking about our presence within LLMs and the channels that are needed to stand up and have proficiency around to do that. So if you go back to like January of last year, which is really when all of this kind of exploded, and among marketers it was like, is it SEO, is it GEO, is it better SEO, is it AEO, is it like what is it? So there was a period where we were spending quite a lot of time trying to define it. Turns out it like all the things that work in SEO also work in AEO and GEO, AEO, GEO. But what we've also learned is that this is called the what is old is new again piece of marketing, which is Reddit, YouTube, PR and growth PR, affiliate marketing with content marketing, link backs, link building for SEO. All of these things that I think often for marketers, it was sometimes a little bit harder for us to get investment in because the short-term impact was not always that obvious. I think now it's much easier because everyone on my executive team understands the idea of presence in LLMs. And so there's a lot of like, hey, we need to be on Reddit. We're not doing it today. This is how we stand it up. This is the research that shows why it's so important. And by the way, this LLM piece is a long-term strategy. And everyone is like, yes, we get it. Meanwhile, I've spent 20 years like fighting about the importance of SEO. So I think part of it is like there's a timeliness to this where never before have we seen something that everyone just kind of gets, right? If you've been a marketer for a while, you remember when mobile marketing was a thing and people were like, will people really do this on their mobile? Or like, will people really, with LLMs, everyone sort of gets it. So that has made it a lot easier. And what we're seeing work is all of those things that were sort of old and are now new again. So content on Reddit, moderation and community management on Reddit, translating as much content as you have possible into YouTube videos and bringing those videos into your own environment as well as on YouTube. So a lot of that third-party content as well as affiliate content. We're seeing some of those affiliate articles, they'll rank right away, even if it's like some small, obscure website.
Yeah, from prior experience I was a search product manager at InfoSeek, and back then people would just enter one word as your query, and we're like, how do we know what result to serve them? We have one word to try to understand what they're searching for, and now people are writing paragraphs, right? And it's so fantastic because it's really transformed the consumer behavior to help you understand really what they're looking for. And in a prior experience too, when AI was just starting, we were early adopters of an AI marketing technology, and it really helped our team, especially on the B2B side with product marketing. All of you who are product marketers are absolutely amazing, because I do feel like they are sort of grand central station and need to serve sales and product and marketing, and they had so much on their plate, and they were really able to delegate a lot of that work to this AI system, which was really efficient, as well as you mentioned with the creative and the marketing campaigns, to be able to shoot one thing once and have all the derivatives. So it's been very successful in my prior companies, and it's really exciting, and I agree with you 100%. It's so fun to be a marketer now because you have so many different streams of data and insights, and now you're able to increase your capacity and have a partner in thought and just to push your ideas and challenge your ideas. I just absolutely love it.
And that's the other thing within sort of showing some of this impact, where it might not be immediate on ROI, but you will very quickly see indicators. You will very quickly see visibility, citations, brand traffic lift, and you can sort of show that to the leadership team and people will get it. I think it's like 23 words is the average prompt that I heard. It's pretty wild.
Cool, that's interesting. The next question is, brands are now building for humans and agents. Is that true? And if so, what are you guys building for agents?
We're not quite there yet, so I'll defer to you.
I think they should be. And I think it depends on the brand. We are kind of in the infancy for that. A lot of where we're focusing on is when you come to Talkspace, you are getting matched with a therapist. We do that with using an algorithm on the back end, and we try to find the therapist that's right for you. But the reality is a lot of people, they start their journey, they either think that they want someone in person, an in-person therapist, or they want to like search from a list of therapists, which is historically not what we do. But for the LLMs, they want our list of 6,000 therapists, and who are they? And tell me everything about these therapists, because people are going in and they're putting in the prompts, and that's sort of how we're surfacing sort of the therapist first versus the brand. So a little bit of a backdoor with listings, and then also just restructuring a lot of the existing content that we have for how some of these agents and queries are coming through, like everything from top 10 lists to like reformatting articles in a grid format, bulleted lists, things like that are all going to make those not only come through in the LLMs more clearly, but for us, you can't yet book a therapy session through an LLM. We don't have that capability, but I think it's probably coming. I mean, can't you buy something from Walmart through the LLM? So, yeah.
Cool. Any questions, anyone so far?
I actually have a question. Can I ask?
Sure.
I'm curious because I saw one of the major use cases for AI is therapy. And I'm just curious what you guys are thinking about that, because I saw that so many people are seeking therapy from the LLMs, which is sort of sad, but you can understand they have privacy and accessibility. And so I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I love that question. So people aren't necessarily seeking therapy through the LLMs. They're having conversations with the LLMs that turn into therapeutic conversations, potentially spirals, potentially things that are not good, nor are they safe. And these models were never intended to be medical care, health care. If you've ever done therapy before, you understand some of the like CBT techniques that are part of what a therapist's job is. So they end up kind of getting into that zone, but the problem is there's not the safety, the escalation, the human in the loop, all of the things that need to be a part of that. And then the other thing is, like, every company and their brother is building some sort of mental health app on top of different LLM, different models, and, maybe bringing in a couple features here and there of like, give us are you depressed? Are you anxious? Like, what is it? None of those are safe, but they're free. So that is the thing that we're up against, is how do we ensure that we are able to serve the customers that come to us that actually want human face-to-face therapy and that need that, versus the vast majority of the population who's either not ready for or who will never talk to a therapist, and so they're turning to these other models. And so we actually are launching a Talkspace AI, not a therapist, because it's not a replacement for a therapist, but an AI mental health guide in the very near future. And I'm actually excited that so many launched before us, because it kind of gives you a moment to learn from mistakes and pitfalls. But as a marketer, I'm starting to think about, do we actually even use AI in the way that we're positioning this? Is it just sort of obvious? What do we put front and center? Obviously, privacy and security. Every app is going to say that we're private and that we're secure, but like bringing the full HIPAA compliancy, the human in the loop. So really bringing in those features and benefits that matter as we evolve in the AI era. And also, of course, it wouldn't be a marketing session if we didn't talk about just understanding the customer, what the customer wants, how do they think about AI, would they use an AI therapist, and sort of what are their understandings about these other different models that are out there. So we have a lot of work to do, but it's also a really interesting time. And the other thing is all of our LLM optimization has been around being an online therapy platform. So now with this new product, we have to start thinking about how do we surface ourselves for all these people that are looking for these sort of apps that are free, that are out there, that aren't safe. So we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, my questions are always about tools. What tools or sources are you using to, number one, identify the specific queries that take place in those longer form conversations, and the best leverage ways of repurposing content in order to optimize it for an LLM? And then finally, any content creation tools that you use to align with your brand and sound like humans when they're not.
Where do I start with that? So we've used a number of tools. We were using Profound actually through our agency. We moved to a new agency recently called Pepper Content. They're amazing. And they actually have their own homegrown tool. Is anyone here from Pepper? No. It's called Atlas, I believe, and it allows you, it's very similar to Profound, which I think just got some like multi-billion-dollar valuation. And they're essentially tracking prompts. I would say the pitfalls of that, though, is it would be impossible to track every single prompt just because of what we just talked about, the average being 23 words. But we're tracking our top 100. We're looking at who's ranking, what is our visibility relative to competitors for brand, what is our citations, where do we need to really lean in, as well as for all of our non-brand categories. So very similar to how we manage traditional SEO. But there are so many tools out there. I actually have a free one that I can recommend, but I have to look at my phone to tell you guys the name of it. But I'll tell you in a minute. And then other tools. So Pepper is doing all of our content creation. So we don't do it on our own. That's the other thing, is you have to know like when you have the capability in-house versus when you need a specialist or an agency. A lot of what we do is, and this is the case with Reddit, we work with Growth Marketing Pros. They are getting us started. They are teaching us whether we should do this in-house one day or not. Several of our agencies that we've worked with, they know going into it, like they might work with us for a year and then we're gonna learn over time how to source it and do it on our own. Not necessarily better, but maybe more efficiently, and to be able to do it with existing resources. If we're creating content on our own, we're using Claude and ChatGPT. We have a contractor that does video creation, and and it would be hard for me to rattle off all the tools that she's using. But I can send me a DM. We can talk. Yeah.
Jennifer, what about you? Tools?
We're a Gemini house, so I've been there about a month, and I personally am using Claude Cowork as sort of a pilot that maybe then hopefully we can expand beyond. But the Academy is a Gemini house right now.
Cool.
We also we run a lot of media, and so media is a big part of how we drive growth in addition to organic growth. We have relied very heavily on our media partners, and we've noticed that there are some media partners that were they were on it, very AI forward, like here's the new way that we're using AI for targeting or defining segments or finding inventory or optimizing creative. And for those partners, we leaned into them very quickly, and we found that in a world where our media was already pretty efficient, we were able to still get efficiency gains from those partners. And then and that's like some of our connected TV partners, like Mountain is one example. And then we had other partners that were like, it was pretty clear they were kind of either playing catch up or doing AI things for the sake of that they just had to. And the performance wasn't there. And so we've kind of shifted. And that's a case where it's tooling, but you don't actually have to own it or do it on your own. And if you're working with an agency, a partner, a vendor, you should ask them, like, what is your AI? What are your capabilities? How are you guys evolving? What's the roadmap? And you'll quickly see that some are much better than others. And I would recommend, like, as marketers, learning from and staying with the ones that are sort of more on top of it.
Yeah, from my B2B days, and again, this is a little dated, so I don't know if they're still out there in terms of being bleeding edge, but we were very happy with 6 Sense. We felt like they were definitely staying current and definitely staying on top of the technology and the AI changes. But again, that's a little dated because I haven't used them recently, but I was very happy with them. And like you said, you want to go with the ones that are really adopting it and staying ahead of the curve.
They're still doing stuff. I see them. And then if you guys haven't seen all the millions of billboards for so Talkspace is very much direct to consumer, but we also do have a B2B business where we provide mental health care for organizations, government entities, school districts, et cetera. And so that is very much a B2B play where we're trying to get in front of all these decision makers. And we did implement an AI SDR about a year ago, and it's going very well. It's through Qualified, and we named our AI Jill. It was named after our CTO, who is Gil. and everything from having conversations with prospects to pointing them to the right content in real time to following up with lifecycle messaging and white papers and webinar invitations. And then the other thing that I learned from the AI SDR that's very cool is that it was able to, like, a lot of people that landed there, they were just in the wrong place. Sometimes it was just a consumer that was asking a question of this B2B SDR, and it ended up helping us learn about questions that were being asked that we really didn't even know about. So it's very neat.
Cool. Anybody else? Any questions? Cool. Yes, sir.
You should be up here talking.
Hey, Caitlin. Mike Berry, I worked with Caitlin at Shutterfly. What are you using for CDP for your multi-channel communications?
In-house.
In-house,
Yeah.
not agency?
No.
Oh, okay. In-house built CDP?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, we are very much, like Shutterfly, if you remember, we're building a lot of things in-house, yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Next question. If you had $1 million to spend on AI, what would you spend it on? Tools, process, technology, people?
So I have $1 million, but I need to spend it on AI. Was that the qualifier?
Yeah.
Okay. I would love to have more AI native builders as well as data scientists. I think probably every company I join, being a marketer, we're naturally curious and we want to know absolutely everything about our visitors, our prospects, our members, our donors. And I find that I'm asking many questions and I'm not getting the data as quickly as I wish. So I would definitely utilize the dollars in some AI native fluent folks to help with insights.
Do you have a name for this job description that you just described?
Just brilliant people. Just brilliant, curious people. willing
Basically, we
to-
want to know where the jobs are.
Yeah.
Like, what is the job called, and what do you
know.
need?
I
in
need to
that?
think about that. Let me come up with it. I don't want to say AI GTM engineer or these are the prompt engineers or any of these things. I would need to think about it. So.
Cool. Caitlin, what about you? How would you spend it, and
Now
what
you
would
got-
you?
now you got me
What
thinking.
people do you need?
So in my organization, I have essentially taken one person who was our head of SEO and e-commerce, and I said, "You're the AI person." What does that mean? It means that you spearhead it within the organization, you spearhead it across the team, you make it a safe space so that if we make mistakes and we try things, you know, it's okay. And that person is also building out helping us just build our processes. So we do not formally have Claude. We are working on it. So everyone's kind of working in their own instance of Claude, which is interesting because we're healthcare and we have to kind of go through a lot of processes. But I would just rigorously build the processes around content with this person at the helm and the orchestration. And when I say content, it's not just developing copy-based content, right? It's video, it's social media content, it's Reddit content. It's just the more that you have out there. Also reviews, we didn't talk about that. Reviews is a huge piece. So how can you automate the reviews process, which many of us as marketers have had, right? Like, yes, I reach out to my customer, I ask them for a Trustpilot rating, but how can you do that more rigorously at scale using AI? Because again, all of this feeds into that sort of new world of the LLMs where kind of the whole funnel is happening all in one place at the same time.
I think maybe I'd call them outcome optimizer because I do want them to focus on the outcome and, you know, making sure that consumer experience is completely optimized. So somebody who's really focused on the outcome and not so much the channel or the tool, but really thinking strategically about the big picture and making things better always for the customer.
That's a good one. I
But
think.
also like people who are coming into marketing today, who are like some of the interns that I just hired, they're AI natives, right? Like when I look back and I think about people who were paid search natives, they just think a little bit differently in how they think about marketing as an investment and ROI. Same with digital marketing natives and people who grew up in the mobile era. I feel like we just kind of need to start cultivating that new talent, and those people can teach all the old people how to do it better.
So then, follow-up question to that: like, both of you are in like not traditional B2B, like mental health is has moral and ethical issues, and California Academy of Sciences is an institution. So when you use AI to generate all this content, how do you like balance trust and, you know, the emotion between both on the medical side as well as on, you know, serving the community and have AI do what it does?
So we're still human curated and human written, which I think will be that way for a bit because it is, we have some fantastic content team and we have so much data and proprietary information. And yes, they can use the AI, but we're definitely human first on that because we have to make sure it's 100% accurate. So that's where we are.
We're just human in the loop focused. So we have 6,000 providers. Thankfully, they're all very knowledgeable. Many of them love to review content. We actually pay them to review content. And it kind of part of our philosophy and work around optimizing for the EAT score with just even with SEO was making sure that we have these provider bylines, that these providers are reviewing the content, that it's clinically accurate. So we're still doing that regardless. My future dream, I don't know if we'll ever be able to do this, maybe, is to actually have a therapist agent reviewer that has all of the knowledge of all of the edits and changes and reviews that all of our therapists have already done on our content, and to be able to do that as like a first pass to check for all the clinical pieces. But I think there's still concerns with that. So for now, it's very much human in the loop.
How much of your organization is already using AI, especially Jennifer for you?
That's a great question. I think there are pockets. I don't think it's mainstream yet. So I think
Do you have like antibodies in the system where people don't want to use AI?
I'm sure we do. Yes.
And what's your plan to, like, what is your philosophy? Do you want that to be all AI, or?
No, I think there's a few things. I think for marketing, I found in prior experience, as I mentioned, I had early adopters, and they were sort of the folks that, again, there was our wonderful, amazing product marketing team who was so stretched for capacity that they were early adopters. And I did have some Luddites who just, it was really hard to change their behavior. So what we did do, in addition to celebrating the wins and celebrating the failures, I specifically mapped like a super user with someone, because I was checking in the system that we were using at the time how much activation was happening, how much engagement was happening, how often were they using this particular tool that we had purchased. And so those that weren't using it at all, I married them with a super user and just really tried to get them to change behavior, because I think, as you and I have discussed, it's hard to change behavior, and especially being in marketing, right? There's all the books on how do you change a behavior, and obviously in your space too, you know that well. So you really need to have the buy-in, and you really need the person to want to do it. So I think you just need to create an environment where you're showing that it can help them ideally, and it can augment their amazing capacity, creativity, and their own innovation. But they need to be willing to learn, right? And they need to be willing to try.
Cool. Caitlin?
I think most in our org are pretty open to it. I mean, from an industry standpoint, in the online therapy business, the train has sort of left the station. So I think it took a while, but everyone's like, okay. And the reality is, people are cared about the safety of our members, and they know that people are doing things unsafe. And so if one way to create safety is to sort of do it ourselves and do it better, everyone is feeling really good about that. From a process perspective, we're in the I would say early stages across the whole company. So I just hired my first person without going to our internal recruiting team. I did it through Jack and Jill, which is an AI recruiting service that is, Jack is the agent if you're looking for a job, and Jill is the recruiter. It is amazing. It creates these match scores, and you can go in and essentially, instead of just like, here's my job description, you say like, this is the person, this is their characteristics, this is the last person that I had. Like, it's very conversational, and then it matches you with people that it finds, and then it goes and recruits them and brings them to you and schedules the meeting. It's crazy. And so I think, across the company, people know that, in finance, in recruiting, in the people team, everywhere that it's happening. On the marketing side, it's interesting because I feel like you're not a marketer if someone hasn't said to you, can't you just do everything with AI? And so because of that, we tend to be, hopefully, a little more of the early adopters, because we kind of have to show, like, yeah, we could do everything. It's not going to be great yet, but here's how we do like more of a balanced approach, a responsible approach, a human in the loop approach, so we still have the empathy of the brand, the taste that we need to infuse into our brands as well.
I had a quick question here. I'm just actually two questions. One is, are you getting your executives to speak to your company for AI buy-in and that whole transformation process? And secondly, what would happen to the therapy company if it gets sold? Like, how strong is everyone's data once it gets sold?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, we're a HIPAA compliant platform, and we actually did just announce an acquisition. we just got acquired by a very large hospital company called UHS, and I'm not the legal or compliance person, so I will say what I know, which is that because we're HIPAA compliant and we operate as a healthcare entity, that all of the records, transcripts, medical records will stay within your medical record just as if they would for any healthcare company. So it's not like we're like digitally transferring your data or anything like that. It stays as it is with Talkspace. And then, yeah, I think we're trying to socialize the use cases. So we're showing from some of the things we're doing, here's the momentum that we see. Here's a case where we probably should have hired, maybe a year ago we would have hired 2 or 3 people, but now we're actually doing more with the people that we have because of these different processes or tools, and just being able to show that. The LLM visibility, if you can show that you're moving your LLM visibility within your company, I think you're gonna get standing ovations. People love to see that because it's just like you versus your competitors in a very hot space. Everyone's using the LLMs. If you can show we did X and we got Y and physically show that, I think that's gonna tell a really great story that then lends itself to like all AI projects, because it's like an indicator. People love indicators.
Cool.
Can you speak to a little bit more tactically how you were able to build that visibility in the LLMs?
Yeah. So first, from a brand perspective, like Talkspace branded terms, we were already there because we had done a really great job of focusing on SEO. So I know that sounds like a total cop-out. So then we had to figure out, okay, how do we continue to drive that? And then also focus on our non-brand categories like online therapy, now AI therapy, now things like, because we're covered by insurance, therapy covered by insurance. So it's really by tracking all of those 100 non-brand prompts and building content around those, not just on our own website, but I'll just rattle them off. Reddit, YouTube are really the biggest. I think YouTube surpassed Reddit in visibility and citations. By the way, Wikipedia is still a thing. Like, make sure that you've got the right content in Wikipedia, and you have a firm or a Wikipedia contributor that can do that. Also, organic social. So LinkedIn is really important to broadly distribute your content, and you can do that. Again, there's we were talking about like what tools and podcasts and things we like, but there's this person that you all should follow, this guy Ross Simmons. Does anybody know who that is? He's like this mega Reddit expert, and he was kind of the person that like a year ago I saw what he had done with his agency, and I was like, Reddit, like this is where it's at. And we ended up not partnering with him, but he's definitely a thought leader, and he has this mantra, which is create once, distribute forever. And that's because he will take one piece of content and turn it into 100 different pieces of content in a lot of different places, and that's really where some of the velocity comes from. But specifically, one of those was LinkedIn, which was like not the first place that we would have thought to start, but it was really Pepper Content who recommended that to us. And again, taking some of these posts that we already had and turning them into LinkedIn appropriate content.
Anybody else?
This is a little bit of a different question, but just, you mentioned that you're doing more with the folks that you have today. How have roles and responsibilities changed within your teams? So you mentioned you moved someone from SEO to this sort of now AI role. Have you seen those changes across other kind of roles as well?
I mean, really, they're doing both now. I didn't actually move them. I said, you're also doing this. I think the other roles have, the actual roles haven't changed. I think what they're focusing on has changed. So they actually have more time for strategy. Like one example is my head of growth, who kind of fuels our creative engine across all of our digital paid social channels. In the past, maybe would have, actually this is what we would have done, right? We would have had a weekly meeting and we would have talked about sort of what's working this week and what are all the new concepts, and let's put a bunch of ideas into a spreadsheet and then we'll go version all of those out. This is all happening in much more real time because you can feed a lot of your existing marketing reporting and content into Claude, and Claude will tell you, like, these are the things you should go after. And then you can also combine it with what social trends are happening. And there's like all of these different layers that you can add on. And so instead of like the meeting, the spreadsheet, the second meeting, the briefs, like all of the things leading up to that, they're now doing the same thing, but doing it in a day with much more velocity. And then, by the way, on the other side, the actual creation. And a lot of our creation is, again, it's versions of other things that we've done, because our brand is really centered around our own members talking about their therapy experience and bringing their therapy, everyone has their own unique therapy experience, like bringing that to the forefront and their experience with Talkspace. But there are a million different versions of how you tell that story, coupled with, you know, maybe it's the meme of the week or something else that's sort of like the timely and the relevant piece, also coupled with the user story. So it's not just like a, you know, AI generated person with 6 fingers or something like that. It's like actually taking things and really versioning them out and doing it quickly. So I would say like their ability to be an orchestrator across the whole team is really what's changing. And then didn't OpenAI just yesterday say, oh, we got it all wrong, like there actually aren't going to be mass layoffs like we thought? I don't know. I read that somewhere. So yeah, okay, thank you. This is a bad telephone game because I think I read a headline, but I think that is what we will see in marketing, is that our jobs are just a little bit different.
Cool. Any other questions?
Are you intentionally carving out time for your team to get AI proficient, whether that's building skills or exploring new teams? Like, how are you embedding that into your culture so that you continue to accelerate, or do they just need to figure it out on their own?
I can answer that from prior companies. I did my best to always have no meeting Wednesdays and try to work with HR on subscription to a particular training, whether it be Section or LinkedIn or whatnot or whatever. And then we would add it to their OKRs. So we would assign training and modules that they needed to complete as part of their OKRs. And again, trying to give them the time and space, and having it uniform across our team. Like this was a no meeting Wednesdays when they should be doing that type of development.
Cool.
I think we need to do more on that. We have no meeting Fridays, and we actually end up having a lot of meetings. But no, it's a really great point, is like people just end up, like myself too, you just end up working overtime because you're like, I have to figure all this shit out, right? After getting the invite actually for this event, I was like, oh, this event looks really cool. I would like to just do the same event just for my team. So I'm definitely starting to think about, like, what is the next offsite? Maybe it's not going through the roadmap for the year. Maybe it's just like, forget work. Like, let's just do this hands-on thing and, really invest in the team. We've also been certainly encouraging people on the team to go to conferences, to go to events like this, and that the company will pay for it. So.
Very cool. Cool. Any other question?
Yeah, hi, this one's for Caitlin. So you mentioned AO and Reddit a few times. So now Reddit is full of brands spamming the hell out of every thread, trying to get their mentions in AO, GO, whatever. So what are you doing differently that helps you to stand out, specifically in this realm?
That's funny. So I mentioned we work with Growth Marketing Pros, and I'll tell you what my understanding is, just from what I see from their sort of philosophies and how they operate. So think about how you have influencers that you work with across social media. It's the same thing. They have people who are legitimate people who are very active on Reddit, who talk about very specific types of themes and industries. And so it's very organic from that perspective. They've built up the supply, essentially, to be able to do that. What we've seen is a very low removal rate of anything that they've done. And so it's like, it starts with owning your own subreddit, by the way, and just building content that you already know is going to resonate in there. But then there's the original post, the comments, sort of mining to find out what are the right conversations that you should be in. And then also when you're getting involved in those conversations, like marketers are very obvious, I think, sometimes. But again, that's why I should probably rebrand it as like Reddit influencers or something like that, and how they're kind of going into these communities on your behalf. And they're trained, by the way. They're very well trained and well versed on our product and what we do and different angles and philosophies. So they know, like, how our therapists think about AI. They could speak on that. They know how to talk about safety in therapy. They know how to talk about which platforms are the best, what experiences people might be having. So they're like us. Reddit marketers, they're like us.
And I think to answer, I know you didn't ask me, but I think we're also trying to, what you said, what's old again is new again in marketing. We're trying to really develop unforgettable creative. So we're back actually more out of home again. So if you can imagine being a billboard on Beta Breakers when 30,000 people are running by, and hopefully not on their phone because they're running and trying to breathe, there's our billboard. Or you'll see in the city we have Caterpillar bus takeovers, and we're just trying to catch you in really big places where there's a lot of people, and then hopefully you're not just staring at your phone all day and you actually see some of our creative. So it's so fun, again, to do out of home, because for so long with digital, growing up in digital, like, can't measure that, and no way, and but it's been so great because it's so creative, and it really has generated a lot of brand, and we're doing our best to measure it, so.
Cool.
The other thing is I'm a big advocate for affiliate marketing, also what's old is new again. Because a lot of somebody was asking me earlier today, there's so many people that still don't understand affiliate marketing, but I think about it as partnerships at scale. That's really what it is. But a lot of these partners are very much pay for performance, but they also have, they're often media companies. They're sitting on a tremendous wealth of content and information. And I think if the content that you're putting out with these affiliate partners is organic and organically related to what they're already talking about, then it will, if it's on the proper topic, it will come through into the LLMs and it won't seem spammy. I also think that just like Google, like, they'll figure that out. You can't just keyword stuff your way into the LLMs.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Both Caitlin and Jennifer will be here for a while, so if you want to catch them in the break, please do ask questions. We'll resume at 3:30. But thank you very much. Give them a big hand.
For the questions.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of these lifecycle marketing or email marketing platforms will sort of decouple, where you don't need to have a bunch of these things within the platform because you have so much flexibility and control that you can go in here and, like if you have a, copy humanizer, which is, a skill that almost everybody needs, you can just ask Claude to create it. So it strips AI writing, tells from the copy 39 patterns, humanizes email, and these are the trigger phases that everybody knows about. And obviously, I did not write any of this skill, so this entire skill is, here. And whenever I go in here, I can call the skill, and it will, change that particular email, etc., for me. So it's super simple. You can also import your content library. So if you have any kind of brand, you can import your entire URL. You can upload your assets. If you do events, which a lot of our customers do, you can upload photos really quickly. Obviously, you don't need to tag any of these pictures. And when you create any email, you can go into the library. You can say, okay, these are all the images. Use these images as a header. That's what I did last night. If you got my email, I took the pictures I took. I just dragged and dropped them right here. And I created this email. You can import all your contacts. So I have I think 25,000 contacts, so it's taking a little bit of time. But you can import through a CSV, you can import through a webhook. We're also on Shopify, so if my Shopify store was connected, you can bring all of these in. You can create any number of cohorts. Again, these are LLM cohorts, so you can say, the AI Marketing Summit. So I use Humanic to run the entire community that I run. So a lot of emails that you get from me are through Humanic. All our Luma, all our users in Australia or wherever, I can create all these cohorts, and and these are integrations. So we integrate to Shopify, Lovable, Zapier, everything through a webhook, Amplitude if you're doing that. And then we also send out these emails. So we are the only AI marketing platform so far that I have discovered that also sends the emails. Most people that are doing the AI email generation are only doing the email generation, but they connect to a Klaviyo or some other tool to send the emails out. And we have very particularly taken the decision, because it's a lot of work in email to actually send the email out. You need to know about the nuances of, basically, whenever scheduling and rate limiting and domain and, everything else. So we have, all of that set up here, so you can connect a whole bunch of domains. We manage domain reputation so that, the agents will look at your domain reputation. So if I look at my main domain here, which is, it'll tell me, it will tell me what my domain reputation is. I think something's off. And the agent will basically, not send emails from there. And then all the campaigns you see here, and you can get analytics, detailed analytics about that, in this thing. So obviously, when we looked at, so this is Humanic. So when we looked at this, and let me go on to distribution, how we thought about distribution of this product. Okay, so the shape of the product was, like I mentioned the x-axis yesterday, which is the shape of the product. So almost any product can do many things. Like we can add multi-channel, we can add, analytics to it, we can add, so many other things that we can do. But I think Claude Code has fundamentally changed the shape of, anything that you're building, because a lot of things you have to be very close to your users to understand like what they're going to use you for, like what job to be done. Like Elaine, I'm a big job to be done person versus what they're going to take in-house. So I think when you take a lifecycle marketing or anything like that, people are going to take analytics for sure into Claude Code. Like most of your Excel sheets, most of your data in Salesforce or HubSpot, you're going to connect through a skill or something else with Claude Code, and you're going to do the analytics. You're going to say, give me our, like I can go in here and I can say, where is my, so I already did that. I can say, give me my top 5 campaigns in Humanic. And obviously, it will give you the campaigns. You can ask it these questions. You can say, I want to improve my open rate, click rate for this audience and that audience. And, I can marry this data. I can have attribution data. So the analytics, I totally believe that people will do outside of Claude Code. The other thing that I think people will do outside of Claude Code, outside of any tool is, or not everybody, but some people, is do multi-channel. Let's say you want to do WhatsApp. I was talking to Vivek in the break, and WhatsApp is like pretty complicated to use in terms of the cost, in terms of the rules. Anything meta related is very hard to set up, like Instagram and WhatsApp. They have a lot of custom rules. So you have to spend a lot of time to make sure it works for your particular use case. So for us, it doesn't make sense to like just put WhatsApp and just put SMS unless we are very clear about what does our user want, what are you going to use SMS for, what are you going, like quick service restaurants, if Braze does that because they have a lot of quick service restaurants, WhatsApp, SMS works good. But for our particular use case where the kinds of people that we are targeting are people that have visually rich products, like they have images, they want to create, they want to be creative, they want to spend the time in looking, the email took really good, and they have clean lists so that the open rate is like 50%, 60%. They're not looking for cold email, which Elaine talked about earlier, which doesn't have too much AI because it's like 3 lines that you need to write with AI, and you can do it anywhere. So, but you need the entire workflow. By the way, Humanic also connects to like Figma and Canva in the integration. So if you have assets in Figma and Canva, you need to bring your creative, you need to bring your contacts, you need segments, then you can create, really create your email. And once you've created your email, you want to send it out right away. You don't want to like export it and put it in another tool, And so we have a bunch of things that we've done. For example, like if you create this particular email, not only will it check how it looks in mobile and desktop, but it will, also tell you how it looks in like 120 different, devices. So this is real time. It'll connect and tell you what this looks like in devices. So when you send emails, it needs to look good in every device that your user is, doing this for. So but the shape is pretty thin. And then I think there'll be a lot of skills that'll be developed overall. And then people will do analytics outside. They will do multi-channel outside, and then they'll do life cycle outside. So every time you create a life cycle in Klaviyo, it's pretty complicated. If somebody does this, you have a tree and everything else, and that life cycle always can become, there's something not working, something that you don't know is either working or not working. But with AI, and that is true for Humanic, you can have dynamic cohorts here. So I can, all of these cohorts, and they can be configured. So a new user comes in, let's say through PostHog or Shopify, they go into the cohort, and the AI decides which creative it gets sent. So it's always optimizing to say, this is my cohort, and this is the next best creative. So you don't have to think. So all of that stuff. And again, I'm not saying everybody needs that. A lot of people need, like, I just need to send this, and we get a lot of prospects who say, this is what we have. But there are others who are like, oh, I want to try this, and I want to see how this looks. So that's the shape of, Humanic here. And so when we thought about distribution for this, what worked really in the last couple of years for some of the bigger companies that are further ahead, Gamma, obviously, they were here last time, and they have numerous, like I think in the hundreds or maybe thousands of influencers that they work with. And they are at like 60, 80 million people who use, who have signed up for Gamma. Lovable is the same way. The founders are always on LinkedIn. They're always on social media. Replit the same way. Very big presence on LinkedIn for all of these brands. What they have in common is that they had distribution before they had a product. Founder audience, community presence, Gamma specifically, Lovable also, Anton. And they were on this viral route from day one, not as an afterthought. Obviously, the product spreads itself. They have all the hooks and stuff that Dropbox and Slack and others did like a decade ago, sharing, inviting, linking. But they're not giving away as much of the product today that people were giving away 10 years ago. Like Dropbox famously gave away so much storage if you invited friends and stuff. But now, this time, it's very tighter budgets. Founder is not a channel, not just a CEO. So I think for anything to go viral, the founder courage and the founder being front and center is absolutely necessary. And that's why you also see like Sam Altman and Zuckerberg and all these people showing up all over the place around the world all the time, because they are the biggest channels for their marketing. Like, I tried to reach out to NVIDIA and wanted to invite their CMO. I discovered that NVIDIA doesn't have a CMO. They actually don't have a marketing team. Jensen is the CMO. He is the marketing channel. And they literally have 5 or 10 customers that buy like 100 billion each. and they all know each other. So they don't need a marketing team. So they have like, I think VP levels and below, but they don't have any EVP, SVP, CMO. I don't know if it's changed in the last 6 months, but they don't need that because they know all their customers. There are like maybe 100 of them, and all of them buy stuff. So I think if you're a founder, if you're building something, there were some questions about being shy on camera and stuff. I think it's very, very necessary for people to see you, to trust you, trust what, how much effort you're putting in, so that they eventually will ask in a couple of years, like, what are you building? I've seen you around, but I have no idea. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I think that is true because now distribution is the game. And earlier, like 20 years ago, you needed to be a PhD to start over. Like in the last bubble, you needed to be a PhD to do networking, or everything was networks back then. And you needed to know something about TCP/IP or some protocol, and you had a smart gizmo, and then people would just buy you on technology. Now technology is so easy to build, like nobody cares what you have. Like so many people write to me like, I have this technology, I built this bot, that bot, can I present? I'm like, I don't know you, nobody knows you. Like it doesn't matter, because if I tell you I have this bot that can do this, the reaction is like, yeah, I can also do that. My son was doing that like last night. So the game is not that you have something that, because I think the infrastructure has gotten collapsed into these 3 big companies, and now everybody is building. Like I got a founder last year who said, I'm doing something, on top of Anthropic that's different from Anthropic. Something about voice calling or something. I just didn't believe it. I'm like, you're like 4 people and you're doing like your own model? I'm not sure. So the trust thing is a big thing. So if you are a founder of any size company, I think you need to be on. And then obviously you need to pick a channel and go absurdly deep into that channel. One channel mastered, and then you branch out So this is like more opinionated than I would like. Death of a traditional funnel, which was, put a bunch of ads, you get a bunch of traffic, you get landing page, signups, conversion, and everybody is optimizing this landing page sign-up conversion for PLG for the last 10, 15 years. But now things have changed. The new funnel is that distribution has become fragmented. It's not just ads. We're going to have a session about ads after this. It's not like it's going away, but creator mentions, like everybody today talked about Reddit, AI search, LinkedIn thought leadership, YouTube is big, TikTok is big, agent recommendations, AI generated summaries, obviously AEO, SEO is big. So this is the, collecting all of these things and just being aware. I think Ashish also talked about this, like how can you be in all of these different places with something that is, the people can trust. So this is this is how we've thought about all the social media channels and how we've scaled. So I see this in 3 circles. One is the anchor channels and the growth and scale. So anchor, in my view, for the product, and that's why I showed you guys the product, is LinkedIn. LinkedIn may not help you get leads, but LinkedIn is your anchor channel. Like everybody that finds you, wherever they find you, it's the most frustrating thing that you find somebody or a founder that's interesting, and you look them up on LinkedIn and you can't find it. And LinkedIn search is something that before AI, they need to fix the LinkedIn search, because you just can't find people, and that's the most frustrating thing. Like, who is this person that is building this that's not on LinkedIn? So in my view, LinkedIn is your anchor. You need to have, and LinkedIn has become very time consuming, because 10 years ago, they would feed you leads and increase your followers, and now they're like super tight. It's like 1 at a time. You can't send more than 30 invites a day, and people don't accept it. It's become like very, very skewed. So it just takes time with all of these channels. A lot of people mention, so in my, the other philosophy I have is that people want to use new tools. They learn anonymously. And which are 2 channels that they learn anonymously? One is YouTube, and one is Reddit. So if you're serious about a new product, new technology, you will go to YouTube. Your kids will go to YouTube and search for the most high signal person. So you'll look for a video that has like 100,000, 200,000 views, and you'll watch that first, and you'll look at the comments before you even click on it. And YouTube, you can game the system a little bit. You can promote your content, whatever you put on YouTube, and when you put the ads, when you promote the content, if you just want subscribers, you can select India and Indonesia, and you will get a lot of subscribers very quickly. But if you do US and Canada, that same money won't get you those many subscribers. So to get jump started, anytime you need like an artificial push, you can use this little trick to bump your subscribers up. But obviously the content has to be good. That will just, I think YouTube just inflates a lot of numbers because they have so much. You put, any kind of thing, it'll show you all of these different things, but it will not generate into actual leads. But it's an anchor content. If you find somebody, and if your content is good, then they are bound to go. If they are a serious prospect, they would have checked you over on LinkedIn. They would have gone to YouTube to look for a channel, look for something that you've said before. Otherwise, those are two things. And another anchor content, obviously that's related, is Reddit. That's also anonymous. And on Reddit, there are multiple tools, and I've tried all of them, where they ask, you find these subreddits and you respond to them. I think it's a waste of time, because for your product and your community, it's the 80-20 rule. There are probably 5 to 10 subreddits that really matter, that are genuine, where people are asking genuine questions, because the questions are also planted. So if you get into you're responding to every subreddit, it's an AI-generated question, and you're using AI or you're using humans to respond to it. It will not increase, and Reddit is also good at detecting AI-generated responses. Your karma points don't go up. So people look at karma points, which is a very tightly controlled commodity in Reddit. So if your karma points don't go up, I don't take you seriously. If somebody comments on my thread and they have like 10K karma, I'm like, okay, this guy is a genuine guy, because the Reddit is also using AI to make sure that their platforms remains relevant. So you need at least 8 to 10 comments on your post for it to be, showing up on Google search. So you actually have to say something interesting. You can't be just like putting all these, comments randomly on subreddits. I don't think that helps. I think what really helps, and there is no tool for it, it's a product idea, is that it's not about responding to subreddits, it's about growing my own community subreddit. Because anybody who's mildly interested will opt into my subreddit. So I have an AI marketing and a Humanics subreddit. And that I'm more focused on writing good thought pieces that people automatically opt into. So that's the first step. They are anonymous. I don't know you, you don't know me, but you've taken the first step, and you have come into, you are now in the anchor sphere. Like, if you were to become a customer at some point, you know that yes, I'm part of that subreddit, or something will pop up at some point. So these three, I think, are like foundational anchor channels for you. Next, I think in growth channel are, events. And events can be online and in person. Luma in San Francisco is the gold standard for events. Everything that we do in AI marketing is all through Luma. We have about 10, 11,000 people. Almost every marketer in the Bay Area is on the AI marketing sort of Luma calendar. And we have thousands of people on Maven. So I do a weekly webinar, doing it since January, so 4 or 5 months. So I do a weekly webinar on lifecycle email, how to use AI, how to use Claude Code. That's 45 minutes. 45 minutes is the standard on Maven. If you go like 60 minutes, then you'll get drop-offs. If you get smaller, then it's not worth it. So 45 minutes is the good sweet spot. And you need to do them regularly. Mahesh, who was here yesterday, he's been doing it for years. So he's like the top-rated guy on there. Obviously, the content has to be good. But if you try and, the reverse is not true. If you do a webinar on Luma, you will probably get nobody. Like 5 people will sign up, sometimes 0. But if you do an in-person event on Maven, nobody will sign up. So it's like weird. Everybody who's looking for webinars will go to Maven. everybody who's looking for in-person events, at least in San Francisco, I don't know about Boston and other cities, will go to Luma. And in Luma, the trick is to get on a calendar. Let's say you build your own calendar and you have like 1,000, 2,000, whatever number of people, it doesn't help. You need to be on the San Francisco Discovery City calendar. As soon as, that's how we got started. 3 years ago, we did some events and they were like, yeah, mildly. And then suddenly Luma put us on the San Francisco Discovery page. And we went from like 50 signups to 350 signups in like a week. So there are a couple of them. There is obviously the Luma decides they have a very, their own philosophy on what they promote and what they include. But there are other such people like, Sahar, who runs Bond AI. So if you're into any events, he's a big AI guy. If you get in, there is Gray's Guide. A lot of people look at Gray's Guide. So there are certain very niche places you need to know and advertise where people are looking for events. So a lot of people try and do events and then nobody shows up because it's in layers. Because you need to know who are these people. Like it's again like a product. Who are these people? What are they looking for? Where do they look for? Obviously, you have to do every event in San Francisco. You go like it's way cheaper to do this in Mountain View, and I live in the South Bay. But there is not a single event that I've done outside of San Francisco. It needs to be in San Francisco. When you do an event in San Francisco, it reverberates around the world. People in New Zealand will sign up because they look at San. You can do the same event in Barcelona or Boston. Nobody will, people are like whatever. But if you do it in San Francisco, it's the AI capital of the world. It reverberates. You have global presence. So I think that's the second growth. When you have good anchor content, then you get into growth. And I'm not saying this is for everybody. This is how we've done it. And then finally, you have Instagram and TikTok. So once you have product market fit and you want to scale, then obviously everything that was said earlier about TikTok and Instagram is the way to scale because it costs money to do these things. It's much more complicated to scale these things. The couple of other things that I'll say is that false positives, at least in my experience, we'll see what Dan has to say, is Meta and Google Ads cost a lot of money and they drive a lot of traffic, but it doesn't convert. Or very little of that has converted for us. I should say, is very little of that has converted for us. Again, it's a lot of sort of tweaking and things that you have to do to get the right ICP. I guess these scale channels work when you're very, very clear about your ICP. So don't spend your money if you aren't clear about the ICP, aren't clear about your product. So like it has to be like perfectly targeted. Like the product needs to be there for you to really leverage these scaling things. Low ROI, that was a couple of things. Slack channels, almost dead in my opinion. Everybody, it was big, community was, in the time of Reforge, like 7, 8 years ago, PLG, everything, Slack communities were big. People had 20,000 Slack communities. Now, like, you can be in every Slack community and nobody responds, nobody takes action on these Slack communities. I don't know about Discord, never went there. And Twitter is low ROI for us because we're not making a developer tool. But if you obviously be making a developer tool, then Twitter is great. It's a very specific sort of use case. But yeah, and Twitter is Twitter. A lot of opinionated people, not a lot of buyers, I think, hang out. But you have to know your buyers, like where are your buyers hanging out? Like for us, marketeers, I think very few marketeers hang out on Twitter on a daily basis. Maybe they follow a few people. But yeah, if you're in data science or data storage or developer type of infrastructure stuff, then obviously Twitter makes sense. But from a marketing standpoint, Twitter is, I think, suboptimal. Now, finally, I'd say that, there is time and then there is money. Where are you spending on all of these channels? And I've tried to put like a virality graph. So obviously, events takes a lot of time. And, you could break even if you do a good job, like put in an effort. But, sometimes you lose money. But it takes a lot of time. And you have to do it in person. You can't scale it. Every time we've done a summit, this is my 4th summit, we revamp the entire website. We get new speakers. We get new agenda. Everything is new. We never recycle because if you don't put effort into your events, people see that and they don't come. It's very, very difficult to convince somebody to come to your event unless they feel like you are also putting in enough for them to commit their time. It's not about the money, it's about how much effort did this person put in. How much is in person and how much is scaled. So there is almost nothing that I do to put these events that is using AI. Every email that you get, every LinkedIn message that probably you got, like 6 or 8 of them, were all sent by humans. Nothing was automated because it needs to be it's like more time to automate than figuring out the SB. Anyways, Reddit, again, you cannot scale Reddit because you can use AI to do that, and some companies are saying that you can. But I think Reddit is such a powerful source for Google search. Like they have this deal with Google that they make sure that you are who you are, and it's genuine using AI and other things that they've built in the last 20 years. I think it's very hard to game Reddit to get ahead without spending time and without actually having insights and a product that makes sense. Like you need to be a thought leader for people to engage with your content. So there are people who are very, very critical because they're anonymous, they can say anything. Unlike LinkedIn where everybody is absolutely polite, on Reddit, people are absolutely the other way around. And that is, my favorite is am I overreacting is my favorite subreddit. So that's the kind of people that show up on Reddit. So building a brand presence. A lot of these companies, like our competitors that are on Reddit, I sometimes post on their subreddit and nobody says anything. Like those channels are unmoderated. Like they were set up 10 or 12 years ago, and I go in directly and I say something about Manic, and they let it go. So it takes effort. Somebody has to moderate it. Maybe the person who was managing Reddit got fired, and they're trying to do something with agents and optimize it. But it's free for you. You can go in and you can say this is the new way to do things. And it'll float for some time. So everybody's trying to automate, and I think that's the opportunity for some of the other founders. Maven, obviously, you got to have a regular cadence. You got to put a lot of energy. You got to have original content. LinkedIn is, again, you can spend a little bit of money. Like they're making a lot of money now with boosting. So they have two things, boosting and ad spend. Boosting is like their big money maker because almost anytime you have something to say, they'll say, you want to boost it, and it's just a little bit, and you get a little bit of, a little bit kick. Again, it's the same gaming as YouTube and LinkedIn. It depends on the audience. Like if I select boost on LinkedIn with the Bay Area audience, it won't have too many impressions. But if I say this is a global thing, like I pick India, Indonesia, some other places, I'll, fly out of the door. But are those genuine people that are leads? There is. The other thing about LinkedIn, at least in the Bay Area, like everybody who's a seller is on LinkedIn, but anybody who's a buyer is not, it doesn't even log into LinkedIn. So like if you are the marketing manager at Arista Networks, in Milpitas, you've never logged into LinkedIn. Like you have a job, you're not planning to buy anything, you're not building anything. It's like, I don't care about LinkedIn. LinkedIn is crap. And so you'll see a lot of people saying, dissing LinkedIn, like LinkedIn is not. It works for people because it's the anchor content. Like you cannot be, a person that is not on LinkedIn is trying to sell something, at least in technology. YouTube, you can scale, like I mentioned earlier, you can do ads and stuff on YouTube, but it is, again, critical. You need to grow. Again, in YouTube, the one thing that has worked for us is AI educators. So there are AI influencers that are on YouTube, TikTok, but there are AI educators in the last 3 or 4 years where there's a bunch of people that are educating people around the world. Some of them have like few million followers. So those are the channels that if you find the right AI educator or whatever you're building type of educator in that space, on how things are changing, that is probably the best thing for you to focus on. They're very hard to get through because they're getting bombarded. Obviously, you don't want to go to somebody. There are some platforms that allow you to connect your product with some AI influencers. They charge like $200-300 a month. I tried all of them. It doesn't work. There are all these people trying to do matchmaking but it needs to be bespoke. That works better than any kind of scaling on YouTube, but you can do that. Then obviously, TikTok and Instagram that we talked about earlier, you can scale with AI, but obviously you need to be pretty sure because it's, fairly expensive to do TikTok and Instagram. Also on TikTok, you'll get a lot of followers, but they'll be like, when you look at their profiles, you're like, who are these people? These are not the people that are ever going to buy. Instagram is a little better when you look at those people and those profiles and what they're saying and how many followers they have and all of that data. You feel like, okay, at some day they might be your customers. But TikTok just increases your followers. You pay money, and you also especially with Instagram, if you give yourself like a good couple of months to set up Instagram. It is so onerous. They'll ban you. They will not allow you to boost. There are like so many teething problems with anything Meta, WhatsApp, Instagram. If you haven't done that, yes, ma'am. Okay. Cool. So this is my last slide here. So one of the things you can do is obviously use Claude Code, which I do. I posted about it a couple of weeks ago. I connect everything, Google Analytics, Reddit mentions, TikTok, LinkedIn discussions. I use Composio or similar. Like, don't try and do natively to any of these tools, especially Instagram, Twitter, all of those things. They block you. So you can't, like on Twitter, MCP, you can't post videos. You can do images. You can't pull analytics. So there are all these, like the native, and it's broken quite a bit. So, you need to claw these things together. So it's work to do that. Cool. That's all I had. Thank you very much. Hopefully it was useful. Thank you. And with that, I would like to welcome Dan from Upside to talk about one of the biggest channels for the last 20 years, which is Google Ads.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. Excited to be here. I'm going to talk to you today about how to automate Google Ads, but I'm also going to talk to you about how to automate a lot of other things within your marketing org. So we'll go through a lot of different use cases, and hopefully it's useful to you. All right, so who am I? I am Dan Amati. I am one of the co-founders of Upside. Before this, I spent about 12 years in go-to-market orgs doing B2B growth for B2B companies. So these are companies like Outreach, MuleSoft, ServiceTitan, Branch. They were all companies that had really good product market fit, and they wanted to grow very quickly. So I usually joined around the 10 million revenue mark and helped them get to 100 to 200 million. So why am I here today? What we see when we work with our customers is that marketers are really leveling up and drastically. And I think you are all here because you feel like you have leveled up or you're here to level up. So actually just show of hands, how many people came here because they want to learn more things and take it back to their jobs? Okay, basically everyone. All right. So when we think about the use of AI within marketing teams, we find that people actually fall into one of 6 camps. We have these stages of AI adoption, and you've probably all gone through several of these, so I can kind of guesstimate where you probably are landing. But I'll explain them, and then maybe while I explain them, think about where you are. So we had stage 1, which was the manual era of AI. It was us playing around with ChatGPT and realizing we can talk to something and it gives us somewhat coherent answers. Stage 2 was where we realized, hey, this thing can actually write some stuff for us. It can generate content. We can provide it some information and it can converse and actually give us useful information. We can copy paste things out of this and put it onto LinkedIn and make it look like we wrote it. But now we all know about the M-dash, right? So nobody's actually doing that. Then we have stage 3, where we start to discover agents. So this is kind of confusing. There's agents, there's skills, there's workflows, whatever you call it. Agents can do things for you on their own, and you can train them to do tasks for you. And that's a huge unlock. So that moved us into stage 3. Stage 4 is what we call AI first. Now you realize it's better to work with more than one agent, right? So you can have agents that specialize in certain things, and then you can call them when you need them. And you also may find yourself starting your day by opening Claude or going directly to your AI tool of choice to start your day's workflow. So that's stage 4. Stage 5 is orchestration. So this is where you realize that, hey, the agents I create can actually call other agents on their own. And we can have an orchestration agent that handles everything and doesn't run out of a context window while it works on stuff. And as part of that, you'll realize, I think we need a unified GTM brain. We need one place that stores all of our context, things that are in my brain or in our organizational's knowledge context that we need to bring together to then reference so that those orchestration agents can do their job right. And then finally, we have the next frontier, our last stage, which is the AI systems that you create can actually self-build. So they can learn from their mistakes, they can go and rewrite their own skills, and kind of iterate on top of each other. So we've seen this in terms of Ralph mode as an example, where it just keeps trying and then fixing itself. There's several orchestration platforms that can help build this and analyze this now. So curious, now that you've heard all of these, where do you think you end up? So what we see is there's a big divide between the top 3 and the bottom 3. Most people are stuck somewhere at stage 3 or 4. And we believe the reason for that is that you need a lot more data to get into 3, 4, and 5, or 4, 5, and 6. So if you have better quality data, you can trust it to move into those sections. So before I continue, I mentioned I'm a co-founder of Upside. Just to give you a quick context on what Upside is, because I'll use it throughout my presentation. We are the AI intelligence layer for go-to-market. So what we do is connect to all your go-to-market systems, pull all the data together, heal it, cleanse it, and then create one unified data source that you can tap into from your AI systems to both have the right context on everything they do and also build applications on top of it. Some of the ways that people use our data is either out of the box with dashboards and reports, but the more creative uses these days have been to connect to it via MCP through their favorite AI harness, and then have their existing AI agents have all the context of their business in one place. Things like call transcripts, emails, Salesforce records, web page visits, everything like that. All right, so I mentioned AI orchestration. In order to do AI orchestration, you need an AI harness. So what is an AI harness? I'll share my top 3 that can actually do orchestration. So you're probably all familiar with Claude. Actually, show of hands, how many are using Claude Cowork daily? Okay, about a third of you. Claude Cowork and Claude Code, great orchestration platforms. Within those, you can hook it up to various MCPs and then ask it to build skills and then run those skills for you on autopilot. The other one that we actually all split at our company. We all use different things and we fight about this all the time. So there is no best one if you're looking for me to tell you what's the best one. Try them all. They're good for different things. Cursor, fantastic orchestration platform for AI. You can plug it right into your existing models with Claude or OpenAI models. It has its own model. We have found that Cursor does really well on creating graphics. So where Claude was lacking, and maybe it's getting better with Claude Design, Cursor does much better at creating interactive graphics, charts, dashboards, things that end up in PDFs. So great for that. And then my personal favorite, so I'm going to be most influential here, is Craft Agents. Craft Agents is an open source AI harness. It is free dollars, so you can all buy it today. It is something you install on your local machine, and you plug it into Claude or any other model that you have, and then you can build AI orchestration systems locally on your own computer. It creates files as markdown files. It's really advanced in that it handles scheduling, it handles triggers, and also can build its own connector. So that was the big sell for me. I'm technical, but not super technical. So I just want to say, like, connect to Luma and extract all the people that registered for my event. So I just, in natural language, say that. It goes and it builds a connector. It can read API documentation. It can build MCPs for apps that don't have one. using their API documentation. So super duper powerful, and all my screenshots in this presentation will probably be Craft Agent. All right, I have a comparison table here for you on my thoughts on the differences between these. So I won't go through this in detail, but if you want it, you can take a picture now. Also, I judge my presentation quality by how many pictures are taken throughout the presentation, so thank you. That's 15 right there. My favorite note here is cursor is intimidating, but you will get over that once you start getting used to it. It's not that scary, so give it a try. All right, so what kinds of things can we automate? Let's go into specific use cases and examples. Number one, we're gonna talk through how do you build a case study from existing data. So if you've ever worked on a case study for your company, it involves you reaching out and scheduling a meeting with your customer saying, will you please do a case study with me? Then coming up with the questions you wanna ask them. Maybe you have a template of questions, and then you have all the answers to those questions that you took scribbly notes on, and you don't quite know what to do with that. So it takes a long time. Usually companies take a month or two to publish a case study and get it live. But you don't need to do that anymore because you probably already have calls with your customers, and those are already logged in your system somewhere. So if you can plug directly into your Fireflies, into your Gong, into anywhere else that has that call transcript, you can give it a recipe such as go and look at everything they've said that is positive about my company and collect it all together to create a research brief that then I can use to create a case study. So this is how we create our case studies at Upside. We have a recipe that we run. It finds metrics, so specific things they've said about impact of using Upside, quotes, and the story behind their pain and how they solved it. All of that comes from the context simply coming from call transcripts and emails. And then we have a case study page that gets generated. We have our agents connect directly to GitHub so they can pop open a page. We publish it in a draft preview and send it over to our customers and say, hey, is this a good case study? Can we publish this on you? From your behalf. So that has been working well, so all of our current case studies are AI generated from real content. This is also some examples of, oh yeah, go for it. Yeah, the question is, are you going to the client and asking for permission? Absolutely. If it's something that we're gonna publish, yeah, we still ask for them for permission to, yeah. We pre-write it, pre-generate it, and then send them a preview page that is only visible by them, and then they can give us feedback on it. And what's actually interesting is when they give us feedback on it, that feedback is logged in an email or in a call, so we could just tell Claude, go incorporate that feedback, and then it creates a new version. So no need to go in there and do it by hand. Good question. So some examples here. On the left side, you're seeing some diagrams that Cursor created. It can get creative and create Venn diagrams. It can create bar charts. And then I mentioned the quotes as well. So it found a bunch of quotes from transcripts that we used out of the box. And it was funny, our client in this case wasn't even aware that they said these things. Oh, we lost the screen. And it's back. All right. And here's what it actually looks like under the hood. So there's several skills that run together and go through and make sure that we are creating quality case studies. So in order to build this skill, we actually gave it a few case studies that we wrote by hand and then said emulate the same format and process, find quotes, mine the emails, and in terms of impact metrics, we look at their actual usage of our product as well. We have usage metrics, so then it's pretty good at writing SQL queries and figuring this stuff out. So all of that gets incorporated into one case study. All right, number 2. So this was mentioned earlier. How can we automate Google Ads? Who here has had experience with Google Ads before? Okay, keep your hand up if you like working with Google. Okay, they all went down. Google Ads is very complicated, and if you listen to the recommendations from Google, you will spend a ton of money. They're very good at encouraging you to put things on autopilot mode and taking all your money. So we wanted to find a way to build out our Google Ads program on autopilot exactly the way that we wanted to, based on very specific targeting of keywords. So here's how I started, and this is the real prompt that I started with. You can copy this prompt and run it for yourself. But what we decided to do was not set it up as one agent, actually build an orchestrated system of multiple agents to run this program. So I just said build a optimization agent that runs daily on my campaigns, pulls metrics, adds negatives, and flags terms that we should probably add to make sure that we do human review on. In order to do this, we have to use a lot of different data sources so that we give it the right context. So here's what it actually looks like. So we have one orchestrator that runs the program, and it can call 7 sub-agents. Those 7 sub-agents are a keyword optimizer, an ad optimizer, ad creator. Those are the 3 ad ones, ad and keyword. Then we have several for landing page research, landing page creation, and then one for running longer term experiments. So a lot of stuff here, so I'm gonna go through it in pieces. The data that goes into this model is some context that we give it around our product positioning and messaging that is located in a central repository in Notion. That's really important. You want to give these agents like the right context around your business, otherwise it will do something very generic for a generic company. So that's step one. We use Exa as well, and we've also experimented with AnySite. Both of those are great. These are MCPs that give the agents access to live web search queries. So for example, when we see a new keyword show up in our data, we want to actually do that Google search and see what shows up for that keyword. Do we want to rank there? Is that a place that we want to compete on? We use our own product, Upside. That gives us access to what are people saying in calls and emails. Do these terms actually resonate with our business? Are these pain points that will work for us to bring new customers in? And that data source is blending in for us, data from Salesforce, Gong, and HubSpot all in one. And then we have the Google Ads MCP. So the Google Ads has an MCP you can set up. There are some hoops you have to jump through in order to make sure it works, so I'll tell you what they are now. You need to set up a Google Ads MCC account. That's an agency account that becomes the parent account of your Google Ads account. Google makes it difficult to programmatically edit your account. Then once you have that, you'll have an API key. That's really easy to get. If you want your API key to edit your campaign data, you need to ask for elevated access, and that's a request you submit in the settings. It takes about 2 days to get approved. They gave me an application, and I didn't know what to put in it, so I asked Claude to complete it, and it did great. So we got it approved in 2 days, and now this system is actually going into my Google Ads account and adjusting bids. It's creating keywords, it's deleting keywords, it's writing my ad copy. And it's mostly text, right? These are like not paragraphs of text. We're choosing like 8 keywords that fit in an ad. So it does super well on that. And then the last few things I'll mention, for all of my agents, I provide intent. There's a document that we call Commander's Intent that I create, and I give it access to that. And the Commander's Intent is basically like, what is the overall goal of this program? And so I provide that up front. For this program, I said, we want to spend money on ads, but we also want to get leads, and we want the leads to be good. So that's the intent. So don't just optimize for the sake of optimization. Think critically about what we're trying to get out of it. There's a rules document that outlines all of our naming conventions, what to never do, what to always do, and every time any of these agents run, they have to reference the rules document and make sure that it adheres to the rules. And then final thing I'll mention here is the strategy log. When you spin up a new agent and you ask it to do some work for you, it's like a brand new person that joined your company. It has no context what has happened before. So the strategy log is a place to write out of what you did, the context graph. You may have heard about this, but anytime the agents do anything, they make an entry to the strategy log, and the next agent can read that and pick up where they left off. So it knows, oh, we've been optimizing this campaign. Let me continue optimizing that. Or we intentionally deleted this. Let me not recreate it because it was intentionally deleted for a reason. These sound complicated, but they're just text files. Nothing special about them. They're 3 markdown files that are in the project. And then the data flow looks like this. So the ad optimizer is, just to zoom in on one, will have access to all of these systems. It will go hit these endpoints. It'll do its research, and then it'll come back and say, we should create this ad, we should delete this ad. So I'll show you real examples of how this works in real life. So here's a demo. This is my agent that runs on a schedule. So once per day, it runs optimize ads. And you can see it ran, this is very small, but I'll tell you, right here it says 43 different tool turns that it used. So it's reading all of the guides that I provided it. and then it is then logging into Google Ads. It's finding what has happened over the past 24 hours. And then it ends up with a performance report. So here's what happened. Here's how many clicks we got. Here's the results. You could see impression shares going up, performance is going up, and then flags to me some of the changes that it noticed. Claude is really good at understanding trends. So if you're not using it for that, you absolutely should. Does really well on that. And then finally, we get to the bottom here where it said, I found 45 keywords that you showed up for with some impressions, but they don't make sense for your business. So I'm going to add them all to your account negatives. These are some keywords that I flagged for your review. I'm not exactly sure if we should be showing up here. And then these are some problems that we have. We should work on these. We have low quality scores. We have landing pages we should create. They will look at ads that have a low click-through rate and automatically pause them, and then create a new challenger ad that is intended to do better than the best ones. So it's just constantly churning through and optimizing on a daily basis. If you want this skill set, I'll share it at the end of the presentation with a QR code that you can download the whole thing and run it for yourself. All right. Go-to-market engineering use cases. So these are use cases from some of our customers that I thought would be relevant. So first one I'm going to cover is, and by the way, all of these were shared publicly in a webinar, so they're okay with me talking about this. So first one is from a company called ServiceTitan. They used their go-to-market data to create a win-back kit, and this is something that everybody here can do. What you do is you ask the agent to go through accounts that you have lost in the past, and then understand what happened in those deals, look at the call transcripts, look at the emails, understand whether we have a chance of winning that account back again, and if so, create a win-back kit, a single PDF file that can help our sales reps go and reach out to the right people with the right messaging at the right time, and then get them to get back into a deal. So often when somebody says, oh, I chose your competitor, now we know, like, you signed a one-year agreement, that 1 year is coming up, so it might be a good time to re-engage. There's also examples where they say, if you had feature XYZ, we would have bought, but you don't have that. And so if you have those features today, good time to go back. You can have AI do the analysis for you and then output for you a list of accounts sorted by priority, and you could provide that over to your sales team. So that's what this is an example of. So inside of each sales kit, you can have an account narrative. Without going deeper into the account, you can get a quick understanding of what has happened in this account, who are the key decision makers, what are the next steps, and that's it. Yeah. All right, next use case. This comes from a company named Comply. You can create your own custom performance dashboards. So when you have all your data accessible to you, you can create things like create me a custom dashboard that shows me the webinar performance, my webinar performance, program performance. So looking at all the webinars, looking at exactly how much pipeline is coming out of those, but then you can get a lot deeper, like how many people attend multiple webinars? How often should we host these webinars? Questions that are not necessarily going to come out of the box out of any webinar vendor are things that you can use Claude to help design for you. So it's really good at creating these custom dashboards and reports these days. Question?
Are these dashboards typically like a snapshot in time, or can they be created into something that's like more real-time data?
Good question. If you are connecting data directly to Claude via MCP, so you give it access to your webinar platform, et cetera, in that moment it will pull data and create a static dashboard. There's no way for that dashboard to continue having access to your systems. However, if you take your data and you warehouse it somewhere, you can either do it yourself with like a Snowflake, or if you use an Upside or similar tool, those dashboards have live queries into your data, so then they can live and continue refreshing over time. Good question. We've seen companies build their own data lakes out of Snowflake, out of Databricks, as another example, and those can do that. Question in the back. The mic is coming.
So I tried to connect data and use Claude to kind of analyze but it gives me reports, right? Like it'll give me good narrative and reports and stuff. I haven't seen it give me charts. So what do you have to do specially to kind of get these visuals?
Yeah, good question. So what I would recommend is just asking it for that. I think you have to tell it what output you want, and then it can create charts. What I have also found is that if you work directly in Claude, and you ask one agent for a very advanced query like this, it will skip the chart because it's not going to want to look at every piece of data that you have. So one way to do it, to circumvent that, is to ask Claude to use a sub-agent process and analyze data one by one, and then create like a table of the data that you want to chart it, create a chart on, and then create a chart on that. So that will work. The other one is, again, platforms like Upside are designed to do that, so you would just ask like to create a chart there. Good questions. Keep them coming. All right, here's another example where we all have paid search dashboards that come out of the ad platforms themselves, but they're not in the formats that we want. So if you want a different format, you could plug your Claude into the Google Ads MCP and then ask it to create a dashboard like this. For example, for each keyword, how long does it take for somebody to click that keyword and then turn into an opportunity? Like the delay time between the click and the opportunity creation date. That's something you're not going to get out of Google Ads natively. But if you have Salesforce data and you have Google Ads data, you can merge them together to create a view like that. Question?
So for paid search, whenever you implemented all of the agents, what change did you see in your analytics and your numbers, specifically conversions?
Yeah, when we started, I'll caveat this by like, we're a smaller company. We're probably not spending a lot. In the past, I've spent up to $20 million a year on my Google Ads campaigns. Now we're in the thousands, right, per month. So the difference that we saw is mostly on click-through rate. So Google was basically, they've blocked the ability to do very targeted keywords, so you can't do exact match anymore, and they quickly broadened your keyword set to a whole bunch of things. And so we were showing ads that had no relevance to us at all. So by adding tons of negatives, I think we have 700 negative keywords now, all powered by the agent. We filtered that down to only the keywords that matter to us. So our click-through rates went up by a lot, and then the conversion started to follow as well. So we started out with our campaigns maybe 65 days ago with no conversions, and now we're getting conversions every week. Awesome. Let me skip over to this one. So one thing that's really useful is once you have the data from your ad platforms out and accessible to Claude, you can actually ask it to give you executive recommendations. And it's pretty good at that. I mentioned it's good at trends. You can say, I have limited budget. I want you to analyze my campaigns and tell me what's working and what's not working, but make sure to consider the opportunities that I'm getting from these keywords, the pipeline, the revenue, the close rate. And it does pretty well at this. It can do a start, stop, continue. And in this case, for this customer, it told them you should go after competitors more closely. Those deals are moving very quickly for you. And then maybe don't go after generic category terms that send people to your homepage. Those don't convert. Yeah. The mic is coming.
Just a question on B2B versus D2C. Are these principles, do you think they apply to both sectors, or is it like slightly different for D2C?
I think it's different for B2C. I think for B2C, it is actually easier to do the analysis directly in an ad platform because you're looking at what one person is doing and their behaviors and their purchase behaviors, right? With B2B, you end up with buying groups. Person A is doing the research, person B is gonna take the call, and person C signs the agreement, and all the records are disparate, and each of them has 4 duplicates in your system. So certainly more impactful for B2B, but I do think you could probably still get value from this, from a B2C use case, but probably less so. Good question. Thank you. All right, next use case to share. So we often hear companies want to multi-thread into deals. And if you're not familiar with multi-threading, that means your sales team is talking to more than one person in a deal, and they're creating a buying group or buying committee. So what one of our customers wanted to do was understand what percentage of our deals have at least 3 people engaged with our sales rep, and compare that against deals that have fewer than 3. And what they found was that for their data set, they had about 3 times higher likelihood of closing and winning the deal if 3 people were engaged. So that led to an organizational mandate: let's get 3 people engaged as fast as we can on every deal. So what you can do next is then create a leaderboard and a tracker that looks at all of your reps and how many deals do they have, how many deals have at least 3 contact roles, 3 buyer roles associated with the deal, how many don't, and how long does it take for them to get those people engaged. So these are just simple SQL queries, like the first time they showed up to a call, and then the first time the third person showed up to a call or responded to an email, and that calculates the average number of days. So hopefully these give you some inspiration. Okay, last use case here is on AEO and measuring that. So AEO is really hard to measure. Sometimes we're split on what we call this, whether it's AEO or GEO. Anyways, people using OpenAI, Claude, ChatGPT to do research on your business. And we believe that you should be doing more SEO so that you end up ranking in these answers, right? So how do you know if that's working or if that's affecting you? One of the things you can do, and you can do this today if you have call transcripts, is ask Claude to go through the call transcripts and look for signals that somebody has searched for you in one of these platforms. And what you'll find is that people tend to divulge this. They're like, in that first call where they say, your rep says, how did you hear about us? The buyers tend to say like, oh, I went to ChatGPT, I searched this, and it showed me an answer, and then I clicked it, and then I came to your site. So for the visitors that are clicking, you probably do have a web traffic like fragment somewhere in your system with a UTM parameter that might track that they clicked a citation. But a lot of times the answer doesn't have a citation or people don't click it. And that's where self-reported information is really useful. So we recommend everybody add a text box on your demo request or contact request form and ask for how did you hear about us. It does not need to be a pick list. Have it be open structured because Claude is really good at going through that and figuring that out. And also, in addition, have your reps ask every time because you will capture that in your call transcript and then you can extract it and pull it into a report like this. So in this case, they found that this customer Assembled had found that when somebody found them through a AEO search, they had a 12-point lift on their close rate. So that means the buyer had already done a ton of research before going to them and was more sold on their platform being the one to select. And then they were interested in finding out, well, what are people searching? So since people are divulging that in call transcripts, you can have the agent go through and categorize what words they said into themes. And for them, WFM tool discovery was like the top theme. So then they invested in more content around that to keep showing up in those AEO searches. All right, next use case. How are we feeling? We're about halfway through. Do you guys want more? Okay, seeing some nods. Let's talk about SEO and content. So I talked about Google Ads, so connecting your core messaging frameworks in Notion or other sources directly to Google Ads and having it write content for you. This is a very similar use case, except the difference is that you'll connect to your website and you're actually creating content that will do well for Google and AEO. So how do we normally do SEO, right? I thought about the times when I owned an SEO team, and there's a lot of different tasks that people do and specialists get involved. So we need to do keyword discovery and find out what are the keywords that people are searching for. And then we need to see how hard is it to rank for those keywords? How competitive is it? Do we think that we have better content for that search engine result page? Then there's a research stage. Let's go do a bunch of research on that topic, see if we can write better content than what's out there. Then we write the content. If you have a design team or designers, you need to get designers to help create the images and the graphics for that content. And then there's like copy editing, polishing, publishing. There's a whole cross-linking strategy where you have one SEO post that's linking to another post and making sure you have the right number of links. And then the general optimization, making sure it's designed well for SEO, search engine crawlers to be able to find. Then you publish it, and then you have to revisit it and optimize it. It's never really done. Like, you probably end up with some pages that do really well for you and some that are just dead that you should probably go back and redo. So we thought, how much of this can we do with agents? Which parts of this can we take over? Turns out all of it for us. So, but not with one agent. As I mentioned earlier, orchestration is the way to go when you're building systems like this. So 9 separate agents is the better way. So this was the actual prompt we used to get that going. You'll notice it's similar to the previous prompt, but we said build a pipeline system with 9 agents that will go from keyword discovery all the way to publication and beyond. Make sure that each agent has a single responsibility. That's important. But also they have a shared backlog as in terms of Google Sheets. So they all can communicate with each other and hand work off to each other as they work. And kind of call each other as well. So the order is listed here below, and then we have, again, an orchestration agent that runs the whole program, and all the orchestration agent does is read the sheet, understand which agent needs to be called next, dispatch that agent, and then enforce the pipeline discipline. Just like we have to follow the process, we keep following the process until it's done. Now with SEO, I want to be more involved in the content, so there is human review and approval built into the system. So every once in a while, it'll Slack me and say, hey, there's a new article that we drafted. Can you take a look? So it'll draft the outline first, and then I approve the outline, and then it drafts the article, and then I approve that, and then it goes through finalization. And then in every step, I'm saying, yes, that looks good, keep going. So I just review and approve, and I also can add comments to the Google Doc, and it's trained to pull the comments from the Google Doc and incorporate them. So just like a human would, it learns from your feedback. And this is an agent system where I actually asked it to build itself over time. So after it's done with one piece of content, it reviews its work and then puts in changes into the skills so that it can do better next time. So data that goes into this, I mentioned to get it to work right, you have to give it the right context. For this one, we use SEMrush to do information on competition of each keyword, and also how much are competitors spending to advertise for that keyword. That's also a really good signal. If they're paying money for that keyword, we probably want to rank for that organically. Since we already had the Google Ads MCP, we thought might as well connect to that and get information from our own first-party data. So we also connect to our Google Ads, and we see if there's ever been conversions. Are we getting click-throughs for that keyword? We connect to Upside, and again, that pulls in context from our sales calls, from our emails, from all of our opportunities in Salesforce, and that becomes helpful context to make sure things resonate. And then again, X is heavily involved here. You could have Claude try to go use the internet on its own. Doesn't do super well. It runs into a lot of roadblocks where it'll say, I couldn't see that page, so I just moved on to another page. And it certainly doesn't love to look at Google search engine result pages. So X is much better because you can, with very little investment, do like 20 to 50 calls on a specific term or a bunch of pages, pull them all in, and they're already structured for AI. I think we spend something like $20 a month with Exas, so, and they don't pay me to say this. I mentioned the orchestrator logs its results in Google Sheets, so it's connected directly to Google Sheets via Google Cloud Project. So it just uses that as its database, and also I like going to Google Sheets more than I like going to Notion. So it could have been anywhere, but I just wanted something that was online that we could all collaborate on. And then connects to Slack. In this case, we gave it GitHub access because we wanted it to actually build the pages for us. So once it's done with a piece of content and we've approved it, it will actually take that content and draft a page in GitHub and then submit a pull request, and that's how we publish it over to our website. So here is the full set of those agents, and I realized, okay, you can kind of see it on this screen. I don't know about the other screens, but you have the keyword discovery agent, the SERP analyst agent, topic research agent, what they're designed to do. And they're only focused on that role. So if you ask that agent to do anything else, it will say, nope, all I know is this one thing, and that's all I do, and all I do is give it to the next agent to work on, to pick up and move on. The downside of this is that when you try to create some content, it does take a while. So you'll use a lot more AI credits, and it might take an hour or more of crunching through AI to get something through. But the benefit here is that one agent could not possibly do all these things. One agent would not have enough context or training to be able to go through the whole process and get you end to end. So that is why we split it up into different things and have the orchestrator manage it. All right, here is a live demo of that system working. So I like to name things because I feel like they become more human. So I named mine Nima for some reason. So I just call it Nima, and that triggers the orchestrator to run. So you can see that initially it's going to read the skills and go through commander's intent, the structural rules, read sheets to figure out where are we in this process. And then it pulls data from the sheets file and decides, okay, we have 3 pieces of content in review stage, and we have 37 pieces of content in discovery stage. This is what we need to do today. I let it know, okay, yeah, continue, start working on this project, and then it will, in this case, it actually found more keywords from my Google Ads campaign, so these kind of feed to each other. It's helpful to run ads because I get to see what's working on the paid side so that I could optimize for the organic side. And that orchestrator agent can activate other agents. So here's an example where it's then activating the search engine result page analyst on 5 of the discovered keywords. And then that's going off and doing a bunch of its research with Exa and SEMrush and others to then research those keywords and understand which ones do we have an angle with, right? So some of these make sense, some don't make sense. And if we do create a piece of content, what should we create that will do better than everything else that's out there? One of the things that we had to build into this process is quality and context. So this is an example of some of the content that we put in our rules. So we said when you're finished with an SEO article, we want it to be somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 words. These are some of the topics that we've done in the past. We do like things that are fresh. So if you create like the best tools of 2026, like that tends to do pretty well for SEO. So we instructed it to do that, and then we gave it some more information, like what's our angle, and so all of this is kind of going through on a specific keyword and then deciding like proceed or don't proceed. All right, and then my last use case is automating marketing operations. So this one's near and dear to my heart. I led marketing ops teams for many years. And Claude is probably the best thing that has happened to marketing ops. So this is my connector list in Craft Agents. I mentioned this earlier, that Craft Agents is really good at connecting to everything. It's a blessing and a curse because now I have 60-something MCPs and APIs connected, and everything starts to talk to each other. Everything is connected. So I don't know if I'm logging into Salesforce anymore. My agents are doing all the work for me. I've highlighted some of the ones that I use most frequently. So for us, the HubSpot MCP is fantastic. Salesforce MCP is great. There's actually 2. There's the official MCP, which is not as good. I have a whole rant on this. There's a open source community MCP for Salesforce that does much better if you're looking to just read and write content back to Salesforce. So happy to share that trick if you reach out to me. Google Sheets is great. I found that the HubSpot API has more access to HubSpot than the HubSpot MCP because MCP is read-only. So if you actually want to go in there and edit records or create campaigns or programs, you'd want to use the HubSpot API. And certainly if you want to create emails, you shouldn't use this. You should use Humanic because that seems to be much better. And then Zapier is great. So you can have Claude go in and create integrations for you, really connect to anything, even beyond this set of these tools. It does super well there. I use Upside a ton because I want that go-to-market context. Apollo, fantastic for email sequencing directly from sales reps. So we just have Claude create audiences for us, take it to Apollo, write emails from us, and automate stuff. And then Gmail and Google Calendar is really for my own GTM brain. So I have an agent that runs every morning and tells me what's going to happen in my day and where do I have to be. And that's primarily fed from Gmail and Google Calendar. All right. final slide here, some examples of things that you can automate in the marketing ops side of things. Create and launch webinars, follow up on leads. Inbound lead tracking is fantastic, a great use case. Go look at all the inbound leads and then see if somebody has emailed or called them afterwards, after they came in, and then flag the ones that are missing. So that's an easy one to put on autopilot and run every day, and then find out why leads are slipping through the cracks. Lead qualification, if you use any tools that can bring in data externally like Clay or others, you could do lead qualification super easily and decide, as leads come in, do I process them or do I ignore them? And then a lot of Salesforce admin. So the Salesforce MCP, both of them, can create objects for you. They can do deployments, they can create page layouts, like full Salesforce admin they can handle for you if you have the right access levels for that. And then pipeline hygiene, Salesforce hygiene. Every time we have a meeting with a customer, we just ask Claude to go update Salesforce with the latest notes and action items. All right, that is it for my presentation. If you want the skills that I shared today, we are sharing them in our skills library. They're free. You just download the file, give it to Claude or Cursor or Craft Agents. Hopefully you'll try Craft Agents. And it will figure out how to apply them for your use case. And then if you ever want to talk shop, you can find me on LinkedIn. Or if you want access to any of the things that I didn't share today, happy to share them with you on LinkedIn as well.
Before we take any questions, we should share how you found out about.
Yeah, that's a good question. We ran an analysis on our own pipeline to say, where are we getting our, where does our pipeline come from? And our agents went through our go-to-market data via Upside, and they found that actually almost all of our pipeline is related to an event. And that kind of surprised us because we didn't think they came from events. But a lot of the people that we met were at events like this that then talked about us somewhere else and told somebody else to reach out to us. So we realized we should go to more events and talk to more people and just be more plugged into the ecosystem. So one of my hackathon projects internally was, which events should I attend, right? That was the big question I had. And I prompted Claude with this problem. In a few minutes, it built, using AnySite, Exa, and Upside, our own data, it built a dashboard of all the events that we should go to. So it found the events on Luma and Eventbrite, and then it scored them based on their attendees and said, these are the kinds of people you probably want to meet and would find value from the relationship. And so this event was top of the list, actually. We did this on, I think, Tuesday. It was top of the list, and we didn't know this event was going on. And we said, oh, that's super cool, AI and marketing. We are kind of, we're living in the edge of those two things as well. And then it turns out that you had reached out to us as well in case we were interested in presenting. So it worked out super well.
Yeah, this is what Humanic stands for, human plus machine. So this is human plus machine working together. Cool. Any questions?
One question.
Absolutely amazing presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully it was useful.
You mentioned in the beginning a main repository of knowledge of the company. How do you organize that, and then how do you update that knowledge, and how do you plug the agents into that knowledge?
Yeah, so are you asking about, let me actually go back there. This slide here, is it this one? Or probably the context one. I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, I can answer this both ways. So one way that you can do it is you create a place that has some generic context around your business. So for us, we chose Notion, and we created a database called our core assets, and it has different documents in there. One of them is our ICP, who we go after, our target personas, our profiles, our competitive messaging, a list of our customers and their use cases. So it's like 8 or 9 files. You don't want this to be super big or super long, because it will fill your context windows every time you reach out and try to access it. So you create those anchor assets, and then you ask your agent to always reference that before it does anything. And it quickly gets up to speed on your company and basically what you should be targeting and what you should be saying. And then you can have other agents continuously update that. So I don't update it, our product marketing lead updates it. So every once in a while, he runs some other agents that look at our calls and our emails and then make some edits to that to make sure that we're always talking about the right things. Yeah, the question is, would you want to have one database that has all the information so you can go deep into it? You actually want both. So you want the high-level summary that's just the context that the agent can access and quickly get up to speed on your business. Then you also want the in-depth database of everything, because then it can go deeper and say, I really want to research this topic. I'm going to go deeper and actually look at the call transcripts line by line and figure out who said what. So you want to do both. And that's something that Upside can help with, where we connect to all your go-to-market systems and create that one source. But if you don't want to use Upside, another way to do it is to build your own data lake, pull all the data together, make sure to like join all of it, even if it's coming from different systems, so that it becomes one source that blends everything together. Good question. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
So really, really good use cases. Thank you for sharing. Pretty inspiring. The question I have is that, you know, you showed like the SEO process, right? Like where you had those 9 agents doing all that work. Then there's like the paid ads agent. So what has this done to your digital marketing team? Like, did you have a team? Did you used to have an agency and now you don't? Like, what's the before after for you guys?
Good question. Context on us, we are a 11-person company. So I am the team right now. But because we have these systems, I don't anticipate the need to hire a team for a long time. I have had teams before. I think I led marketing at Branch, for example, and my largest team size was about 70, and I had individual teams to manage, you know, ads and SEO programs and stuff. I think the future has changed. I think teams look different now. Right? Like you can automate a lot of stuff, and now you need smart operators to build systems that can take most of the load off. Now, I'm not saying they're better than people. I don't think we're quite there yet. We might be soon, but most of the grunt work, like the reviewing keywords that came in and turning them on and off, like that takes a ton of time, and I don't need to do that. So my investment in my Google Ads campaign management now has gone down to like maybe an hour a week. But I'm probably equivalent to other teams that have a full-time person on the job.
Cool. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Cool. Cool. This is our last session of the day. It was. Thank you very much for sticking around for the session. So let me introduce the 4 folks that we have here. Dan, you just heard him. Kintan, who is running Alto, has been a long-time operator, founder. And then Kamal, who runs marketing for Invisalign. And then Trevor, who is the head of marketing at Profound, one of the hottest companies in the Bay right now. So you want to just introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you're doing, what your company is doing, and then we'll have a few folks to present. You can give them some feedback, and then we'll have a little conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I lead marketing at Profound. We're about 20 months old, Series C company, which is exhausting to say, let alone live. But yeah, so we started in the AEO business, kind of answer engine optimization. How do you show up in ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude? And then quickly moved into agentic marketing to help you, yes, show up in that as a distribution channel, but then also kind of build bespoke agents for content workflows across your marketing team. So yeah, excited to be here.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kamal Bandal. I am the Senior Vice President of Marketing for the Invisalign brand. I've been with the company now for 13 years, have really led the transformation of the marketing team and the brand. Hopefully people in this room know Invisalign, but I will also say that we're a proud Profound customer.
Yeah, I'm Kintan. I run a company called Alto, olto.com. We are product-trained agents for revenue, so we help create everything from demos and videos to autonomous agents that give demos, kind of focusing on the product understanding layer, and was GM at Amazon prior to that. Been working in the startup ecosystem for quite some time, as Arjun said. Thanks so much for letting us weigh in today.
Cool.
Awesome. And I'm Dan. You may remember me from the presentation just before this one. But for the video, I'm one of the co-founders of Upside. We are an AI data layer for go-to-market data. And I am also a proud customer of Invisalign, if you can't tell from all the way back. Yeah, it works really well.
Cool. I used to be. Cool. So the idea here is we did a promptathon in a session. So we had a bunch of things around AI and marketing, and then we had a separate track where people would take some ideas and build on them. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so this was kind of born out of a conversation that I had here yesterday that triggered this idea that had been bouncing around in my brain that is a personal pain point that I had just kind of been waiting for, I guess, all the right pieces to align. So yesterday morning, as I was heading over here, I saw that Opus 4.8 had dropped, and along with that, dynamic workflows. So I've heard some mixed reviews on dynamic workflows. They have worked really well for me. I do have a Max account, so that might be why it's not using up all of my usage. But we're going to give this a go. So if you guys aren't there yet, your parents get older in a way that you don't anticipate whatsoever. So my dad has decided he wants to retire, and he has an asphalt seal coating business. So he's just going, I don't understand why nobody, the people that should be interested in buying my business are not interested. What's going on? And so I did what any normal person would do, and I searched for him, and it didn't quite go so well. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what does this mean? And if he's in this position, he's not alone. So I lost my train. Sorry, I have to read this because it's been too short time period and I don't remember everything I put together last night. Okay, so after 45 years of work, he doesn't really have an online presence. I do feel a little bit of guilt because I probably should have followed up on this years ago, but I'm making up for lost time now. So I am not from San Francisco. I'm from a little tiny town in the foothills between Fresno and Bakersfield. I don't currently live there, but I came home for a couple days to kind of see how it's going with his business. And I think one of the things that we don't realize sometimes in our bubbles is that there's a huge ecosystem of businesses out there that most of these large organizations, entities that we've been talking about, don't really touch them. They're not built for these small rural businesses. Like my dad, he's an asphalt seal coater, so he doesn't believe in email, which is a whole nother story. But I needed to find a way to explain to him what I'm thinking about. So we are gonna just try this live, see how well it goes. So I built this tool that is based on, it's using this concept of dynamic workflows. Findable is my working name. Obviously, I can't get that one. If anybody knows how I can, I would love it. But because of the people I'm working with, it has to be a .com. I can't go for a really creative name and go with a .ai because these older blue-collar workers don't understand that it doesn't have to say .com at the end of it. So, Findable for now. It's going to be changing because as I got into this, I realized that I think this is something I actually want to pull together. And even if it doesn't really go anywhere, I know my dad and a bunch of his buddies will hopefully get something out of it. So we are going to just go here and see how this goes. So I just built the demo business into it. And essentially, I'm just getting business name, a couple bits of information about them. And then this is my demo business. I put in a couple of his competitors. Don't tell them, but we'll go from there. So I'm going to see what the AI says. So as this is running, under the hood is this dynamic workflow. It's using 10 agents. We have 6 that simulate the answer engines customers use, 3 cross-check, and then it takes about 75 seconds. So let's see. So you can see this is the dynamic workflow working behind the scenes in this. Currently it's local. I was going to put it on something beside this, but with the time that we had, we're just running it locally for the moment. So we can see the agents they've looked in the spots that I told them to. It's now got a cross-check, and now my synthesis agent is pulling it all together. I feel like we need Jeopardy music or something. It's not Jeopardy. What's the countdown music? If we
So what's the idea outside of dynamic workflows? What's the idea? Like, can you in 2 minutes say what the business idea is?
Yeah. So the idea is essentially that we are taking businesses that are looking to sell, are looking to be found, and we are going to help them understand how they look out there like this. So essentially, it's running through all the places that people are going to be checking. It's looking at the answer engines. It's looking at, in this case, it has to look at Google and Google AI responses, because the businesses that are going to be searching for his services as an asphalt seal coater, or that are going to be looking for a business to buy, are going to be largely starting with a Google search. And my dad doesn't know how to Google, but if he did, he would not know what a Google AI search was beyond a Google.
Cool.
So this is helping us understand how they appear in those reports. So when we looked for his business, it ran 30 separate searches, and across all 30 of those searches, he showed up once, which is better than none. He does have a website. So when I look at some of his competitors, for example, Jet Black, which is a national asphalt seal coating company that does have a location or a heavy presence in the Central Valley, they showed up in all 30 of those searches. So essentially, it's looking at the same signals. Here we go. I think we can jump down to, my background is in data analytics, so if this kind of helps explain what I am typically looking at. So we're running through these different engines, and essentially it's just going down and looking for what's populating, what are some of the other guys showing up as, and presenting a bunch of areas that he's not showing up. I know that this is not a new concept, but this is something that typically caters towards your enterprise use cases, your larger customers. People with this size business have never had an opportunity to see what they look like, and they don't know what they're kind of missing out on because of it. As the world changes, they have relied on word of mouth and relied on finding those same people year after year, and it's not working anymore. So if he loses a customer and they go to a competitor, it's kind of out of his, well,
Got it.
We've got some other plans, but yes, so that's where we're at currently. So the same 5 signals. Here we go to the table. There we go. Whoops. Up a little. Okay, so I just ran the same 5 signals across every contractor AI names instead of him. So we can see that it's not looking good for his business. And he's been doing this for 45 years, I think. So it's something that, despite having been in the business, been in the area, he's simply not showing up in the right places.
Cool. So we have other people also. So Trevor, you are the SEO guy. So give your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I think it's good because we focus upmarket, very competitive industries, like high consideration. So I think if you can localize it and create like a user experience that's ideal for these types of folks, like it's very nice, and make it more of a simple utility as opposed to a platform, and give them very like specific, clear recommendations. I think there's a lot of room in the market for AEO because this is just the kind of new modality of search, and the demand for it spans across all businesses. So I like how you focus and niche down really on those kind of like regional providers. Makes sense.
Well, and I think really quick, just to like the distribution on it is, I just get to use my tool to do its own distribution by showing people where they're not showing up. And then it does have this recommendations for copy fix or copy paste fix, which my dad would not be able to use, but his granddaughters can. So we're providing a little additional detail beyond just you're not showing up.
One of the things I loved about what you did is you took a small business owner, your dad in this case, who would have no idea how to do something like this to make himself discoverable, and really provided high utility to that group of small business owners. It's one of the niches or customer groups that's going to be impacted by this transformation in AI the most, and they are the most vulnerable and unskilled. I'd say build the community, drive the distribution through the community, and I think you got yourself an interesting product.
I guess we'll know if there's ROI on it if I'm standing up here presenting next year. So.
Totally. Things that I'd add here, as you were showing this, I immediately have some small business family members that I'm like, they need this. One thought that I had is if you could ask up front, who does your website, right? Is it you or is it somebody else? Because I think the user experience may be totally different. And I love how you have copy paste this and send this to someone, right? Because very likely there is somebody else who's managing that page. And I think this definitely has legs. I think it's really cool.
Hey, congrats on building this, by the way. And just to add on to this, I think this can be a good services as AI business, either go through agencies from a distribution perspective, or integrate with Wix or Squarespace of the world, where I'm sure they'll come up with their own version as well. But I think a service like that could be quite valuable, or even Shopify, some service folks. But agency, like starting with the agencies who focus on small businesses, would be a good starting point from a distro perspective. Copy paste piece, I think there are some ways in addition to copy paste, you can kind of just say fix it for me. You can also do it if you ask for some credentials on the DNS. So you can, but not sure if the user group can get to it. But congrats again on building it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any useful project to present, by the way. It's a purely vibe-coded thing which I did in like last 30 minutes, because I just wanted to see what happens. There were 6 tracks given to us as options, and out of all the 6, there were one around creating content or images. And as an engineer, I've always shied away from that. I've done channel partnerships or B2B sales or whatever in-person works, but anything created, I will just run away from it. So I thought, let's try and see what happens if I create it. The track which I picked up was take a company's review and create a series of creatives which can be posted on social media. So I literally went on Claude Code and like, hey, this is the track, create whatever you want to now. And then wherever it got stuck, I iterated a little bit. So you can pick up any review website you want and then paste the URL here. Then we'll first scrape the reviews. So yeah, these are the live reviews scraped for Canva. Then it'll assign a target persona based on the review of who we think is talking about this product, who we think we want to target to. Then it'll hit some of the ChatGPT models for getting the actual creative text out for different platforms. And then it takes few seconds to generate the images also for each platform. And then right now I think I've made it do 3 posts for Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and I think 1 for LinkedIn. And then it customizes per platform what the image or voice should be, or what the content should be. Right, so for Twitter, based on the review, whatever is an apt image for it. There's no tweaking beyond this in terms of image generation. It's just, I wanted to see what it does, how easy or quick it happens or not happens.
Yeah, it's cool. I think it'd be, if you could like upload a brand kit or something like that, also make it usable, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from too.
This probably cost me 90 cents to build it, to be very honest.
Hey, so first, good job in creating something so quickly. I'm gonna build off of what Trevor said. I think the utility in this is to add a brand layer so that the entire design kit is included. That way it can really help the marketer, the brand person, the product owner respond to real-time feedback and improve, right? And I think that if you can drive the automation around that in a way that is targeted and scalable being key, I think that's real revenue for whoever the user of this might be.
Is there any platform today which I can use which does all of that? Like, that comes to your head? Saves me the vibe coding effort, you know? Okay.
Awesome, cool demo. Great to see you build this so quickly. My mind was circling on like, how can we provide more context beyond reviews so that it can tie nicely with the existing social media strategy?
Sure.
And I think if you're already creating content for Instagram, Twitter, a natural next data source would be to actually pull from what they've posted so far and kind of continue that thread of messaging. And then also would be super cool to be able to like click to see another photo, like keep kind of going through and iterating. Oh, awesome, you already built that. So that's, I think that would be really cool to be able to like provide some feedback and then get it to try again.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, again, congrats on building this. I think this can also be taken further in addition to the brand kit. Integrating it in the deal rooms, sales rooms for specific testimonials. And there are a few services like this. Testimonial.io is one that comes to mind. But if you can pick the right reviews based on that customer or that buyer's needs and just surface those, in addition to, say, a customer in a Gong call transcript, something came up around a specific use case.
Right.
What if you can just automatically surface 3 positive reviews from
Related
other
to that persona.
related to that persona or that use case? That could be, along with some brand kit and images, I think that could be quite even more functional beyond just the initial use case. I think that's something here for sure. Voice of the customer is always good, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Who's here not stressed out and not losing hair? Well, I know a lot of people in Mongolia are stressed out, running around in cold weather, but they still have their hair because they actually use nettle and rosemary in their hair care. So I decided to actually produce some shampoo and conditioner bar. Instead of bottle shampoo and conditioner, you can actually have bar you can take with you. But my big problem is that a lot of people don't know shampoo and conditioner shampoo and conditioner can be bar. That's when we decided, okay, we need to actually educate and encourage people to use shampoo and conditioner bar.
Right, are you able to hear me with this? Okay, so, you know, working backwards has been an Amazon principle for many years. And I think a lot of companies, especially in retail, have started to resonate with that. What does that mean? You basically start with a customer problem, and then you build your products and solutions around it, and not the other way around. So as my friend mentioned here, the customer problem in this case is, it's a very old market. Everybody uses shampoos and conditioners, but there are very few parts of the world which actually uses a bar. India being one of them. I grew up using a shampoo and a conditioner bar. It was packaged in one soap bar called Shikakai back then. But after having moved to the US, I don't see bars, right? So this is a known problem, but coming to the US market, it's not very common for people to see a shampoo and a conditioner and resonate with the bar. So with that, what we said was, how do we bring this idea and product to our target customers? So with that, let me share this. We put this together using Claude in 30 minutes. Let me see if I can show full screen. Okay, hopefully this is better. So this is a quick 5 slides presentation on how would we bring this to the market. So the idea is simple. We want to sell value to our customers. So what we're going to do is send them a newsletter. Sounds very common, but this is going to be a newsletter that would be sent every week. And the content of that newsletter is going to be a building block for us. And what I mean by that is we start with the bar that gives you back. Now that creates some sort of curiosity, right? You see a subject like that in the email, you are curious, you want to know a little bit more about it, and you kind of open up your email. That's the hope. So here it's a $14 billion market. 72% of our customers are between Gen Z and millennial, and it's a 550 million plastic shampoo bottles that are discarded annually in the US. So we are indexing on 3 USPs for our product, which is sustainability, the value, and then essentially, the price point. Okay, so those are the 3 that we are gonna highlight. And then what we did was we looked at our 3 customer personas. So specifically, we looked at those who falls into one of these 3 categories. So this is, for the first profile here is Maya, who's 38, going through a medical condition, losing the hair. How do you bring it back? You want, now more cautious about, what kind of products you want to use on your body. So that's our first persona. The second persona is Priya, who is a, self-care expert. And then the third persona here is Derek, who is the eco-pragmatist. So based on these 3 personas, who's essentially our target audience, we are going to craft a newsletter that resonates with each one of them. And then let me go to the next slide here. This is how we are going to bring this about. So the very first section that you see here is when we reach out to these customers in the very first 2 weeks, we are going to send them content that builds curiosity. So we send out this email, we see the engagement with that email, we learn from that through our agentic AI framework, and then kind of improvise that email is the overarching idea. The next few weeks, assuming the content resonates with some of these personas, if it doesn't, we tweak and we kind of reiterate. So literally following the principles of experimentation, test, learn, repeat. Okay, so that's the flywheel that we want to follow here. So the next, second to third week, we are going to send them content that basically makes them trust our, the messaging that we are trying to send them. So we build the curiosity, we build the trust. Now we are going to reach out to them with our product. So after 4 to 5 newsletters that have gone out to these different personas, we actually pitch them our product. And that's when we want to see conversion. So that's the building block of our idea here. And then let me quickly show you one more thing. We also are going to build measurement, attribution, and incrementality framework. So today, what we learned is you can build specialized skills, you can build agents. We are going to put all of that to use using Claude Code, and then have these have these tools in our kitty so we can essentially start utilizing them. Okay, and then the last one here is, this is basically, the budget that we would need. Hopefully, we are able to bring this budget down even more by leveraging Claude Code. So now with that as a background, we basically said, let's just kind of quickly try it out with Beehive. So this is in the last 30 minutes. So we have made an account on Beehive. We basically, got the code through Claude. We pasted that here, and then this actually works. I don't know if I can do this live, but let me see if I can quickly show you. And then, of course, we are going to use Humanic because it's definitely better. And then what I learned in this presentation is Humanic can also send an email, so a less friction point for us. We just use Humanic to generate that newsletter, and then also use Humanic to send it out. So that would be our go-to strategy.
I think this is the winning.
Okay, and then basically, I mean, it's difficult to show you here, but essentially, you know how this works. And then I tested this out, and I do get an email. So here it is. So this is how it looks like. Now, you would notice that there is no branding here. It sounds generic. That's sort of by intention as well. We wanted to kind of build that curiosity. And then at the end, we do have that buy box button, but it's kind of subtle. It does, though, tell the customer that this is sponsored by a company. The idea is to get them curious enough for them to know, what is this product? Are they trying to sell me something, and kind of go from there? So that's the overall idea. I just want to kind of quickly go back and just kind of, oh, sorry, this is something else. Anyways, I think that's the end of my presentation, but just want to kind of highlight that what we did was we used Claude Code, and we started with this principles of persona, the task, the format, and the output, and then we kind of went from there. So I won't go into the building block. I'll just go back to the product that my friend has built here, and we are ready to take any questions you have.
Yeah, I like it. It seems more efficient. I don't have a hair problem yet, but I should prepare, so yeah, that's good.
You are going to be our first customer.
I think you have a great product concept. Some of the things that I would suggest would be really thinking about community first and building the community to help create the demand and the interest for this. I think that's key. Somebody said it earlier in one of the conversations. Building that community first, because clearly the need is there. I would encourage you to take a look at the other bars that are in the marketplace. There's one called Kitsch, KITSCH, and really refine your PODs, your points of difference against the competitive set. But I think those would be my top 2 suggestions. Focus in on the PODs and then really figure out how do you build the community that seems like a real community-driven kind of proposition.
Awesome, cool product. And I've never thought about what my shower drain was trying to tell me until today, but I think it's telling me I'm losing hair in the back. One thing I would comment on is I think the system you've designed for learning from the email marketing program would work better when you have a large distribution. So depending on what you're starting with, if you have a small list up front, you may not get signal fast enough. And it will just get better the bigger your database is. But if you're looking to build that community or build that database, another angle you may want to consider is bringing on social influencers via TikTok or other platforms that can talk about your product and then get lots more people in the funnel up front, and then go from there into a broader database marketing strategy.
Yeah, that's very helpful. One of the things to add here, we did discuss about that, depending on how our email content works, the idea was to use the agent to essentially scrape the content that works with each of these personas and utilize that for our social marketing channels, could be Instagram, LinkedIn, etc. But that is the loop that we want to build with this product.
No, again, congrats on building this. I think the only other idea worth adding here is video is going to play a critical role in a product like this, and you can create faceless videos because it's all about hair. You don't need faces. You can create lots of faceless videos across different ethnicities, age groups, all your personas. I'm thinking thousands, and a few channels on TikTok, YouTube, etc. And let's just promote it with some ads. There are services like Naive, TryNaive.ai, and a few others where you can do that. Just faceless videos and talk about it. And you can just kind of scale it to the point of community influencers and social influencers.
Thank you for all the suggestions. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Holly, and I work at Align Production Systems. So when I was deciding what to build, I wanted to build something that I could take back to my company and use. So I decided to build a nurture campaign for our AGV product line. So we're a material handling company that builds and moves really heavy things, and we do it in an automated way. So that's a complex product, so it's very confusing for our customers. So I wanted to build a campaign that would work alongside our sales process. So when we have a customer that goes to our website, they submit a request a quote form, it takes a couple of weeks for our sales team to get the information and actually create a quote. So marketing has created so many different materials like buyer's guides, case studies, videos, all these amazing things. And so I wanted to create a nurture campaign to guide the customer for what they're buying while they're waiting for a sales quote. So what I did is this. I used Claude Code to create 6 different emails. So this is the first one, and it's created in Klaviyo. And you can see that this is the first email they're going to get whenever they submit a form on our website. But then what we added on emails 2 through 6 is we added a spot for their sales engineer information to be added so they know who they're going to be talking to, and they'll have all of the information. So we have this information that's also going to be populated. It's not fully built out. I still need to connect it to HubSpot and a few other platforms, but that's the goal, is for them to be able to have all the information at their fingertips. And that's it.
Cool, thanks.
give you. Yeah, okay. No, I think it's. I was just making sure. I think it's great, and based on what you capture in the form, maybe you have a few different tracks per persona or something like that, and could probably make like pretty small tweaks with that base foundation nurture. So yeah, nice work.
Yeah, compliments to you for building out something that's going to have high utility in your organization right away, right? I think that you've got a good baseline. I would create lots of iterations based on the performance, right? And think really creating that loop that gives you that test and learn to help drive the utilization and then the outcomes that you're looking for.
Awesome, congrats on building this. One thing that you may want to, that may give you value here is actually getting all the historical emails out that you have sent and give it to Claude as a starting point, so that as it's thinking about subject lines and content that might resonate, it at least starts there. And totally agree on the additional tracks and maybe even triggered emails, but definitely has legs.
Congrats again. I just to add on to it, post-call, so after the call as well, I think you can just extend the same to post-call based on what was discussed on the call and create a leave behind for the end user that the sales team can send them. That would be helpful.
Hi, my name is Karina, and can you hear me well? Yeah.
Louder.
Louder? Okay. So we live in a world of content now, and with AI rising up a lot, we can see a lot of small businesses that are starting to be overwhelmed or falling behind in this like new space and new way to market themselves and their business. And something that I come up a lot with, I do a lot of freelancing, and I like to support small businesses, friends, people that are like starting to set up their brands and starting to grow. And one thing that happens a lot to them is lack of clarity and just a lack of strategy behind the content they're doing. And when they need to sit down and think about who they're talking to and what type of content should they be making that fits both their audience and their brand, they're blank. And I think a lot of the reasons why small businesses are maybe failing in this and feeling frustrated is they have a lot of things going on at the same time. They don't have enough time to sit down and think about creating a strategy. And they come to me trying to gain a little bit of clarity in terms of that strategy. So in order to avoid me going back and forth a lot in these types of interactions, what I've created is a sprint dashboard. It's basically a dashboard that it's gonna encompass every single step that is important to build a business strategy for different social media platforms. In this case, I'm gonna focus it on specifically Instagram, and I'm gonna showcase an example for a food business. They're trying to set up in the food delivery and meal prep service. So what you're able to see on the left side are every single stage, but the only ones that you're gonna be able to fill up ultimately is the brand setup and the goals. Once you fill out those, you get the option to determine which is your ICP, and the rest is just gonna be done on the back end, and it's gonna provide you every single insight that you need. So I'm gonna show you how this looks like when it's filled out. Basically, this is the company. You place the name, you type it, you place the industry that you're catering to, what type of offer, and where you're located. Another thing that it's able to do is if you have a website, you place the website, it's gonna scrape that website. And every single social media that you're doing right now, it's just gonna be able to utilize information in there and populate a lot of the messaging information in terms of what might be the right strategy for you based on what it knows about you. On the goals space, what I did is like a clickable interface. I set it up to a max 3 goals because we cannot do a lot of things at the same time, and that's just, just part of like sanity, marketing sanity. So you're able to select it, and it's just gonna display a little kind of like explanation on what this means, just so the person that is looking at it is able to understand what does driving sales mean in terms of marketing lingo. And in terms of target market and ICP, you're able to fill this out, but you also have the option to say, no, help me define it. In this case, I set up a customer market persona called Laura, and she has specific pain points, desires, objections, and buy-in triggers. So we already know this from this brand. They gave us the information. You're able to save the ICP as well as everything else behind. And this is what happens when you fill out all of that information. So despite saying ready, it's gonna start populating everything here. You generate your messaging strategy. And basically what it does is it builds a value proposition. It lays out the problem that this ICP has. And it gives a lot of context in terms of what is she looking for in terms of like using your service, what's the desired outcome that she wants to see, what's some good transformation, and certain like aspects like brand voice direction, power hooks, and objection reframes. I added an analytics audit space. Right now it's working with basically screenshots. This you get it from your analytics dashboard. So once you upload them, what it's able to do is basically create a whole analysis on the analytics. It's gonna understand some insights, it's gonna understand strengths and as well as opportunities or weaknesses. And it's able also to populate, which I'm not seeing here, I'm sorry, I did spend all of my credits, but it was basically able to do like a dashboard with like graphics and stuff, so you're able to see demographics, like how your population is looking like, and if it's basically meeting the ICP that you're trying to target, because that's what's gonna populate the strategy status. So strategy status is basically what tells you like how clear is your brand, how well defined is your ICP, where is your messaging strength. And one of the features that I wanted to incorporate here is the buyer journey coverage, because I notice a lot of people tend to use content pillars, and content pillars are great. Like they're a great way to get some ideas on what to post, but it doesn't fully cover what is needed to be known by the person that is a potential lead or a potential customer in terms of what they need to know about you, your brand, what you do, and how you can help them. And so I wanted to cover all of that stage. In terms of the brand, I added some quick wins. So it's important to optimize the Instagram bio, the link in bio, and it gives a couple of suggestions as well, brand specific. So this is just gonna basically correlate everything to the brand setup and the goals. And it's optimizing right now for order now, which is the most important goal of the client, which is purchasing. Conversion, it also creates like highlight suggestions, strategic pin posts that if you want people to fully access everything that's above the fold in terms of your social media page, then you have everything fully optimized to achieve all of these goals that you have. And then in terms of content cadence, this is just basically being populated by all of the goals that we have. So it's gonna have some suggestions that you can implement, and it's gonna recommend both format, frequency, and like which types of the stages we should be considering to create content related to the customer buyer journey. Additionally, it covers every single stage of the journey messaging as well. So what it's able to do here, if you can see, is it covers 5 stages. In this case, discovery, education, consideration, acquisition, and retention. And basically what it does is if you click on them, it's gonna be able to take you in there, and it's gonna be able to understand what the audience mindset might be, create an emotional hook. So what are the barriers that are basically happening between this person before being able to buy from you? Which power words can you use? If there's any objection or any suggestions in terms of content format or content strategy, call to actions, it's gonna suggest those for you. And ultimately, if you don't measure, you cannot make progress. So it's gonna also suggest KPIs that you can focus on. And finally, you can see all of this journey messaging being transformed into content ideas. So what this section does is basically following the latest trends in Instagram to achieve, in terms of discovery, a higher discoverability chance. And what you're able to do here is to add it to a calendar view that we have in here, which, again, it broke a little bit, so it's not gonna be able to be populated into the next view, but what it does, it basically selects every single post that you liked. It's gonna populate it, and you're able to see the date, what format you're gonna be posting, the stage you're at in terms of the content focus, if you have any hook that you might be able to use in there, and what is the status on where you're at right now. And so
Cool,
that's it.
thank you.
Yeah, it's great. I love the depth and the detail, and specifically like the actionability of now you've got this list at the end that you can kind of sort through. It'd be awesome on some of the like the journey pieces or the messaging points if you could just like connect that into Instagram or connect that into the ad platform. But I'm sure that's what you're thinking as a V2. So yeah, this is great. Well thought out.
Thank you.
I would add and say congrats. I think this is going to solve a big need, particularly as you think about SMBs getting left behind in the age of AI, and also brand is going to become more and more important, right? We're already starting to see that. I have just maybe two thoughts on suggestions. One is the branding itself, Sprint dashboard, right? And I think there's something really cool there that you could attach to SMBs. I think the other thing too is I think collapsing some of the components in the dashboard and connecting the insights around what is the next best action that would be required or suggested in order to achieve the goals that were set out. Because I think you started to get at it with the journey coverage in terms of where there might be some gaps, but then your suggestions on here's the next best action, connecting it back to those goals to improve whether it's revenue maximization, audience growth, or whatever it may be.
Awesome. Congratulations on what you've built. I really like the idea that it asks some questions up front, like what you actually want to get out of your business. And I think doubling down on this, I think a lot of small business owners don't know that the AI can actually help them with this stuff, right? And they don't need to hire an agency to think through this. So I'm excited for you to get into the hands of more people.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Now, I'd echo everything that was said. I'd just, I think over here on an ongoing basis, for each of the tasks, I'm assuming you're already thinking about it as well, but if I'm midway in implementing one of the recommendations, how's it going? I know the analytics may show it, but the what, so what, now what, aspect of each of these tasks could be helpful. I also think you can sell it to the agencies, again, similar to a previous point I made, where this can be something, you can sell it as a white label thing that the agencies can sell to their customers as a white label product. So again, great thinking, thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Now, for the winners, so each one of the judges, you have to pick one winner, and we'll tie up and see who wins. So just to recap, can we just have you say in one word?
Dynamic workflow that helps small businesses understand how they show up online.
Review-based marketing.
What about Holly? Can you just recap for the judges what you wrote?
Klaviyo Nurture email campaign.
And then we have the hair care bar. Yes, so I remembered yours. So you have to pick 1 out of 5.
It's tough. I did like the detail of the last one. Maybe I'm a marketer, but it felt very applicable to me, so that's my vote.
I'm going to double down on that. I think the need is real for small business owners, so very last one.
All right, tough one because they're all really good. So congrats to everybody who participated. For me, I think that the one I'd go with is the first one, Findable with Lizzie.
All right. Do we need to pick one winner? No, congrats to all of you. I think it's great effort. I'm torn between the two as well. Actually, I think the last one is what I'm going to go for, just because it can be sold to agencies and can be built into a real business very quickly. So that'll be my vote.
Thank you. We didn't need a playoff, but congratulations. You will get your Mac Mini. Cool. Can we have all of the judges on the panels? So this is being recorded, and there is a live stream going, so I don't want to. Sorry, it's the end of the day, but love to understand. I wanted to end this AI Marketing Summit with some closing thoughts on what you feel is the future of AI in marketing next 12 months in terms of what you're building, how you see the market, where are the opportunities, where are the jobs, what is going to change. So, Kamal, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things that come to mind. First is just taking a lesson out of the book today is hands-on keyboard is going to win versus any sort of academic ingestion of information. The fact that we've got so many people here on a Friday night, I think exemplifies that point even more. So that's one. The second thing that I would say is that brand and storytelling become more and more important in an age where products can be built, services can be built, anyone can build overnight. Getting really, really crisp on your value proposition, your ICP, and your brands is key. And then the third thing that I'll say that's really changing and it's going to be important for all of us is what is true today and the tools that we use today may not be the tools that we use tomorrow. So continuing to be a student of the craft and being a part of communities like this one so that we're all learning, myself included.
Trevor?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. I think pattern-breaking brand is going to be very important in competitive markets. I also think we're going to use AI to do the work that should be done by AI, with human obviously being the orchestrator. I think we're going to see a real resurgence of in-person live events like we're seeing now, and marketers really spending on those, and those not only being like direct response pipeline generating events, but like brand events where you can connect person to person. And I think like an overinvestment in that from a brand side is something we'll see. And then automating the personalization, the nurture, the standard marketing work that's happening now. And it has to be excellent because people are just their expectations are gonna rise as personalization starts to increase to a true one-to-one level like we've always talked about.
Kintan?
I think I'll echo both of the comments here. I'll answer it from two vectors. First is what happens to the role of the marketeer. I think the coverage of the stages of the customer life cycle that a marketeer can influence in a meaningful manner is going to just increase significantly. It's already increasing significantly. We saw so many examples today where marketeers produced and created mini apps end-to-end, working end-to-end. So the interdependence across different roles within the companies as well as within agencies is going to look a lot different than what it used to look earlier. So the blast radius of the impact of a marketeer is going to increase significantly. I'd also look at it, there's a lot of chatter around doing more with less, so there'll be fewer jobs and marketers will be automated. I'd actually flip the script and say that it's going to shift towards abundance when content creation, product creation can be done in a very low-cost manner. I think that's where there's a time to shine with your craft, with your messaging, with your connection with the audience and such. So the first vector is about what happens to the marketeer. And I'm using a generic term marketeer across brand marketing, product marketing, events marketing, field marketing and such, but that's first. And the second aspect is just to pull a thread around personalization. Since I work, we build personalization as a core component of our products. What we are seeing is like personalization at the wrapper layer, just the content layer, was just not as effective earlier. Now what we are seeing is true personalization where each asset is an asset of one created individually for every person. And also beyond the content, you can actually personalize the product, personalize the experience, the entire journey end to end. So I'd kind of lean into that a lot more in everything from messaging to the product stories that you end up building. So those are the two things I'm seeing live amongst our customers.
Awesome, great insights up here. The only things I'd add here are we're seeing this big transformation right now. And you see it in this room, in these presentations. Everybody can build, right? I think we just mentioned that. So building is not really an edge anymore. So what's left for marketers, right? The two things that I think will be left for us are context. Where do we get that context, or the context in our brains, or the context in our organizations, and taste. So AI does not have the best taste. It might get better over time, but right now everything has a purple gradient over it anytime you ask it to do anything. So as marketers, we bring taste to the table, and I think it's really important to cultivate that and think creatively, have creative ideas, and then bring them to life and build with the rest of our teams.
Cool. So my next question is, if you were to build your marketing team today from scratch, either at your current company or a new company, what would the roles be? What are 5 roles, 3 to 5 roles that you would hire for?
Yeah, I guess I could go first.
Given that you're already building and you did zero.
Yeah, we're doing the same. We're doing that right now. So I'm biased. I'm a former product marketer, but I would hire a PMM first because I think, like you said, context is really important. They have the most business context, and they can kind of orchestrate other components and kind of build the core like point of view that you have as an organization. I then actually would hire, and the person I've hired we've dubbed them like a marketing engineer, and they're an agent orchestrator that we have internally in our team. And they build agents across brand roles, content roles, AEO, SEO roles. And I think that that's really important to have. So you have somebody building agents from the get-go, and it can really help to scale that. And then I think a lot of the traditional functions still matter a lot. I'd probably over-invest in brand marketing and creative faster than you'd expect, and maybe demand gen comes a little bit later than you'd typically expect.
Yeah, what I would add to that is the marketing orchestrator, right, is a role for sure. But I think most importantly, and this is going to be the common thread in terms of the marketeers of the future, is thinking horizontally as opposed to thinking vertically, and really making sure that you've got the hires, the people on the team who can think horizontally and think across the entire ecosystem. So that marketing agent orchestrator, the brand strategist, I think becomes more and more important. And then making sure that you've got your community leads so that you can ensure that you are building at the community level and not just transactional community events, so to speak. I think your events function shifts into being more of a community lead role where you have relationships that you nurture over time. You're building those communities. Those communities start to become canvases for where content production takes place and advocates are born.
Yeah, I'd echo that. I mean, it's really the 3 vectors that we look at are storytelling, so this is brand, human component, which is where community field marketing comes to play, and building, so engineering. We've found that people with an aptitude for learning very fast, and people who want to just get their hands dirty and build, as long as they are spiking one of these 3, the order doesn't matter, especially in the early stage. But these 3 vectors and generalists who can build and learn fast is going to matter a lot more as the definition of a marketer is going to evolve significantly in the coming months and coming years.
One thing that I'll double down on in terms of community is community serves not just as a place to create that advocacy, as I mentioned, but it also is proximity and intimacy with your customer in a way that cannot be felt or replaced with what you see online. And I think that proximity to the customer and having that pulse of being able to move at the speed of culture is going to be the edge.
That is a really great point. Dan?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add here is I think we have 2 horizons. We have this shorter horizon where we're currently in, where we have this concept of go-to-market engineer, marketing engineer, because we are bifurcating into groups that are building agents and using AI and teams that are more hesitant and haven't gotten on board. But I actually think over time that role will go away and every marketer will be some kind of engineer. Yes. So it may drop out of our vocabulary over the next few years. So that second horizon is just everybody is AI enabled and AI forward. But totally agree with the other. I would also do product marketing first because you need somebody to really think about what is your product, how does it resonate, who's your ICP, and own that, and then followed on by a bunch of marketing engineers that are talented and can do a lot of different things, including in-person coordination and events.
I might have a little bit of a hot take, but I think your brand marketers need to be your product marketers too, and your product marketers need to be brand marketers. The separation of the 2 of those is, I think, where we come into a place where it's dangerous, especially on the go-to-market side, because you've got to be able to have a story in terms of what you're selling and be able to articulate that clearly.
Cool. We are almost at time. Are there any questions?
So I have a question regarding who do you look up to in the marketing world? Any resources, any gurus out there that you've been studying over the years? And also any books that you recommend for people to study around marketing?
I think for field marketing, Dan Schmella, somebody I've looked up to and worked with. It's amazing when it comes to community. He was a VP of community for Apollo and has worked with a few political campaigns and such. So I think that's one. And for just overall content, Emily Kramer's MKT1, I think that newsletter, that community is quite on point, cutting edge when it comes to especially agentic workflows. And so at least those two are a high signal to noise ratio.
I'm going to go with a podcast. And that podcast is the Acquired podcast. I'm sure there's lots of fans. The reason why I categorize it as a marketing podcast is because marketing is about business. And I think that they do a really great job of going deep and going into the depths and corners that most marketers don't think about for the long term. So that's a great one. I also think from a personal side, if there are founders in the room, especially women, I think Emma Grade's book, Start With Yourself, is one that is a must read.
Yeah, I think Kramer's great. We work with her. And then Kyle Poyer is very good. I'd say from a resources and books perspective, some of the old ones are still the best, like Crossing the Chasm. But then I also appreciate books that are just focused on unlocking your inner creativity, like Rick Rubin's book, Creative Circle. I don't remember. Creative something, Rick Rubin. Google it, you'll find it. But that's fantastic when it just talks about how do you see more in your world and appreciate what you're seeing, and then translate that into the work that you're thinking about consistently. And I think that's important for marketers.
Could I add one more real quick? I think along those lines, I think in addition to the books, what I've found useful is really case studies where I just, through Claude or OpenAI deep research, I just say, tell me how this brand has evolved. Go to the look back engine or Wayback Engine and give me the screenshot of the website, the homepage. How has it evolved? And then critique on it. Imagine you have this person critique on it. I think those deep research, and it'll come up with 40 pages, after it, and you just deep research it and do it for another brand, and then say, okay, if AI was available, if shifted by 10 years, how would this homepages change? I think those just going deeper into the brands that you know and like and are aware of has been helpful more than the books. Books are obviously great, but this has been quite helpful for me, and specifically around companies in the space you're working with.
And Arjun, I'm sorry to be a party pooper, but my wife has texted me a few times and said our baby is thrown up outside a bunch. So I'm going to go help her with that and run. So I'm sorry. She got here at 6, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go.
That's a valid reason.
No worries. Thanks.
A great list of people here, people and resources. I think two I'd add. One marketer that I really look up to is Nima Asrar from Navan. He was the first demand gen marketer that I worked for that really helped me understand that almost every decision can be answered with data, and really pushed me to grow aggressively. So I still meet with him, and he's like my spiritual guru in the marketing land. And then the podcast I'd recommend is one that we actually host is the Future of Marketing podcast. If you haven't checked that one out, we interview CMOs that are adopting AI in their organizations and talk about what's really challenging, what they're learning, and all of the guests that we've had have been incredible. So definitely recommend checking that out.
Cool. Thank you very much. That's a wrap. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having us.